The darkness was absolute. But the boy didn't need his eyes. His hands knew the work, guided by long practice and a deep familiarity with the task. He ran his fingers along the surface, feeling the texture. It was smooth, consistent, perfect. A quiet satisfaction settled over him. It was good, just right. He moved his entire arm in fluid motions, turning his wrist with a gentle roll. Keep the marble gliding. No drips. Perfect. The steady hiss of the spray and the feeling of the marble's path were familiar comforts. The sharp scent brought the sock in his pocket to mind, and he considered taking a hit. Maybe later, he told himself. He didn't want to break his rhythm now, not until the tag was complete in one smooth line. But he froze when an engine's growl cut through the noise of the can. He scanned the area, but the only light came from the moon's pale shimmer on the reservoir and the weak bulb over the pump-house door halfway across the dam. The sound didn't deceive him, though. A vehicle was approaching. To his ear, it sounded like a truck. Now he picked up the crunch of tires on the gravel road that traced the reservoir's edge, getting nearer. Almost 3 a.m., and someone was headed this way. Why? The boy rose and tossed the spray can over the fence toward the water. It clattered down into the brush, falling short. He yanked the sock from his pocket and decided on one quick blast for courage. He pressed his nose into the fabric and inhaled the paint fumes deeply. He swayed back on his heels, his eyelids fluttering on their own. He flung the sock over the fence. Hoisting his motorbike upright, he pushed it across the road toward the tall grass, bottle brush, and pine trees at the hill's base. Decent cover, he figured, and he'd get a clear view of whatever approached. The engine's rumble grew louder now. It felt only seconds away, yet he saw no headlight glow, which puzzled him. But it was too late to bolt. He laid the bike down in the dry brown grass and stilled the spinning front wheel with his palm. Then he crouched low against the earth and waited for whatever and whoever was coming. Harry Bosch could hear the helicopter somewhere above, circling in the light beyond the darkness. Why wouldn't it land? Why didn't it bring help? Harry was pushing through a smoky, pitch-black tunnel, his flashlight fading with every yard. He needed aid, needed to move quicker, needed to reach the tunnel's end before the light died, and he was left alone in the void. He heard the chopper make another pass. Why wouldn't it land? Where was the help he was promised? As the drone of the blades faded once more, terror swelled, and he crawled faster on bloodied knees, one hand lifting the dim light, the other clawing the ground for balance. He refused to look back, knowing the enemy lurked in the black mist behind him. Unseen, but present, and gaining. When the kitchen phone rang, Bosch jolted awake. He counted the rings, unsure if he'd missed the first couple, wondering whether he'd left the answering machine on. He hadn't. The call went unanswered until the 8th ring, then stopped. He idly pondered where that 8-ring custom came from. Why not 6? Why not 10? Rubbing his eyes, he took in his surroundings. He was slumped again in the living room recliner, the centerpiece of his sparse furnishings, which he ironically called his watch chair, a misnomer, since he often slept in it, even when off-duty. Morning light sliced through the curtain gap and streaked across the pale pine floor. He watched dust motes drift lazily in the sunbeam near the sliding glass door. The lamp beside him was on, and the wall-mounted TV volume, nearly muted, showed a Sunday morning religious program. On the table next to the chair lay the usual companions of sleepless nights, playing cards, magazines, and paperback mystery novels, each barely glanced at before being set aside. The table held a crumpled cigarette pack and 3 empty beer bottles, each astray from its original 6-pack family. Harry Bosch was still in his full suit, his tie wrinkled and secured to his white shirt by a silver tie tack engraved with 1807. He slid his hand to his belt, then around to the small of his back, and waited. The electronic pager's chirp was silenced almost instantly. He unclipped it, read the number, and felt no surprise. Pushing himself up from the chair, he stretched, feeling the familiar pop along his neck and spine. In the kitchen, the phone sat on the counter. From his jacket pocket, he pulled a notebook, jotting down, Sunday, 8:53 a.m. before dialing. 2 rings later, a voice answered. Los Angeles Police Department, Hollywood Division, Officer Pelch speaking. How may I assist you? Bosch replied. Someone could bleed out in the time it takes to say all that. Put the watch sergeant on. He found a fresh pack of cigarettes in the cabinet and lit his first of the day. After rinsing dust from a glass and filling it with tap water, he shook 2 aspirin from a plastic bottle in the same cabinet. He was swallowing the second when Sergeant Crowley finally came on the line. What did I interrupt your morning prayers? I tried your home. No answer. Crowley, what do you have for me? I know you were out late on that TV studio call, but you're still up on the rotation, you and your partner, all weekend. So that means you've got the body up at Lake Hollywood, inside a drainage pipe along the access road to Mulholland Dam. Know the spot? I know it. What else? Patrols on scene. Medical Examiner and Scientific Investigation Division are notified. My officers aren't sure what they've got, other than it's a body. The deceased is about 30 feet back in this pipe. They didn't want to go all the way in and risk contaminating a potential crime scene. You understand? I had them page your partner, but he hasn't called back. No answer at his place either. Thought maybe you two were together then. I remembered, nah, he's not your type. And you're certainly not his. I'll reach him. If they didn't go all the way in, how do they know it's a dead body and not some drunk sleeping it off? Well, they went in part way, you know, and used a stick or something to give the guy a solid poke, stiff as a board. They didn't want to disturb a crime scene, but they're poking the body with a stick. That's just brilliant. Did these guys join the force before or after they raised the education requirement? Hey, Bosch, we get a call. We check it out, okay? You want us to forward every body call straight to homicide for verification. You'd all lose your minds inside a week. Bosch crushed his cigarette in the stainless steel sink and gazed out the kitchen window. Down the hill, one of the studio tour trams crept between the massive beige sound stages in Universal City. One building side was painted a cheerful sky blue with soft white clouds, a permanent exterior for days when the real Los Angeles sky turned the color of dry wheat. Bosch asked, how did the call come in? Anonymous to 911. A little after 4 in the morning, dispatcher said it came from a payphone on Hollywood Boulevard. Some kid out messing around found the thing in the pipe.
Wouldn't give a name. Just said there was a body in the pipe. The tape's at communications if you want it. A slow irritation began to build in Bosch's chest. He took the aspirin bottle from the cabinet and slipped it into his pocket. While turning over the details of the 4 a.m. call, he opened the refrigerator and leaned in, seeing nothing that appealed to him. He checked his watch. Crowley, if the report came in at 4, why am I just hearing about it now, almost 5 hours later?
Look, Bosch, all we had was an anonymous tip. That's it, dispatcher said. It sounded like a kid, no less. I wasn't going to send one of my people crawling into a pipe in the dark based on that. Could have been a prank. It might have been a trap. Honestly, it could have been anything. I waited until sunrise when the area quieted down, then sent a few of my men over once their shift ended. Speaking of shifts ending, I'm heading out. I've been waiting to hear back from them, and now from you. Anything else you need? Bosch considered pointing out that it would be pitch black inside that pipe, whether they checked at 4 in the morning or 8, but he decided against it. What was the point? Anything else? Crowley repeated. Bosch was drawing a blank, but Crowley filled the silence. It's probably just some junkie who overdosed, Harry, not a legitimate homicide. This kind of thing happens all the time. Hell, you remember we pulled a body out of that same drainage pipe last year. Actually, wait. That was before you transferred to Hollywood Division, so you see what I'm saying? Some guy these transients crash up there constantly. He's a user, shoots up a bad batch, and that's all she wrote, except last time we didn't find him so quickly. With the sun baking that metal pipe for a couple days, he was cooked through, like a Thanksgiving turkey, though it sure didn't smell like one. Crowley chuckled at his own remark. Bosch didn't. The watch sergeant went on. When we pulled that other guy out, the needle was still in his arm. Same deal here. It's a nonsense job, a worthless case. You go out there, you'll be home by lunchtime. Take a nap, maybe catch a Dodgers game. And next weekend, it'll be somebody else's turn in the barrel. You're off the hook. That's a 3-day pass you've got coming. Memorial Day weekend is next week. So do me a solid, just go take a look at what they've got. Bosch was quiet for a moment, about to hang up, then asked, Crowley, what did you mean about not finding that other one fast? What makes you think we found this one quickly? My guys on scene say there's hardly any odor off this body, just a little urine. It must be fresh. Tell your men I'll be there in 15, and tell them not to touch another thing at my scene. Bosch knew Crowley was about to defend his officers again, so he hung up before hearing it. He lit another cigarette as he walked to the front door to retrieve the Sunday Times from the step. He hefted the thick bundle of newsprint onto the kitchen counter, idly wondering how many trees were sacrificed for it. He found the real estate supplement and flipped through until he spotted a prominent ad for Valley Pride properties. Running his finger down a list of open houses, he found one address and description marked, Call Jerry. He dialed the number. Valley Pride Properties. How can I help you? Jerry Edgar, please. After a few seconds and a couple of transfer clicks, his partner came on the line. This is Jerry. How can I assist you? Jed, we caught another call up at the Mulholland Dam, and you're not wearing your pager. Damn it, Edgar said, followed by a heavy silence. Bosch could almost hear the gears turning. I have 3 property showings today. More silence followed, and Bosch pictured his partner on the other end, in an expensive suit, wearing a deeply frustrated frown. What's the call? Bosch relayed the scant details he had. If you want me to handle this one alone, I will, Bosch offered. If anything comes up with the 98 case, I can cover it. I'll tell him you're tied up with the TV case and I'm taking the body in the pipe. Yeah, I know you would, but it's fine. I'm on my way. I just need to find someone to cover for me first. They agreed to meet at the body, and Bosch hung up. He switched on his answering machine, took 2 packs of cigarettes from the cabinet, and slipped them into his sport coat pocket. Reaching into another cabinet, he retrieved the nylon holster holding his gun, a satin-finished stainless steel Smith & Wesson 9mm, loaded with 8 rounds of XTP ammunition. Bosch briefly recalled the ad he'd once seen in a police trade journal. Extreme terminal performance, a sudden sharp memory surfaced of his last qualifying round at the range, the crisp recoil and the smell of gunpowder mixing with the dry desert air, a fleeting moment of focus before the chaos of the day began. The bullet was designed to expand on impact, increasing its diameter by half again as it tore through the body to create the largest possible wound channel. The description in the catalogue was accurate. Bosch had first-hand experience. A year ago, a single round fired from 20 feet away entered beneath a man's right arm and exited below his left nipple, devastating heart and lungs along its path. XTP. Maximum trauma, he fastened the holster to his belt on his right hip, allowing a cross-draw with his left hand. In the bathroom, he brushed his teeth with just water, having forgotten to buy toothpaste. He dragged a damp comb through his hair and studied his reflection, the tired 40-year-old eyes, the steady advance of grey overtaking the brown in his curls, even invading his moustache. Flecks of grey appeared in the sink each morning. He touched his chin, but left the stubble. His client wouldn't care if he showed up in the same tie. He found a clean spot on the Mulholland Dam railing, free of pigeon mess, and leaned forward, a cigarette hanging from his lips. Through the gap in the hills, the city below was buried under a tight-fitting blanket of smog. The sky was the color of spent gunpowder. Only a few distant downtown towers pierced the toxic haze. The rest of Hollywood lay submerged, a ghost town. A warm breeze carried a faint chemical smell he eventually recognized, malathion. The radio had mentioned fruit fly spray helicopters working overnight over North Hollywood and through the Cahuenga Pass. It made him think of the helicopter in his dream, the one that never landed. Behind him stretched the Hollywood Reservoir, 60 million gallons of drinking water held back by the old dam in a canyon between two hills. A 6-foot band of dried clay marked the receding shoreline, evidence of LA's fourth straight dry year. A 10-foot chain-link fence encircled the water's edge. Bosch had often wondered whether that fence was meant to protect the public from the water, or the water from the public. He wore a blue jumpsuit over his wrinkled clothes, both layers stained with sweat at the armpits and back. His hair was damp, his mustache sagging. He had just been inside the pipe and could feel the early Santa Ana wind, unseasonably warm, drying the sweat on his neck. Harry Bosch wasn't a large man, a few inches under 6 feet, with a lean, wiry build the papers liked to mention. Beneath the jumpsuit, his muscles were like tight cords, efficient and strong. The grey in his hair favored the left side. His dark brown eyes rarely gave anything away. The pipe ran above ground for 50 yards beside the reservoir access road, rusted inside and out, serving mostly as shelter for the homeless or a canvas for graffiti. Bosch hadn't known its purpose until the caretaker explained it was a mud break. In heavy rains it was supposed to divert sliding earth away from the reservoir. The 3-foot-wide tube, a leftover from some forgotten public works project, was held in place by iron rebar sunk into concrete. Before entering, Bosch had put on the jumpsuit with LAPD printed across the back. After retrieving the coveralls from his car and pulling them on, Harry Bosch had to admit they were likely in better shape than the suit he was trying to keep clean. He wore them anyway, out of ingrained habit. He was a detective who clung to routine and his own set of superstitions. Crawling into the damp, tight cylinder with his flashlight, he felt the familiar clench in his throat and the quickening of his pulse. That hollow feeling in his stomach, fear, was an old acquaintance. He flicked on the light, pushing back the darkness and the unease, and got to work. Now, standing on the dam with a cigarette, he considered the situation. Watch Sergeant Crowley had been correct that the man in the drainage pipe was dead, but he was mistaken in thinking this would be straightforward. Harry wouldn't be home for a nap or to catch the Dodgers game on KABC. Something was off, and he'd sensed it almost immediately upon entering the pipe. There were no useful tracks. The pipe's floor was covered in a layer of dried, orange-hued dust and littered with the detritus of the desperate crumpled paper bags, empty wine bottles, cotton swabs, used syringes, and makeshift newspaper beds. Bosch meticulously examined it all in his flashlight's beam as he moved toward the body, finding no clear path left by the victim, who lay headfirst into the darkness. This was all wrong. If the man had crawled in himself, there would be signs. If he'd been dragged, evidence of that would exist. The absence of any trail was just the first detail nagging at him. Reaching the body, he found the dead man's arms tangled inside a black crew-neck shirt, which was pulled up over his head. In his career, Bosch had learned that the final moments of life could defy all logic. He once worked a suicide where the victim changed his pants after shooting himself, seemingly to avoid being found soiled. But this arrangement of cloth and limbs didn't sit right. It looked to Harry as if someone had dragged the body in by the collar, like hauling a sack. He didn't disturb the scene or move the shirt from the face, noting only that the victim was a white male with no obvious fatal wound. After his survey, Bosch carefully stepped over the corpse, his face passing close to the shrouded head, and continued through the remaining length of the pipe. He found nothing else of value. Emerging into the sunlight, 20 minutes later, he sent a crime scene technician named Donovan back in to document the debris and video the body in place. Donovan's expression made his disappointment clear. He'd already written this off as a simple overdose, and Harry guessed probably had Dodger's tickets. Leaving Donovan to it, Bosch lit a cigarette and walked to the dam's railing to brood over the smog-hazed city below. The distant murmur of traffic from the Hollywood freeway rose up, sounding almost peaceful, like waves on a shore. Through the canyon cleft, he could see the blue patches of swimming pools and red Spanish tile roofs. A woman jogged past him, her blonde hair stuck to her sweaty shoulders, a compact radio clipped to her waistband with a yellow wire leading to her headphones. She seemed utterly absorbed in her own world, unaware of the police gathering ahead, until she reached the yellow crime scene tape that blocked the dam's end, its bilingual message ordering her to stop. She jogged in place for a moment, the officers mostly watching her, before turning to head back the way she came. His gaze trailed her, and he observed that, as she passed the pump house, she altered her path to steer clear of something. He moved closer and discovered shards of glass scattered on the ground. Glancing upward, he spotted the shattered light bulb still in the fixture above the pump house entrance. He reminded himself to inquire with the caretaker about recent maintenance checks. Returning to his position at the railing, a sudden flicker of motion from below caught his eye. Looking down, he spotted a coyote nosing through the pine needles and litter carpeting the soil beneath the trees near the dam. The creature was lean, its fur matted and patchy in places. Only a handful remained in the city's designated preserves, surviving by scavenging amidst the refuse left by people. "They're bringing it out now," a voice announced from behind him. Bosch turned to see one of the uniformed officers assigned to the scene. He gave a nod and followed the officer off the dam, ducking under the yellow tape, back toward the pipe. A chorus of strained breaths and exertion echoed from the graffiti-marked pipe's opening. A shirtless man, his muscular back scratched and smudged with grime, emerged backward, dragging a sheet of thick black plastic bearing the body. The deceased remained face up, his head and arms largely hidden by the dark shirt wrapped around him. Bosch scanned the area for Donovan and spotted him securing a video camera in the rear of the blue crime scene van. Harry approached. "Now I'll need you to head back inside. All the debris in there, newspapers, cans, bags. I noticed some syringes, cotton, bottles. I need everything collected and bagged." "You got it," Donovan replied. After a brief pause, he added, "I'm not questioning anything, but, Harry, seriously, do you think this is the real deal? Is it worth putting in all this extra effort?" "I suppose we won't know for sure until after the autopsy." He began to walk away, but hesitated. "Listen, Donnie, I know it's Sunday, and, well, thanks for heading back in. No sweat. It's all overtime for me anyway." The shirtless man and a coroner's technician were crouched beside the body, both wearing white rubber gloves. The technician was Larry Sakai, someone Bosch had known for years but never particularly liked. A plastic tackle box sat open on the ground beside him. Sakai selected a scalpel from the box and made a precise 1-inch incision along the body's side, just above the left hip. No blood emerged from the cut. He then retrieved a thermometer attached to a curved probe from the box, inserting it into the opening with a practiced, if somewhat rough, motion, guiding it up toward the liver. The shirtless man winced, and Bosch noticed a small blue teardrop tattooed near the outer corner of his right eye. It struck Bosch as oddly fitting, a fleeting gesture of sorrow, perhaps the only sympathy the dead man would receive here. "Figuring the time of death is going to be a headache," Sakai remarked, not looking up from his task. "That pipe, you know, with the heat building up inside, it's going to throw off the liver temperature readings. Osito took a measurement in there earlier, and it was 81 degrees. 10 minutes later, it was 83. We don't have a stable temperature for the body or the pipe environment." "So?" Bosch prompted. "So I'm not giving you any estimates here. I have to take this back and run some calculations." "You mean hand it off to someone who actually knows how to do the math?" Bosch asked, a hint of sarcasm edging into his tone. "You'll get the details when you come in for the autopsy. Don't worry about it," Sakai replied dismissively. "Speaking of which, who's performing the autopsy today?" Sakai didn't answer immediately, occupied with examining the dead man's legs. He grasped each shoe, manipulating the ankles, then moved his hands up the legs, lifting each thigh to observe the knee's flexibility. He pressed down on the abdomen, as if checking for hidden items. Finally, he reached inside the shirt and attempted to turn the head, but it remained fixed. Bosch recalled that rigor mortis typically sets in from the head, down through the body and into the limbs. "This guy's neck is locked up tight," Sakai noted. "The stomach is starting to stiffen up too. The limbs still showed good mobility." He pulled a pencil from behind his ear and pressed the eraser against the skin on the torso's side. A purplish discoloration stained the half of the body nearest the ground, like a bottle of red wine tipped on its side. This was lividity. Once the heart stops, blood obeys gravity. When he pressed the darkened skin, it didn't blanch, meaning the blood had fully settled and clotted. The man had been gone for hours. "Lividity is fixed," Sakai noted, not looking up. "Between that and the rigor, I'd put time of death around 6 to 8 hours ago. That's the best I can give you for now, Bosch, until we get a core temp." Sakai and his assistant Osito began turning the pockets of the dead man's green fatigue pants inside out. They were empty. They rolled the body to check the back pockets, and Bosch leaned in to study the exposed back. The skin was discolored and grimy, but he saw no drag marks or scratches. "Pockets are clean. No wallet, no ID," Sakai reported, still focused on his work. They then carefully pulled the black shirt back over the head and onto the torso. The man's hair was thin and more grey than black, his beard scraggly. He looked about 50, which Bosch mentally adjusted to 40. Sakai found something in the shirt's breast pocket, examined it briefly, and dropped it into a plastic evidence bag held open by his partner. "Score," Sakai said, handing the bag up to Bosch. "One complete kit simplifies things for everybody." Next, Sakai peeled back the dead man's eyelids. The eyes were a pale blue, clouded with a milky film. The pupils were constricted to tiny black points like pencil leads, staring emptily. Sakai jotted notes on his clipboard, having made his preliminary assessment. He then retrieved an ink pad and a fingerprint card from his kit. Inking the fingers of the left hand, he began transferring prints with practiced efficiency. But he paused. "Hey, take a look at this." He gently manipulated the index finger. It moved freely in any direction. The joint was cleanly broken, but there was no swelling or bruising. "This looks post-mortem to me," Sakai stated. Bosch crouched for a closer look. He took the hand from Sakai, feeling it with his own bare hands. He glanced at Sakai, then at Osito. "Don't start, Bosch," Sakai snapped. "Don't look at him. He knows the protocol. I trained him myself." Bosch didn't bring up the incident a few months prior, when Sakai, distracted and rushing, had somehow lost a wheeled stretcher carrying a body from the medical examiner's van. It had rolled free onto the Ventura V-Way during evening traffic, eventually careening down the Lancashire off-ramp and colliding with a car at a gas station. Sakai, isolated by the cab's partition, hadn't realized he'd lost his cargo until he arrived at the morgue. Bosch handed the dead man's hand back. Sakai turned to Osito and asked a quick question in Spanish. Osito's expression turned solemn, and he shook his head. "No, He didn't touch the hands at all in there. So maybe hold off on any theories until after the autopsy. Sakai finished the fingerprints and handed the card to Bosch. Bag the hands, Bosch instructed, though it was routine, and the feet. He stood up, waving the card to dry the ink. In his other hand, he held up the plastic evidence bag inside. A rubber band held together a hypodermic syringe, a small vial half full of a murky liquid, a bit of cotton, and a matchbook. The shooter's kit appeared almost new. The spike was free of rust, and the cotton filter looked like it had only seen use a couple of times, with a few pale crystals still clinging to the fibers. Inside the matchbook, only 2 matches were gone. Just then, Donovan emerged from the pipe, his miner's helmet light cutting through the gloom. Spiderwebs draped the helmet's sides, and sweat streaked down his face, darkening the painter's mask over his mouth. He clutched several evidence bags filled with yellowed newspapers, crumpled wrappers, and a flattened beer can, along with a clipboard mapping their locations. Bosch held up the plastic bag containing the kit. Donovan froze. "Did you locate a stove in there?" Bosch asked. "Damn, so he was a user," Donovan replied, frustration edging his voice. "I knew it. What's the point of all this work?" Bosch stayed silent, letting the moment hang. "Yeah, I found a soda can," Donovan finally said, sorting through his bags to show one holding 2 halves of a Coke can. It looked recent, cleanly cut, the bottom half inverted to form a cooking pan, a classic makeshift stove. Spoons were out of fashion for users. They were too obvious. Cans were easier to get, use, and toss. "We need prints from the kit and the stove as soon as possible," Bosch instructed. Donovan nodded and headed toward the police van with his load. Turning back to the medical examiner's team, Bosch asked, "No knife on him, correct?" "Right," Sakai confirmed. "Why does it matter? A scene feels incomplete without one." Sakai shrugged. "So what? He's a user. They steal from each other. His buddies probably took it." As Sakai rolled up the dead man's sleeves, a landscape of scar tissue and old needle marks was revealed. On the left elbow, a fresh puncture was surrounded by a dark, yellowish, purple bruise. "There it is," Sakai said. "Looks like he took a bad dose, and that was it." "Just another user case, Bosch. You might wrap this up early. Go grab a hot dog at the ballpark." Kneeling for a closer look, Bosch muttered, "That's what everyone keeps telling me. Sakai was likely right, but something felt off. The missing footprints in the pipe, the shirt pulled over the head, the broken finger, the absent knife, none of it sat right. Why are all the track marks old, except this one?" he wondered aloud, more to himself. "Who knows?" Sakai answered anyway. "Maybe he fell off the wagon. Users don't need reasons." Studying the scars, Bosch noticed a blur of blue ink beneath the bunched sleeve on the left arm. "Pull that up," he directed, pointing. Sakai worked the fabric to the shoulder, unveiling a tattoo in faded blue and red, a cartoon rat standing on its hind legs with a wild, grinning mouth. It held a pistol in one paw and a bottle marked XXXX in the other. The smeared text above and below was hard to decipher. Sakai squinted. "Says, 1st Infantry Army Guy. The bottom part is gibberish. Non, gratum, annum, row, can't make it out." "Rodentum," Bosch supplied. Sakai looked puzzled. "It's dog Latin," Bosch explained. "Means not worth a rat's ass. He was a tunnel rat. Vietnam." Sakai gave a dismissive wave. Whatever. He ended up in a tunnel anyway, didn't he? The irony hung in the air, thick and unspoken, as Bosch felt the case shift from routine to something far more personal, a ghost from a forgotten war now lying in a concrete pipe. Kind of Bosch. Extended his bare hand toward the dead man's face, brushing the tangled strands of black and grey hair away from the forehead and the empty eyes. The fact he did this without gloves made the others pause in their tasks, watching this unusual, if not unhygienic, act. Bosch ignored them. He studied the face for a long, silent moment, shutting out any sound around him. The instant he recognized the face, just as he had recognized the tattoo, an image flashed in his mind. A young man, lean and suntanned, with a buzz cut, alive, not dead. He stood up and turned abruptly from the body. In his sudden, unexpected movement, he collided squarely with Jerry Edgar, who had finally arrived and stepped in to look at the scene. They both stumbled back, momentarily dazed. Bosch raised a hand to his forehead. Edgar, who was considerably taller, did the same to his chin. "Damn, Harry," Edgar said. "You okay?" "Yeah. You," Edgar checked his hand for blood. "Yeah, I'm fine. My bad. What's with the quick exit?" "Not sure." Edgar glanced over Harry's shoulder at the body, then followed his partner a few steps away from the group. "Sorry, I'm late, Harry," Edgar said. "Had to wait nearly an hour for someone to cover my appointments. So what's the story here?" Edgar was still rubbing his jaw as he spoke, still piecing it together. Bosch replied, "I need you to get into one of these patrol cars with a working mobile computer terminal. Run a check on a Meadows, Billy. Actually, make it William, date of birth around 1950. We'll need an address from the DMV. That's our guy." Bosch gave a nod. "No ID on him. I made him from memory. So check the system. Should be some recent activity, at least some narcotic stuff out of the Van Nuys division." Edgar ambled off toward the line of parked black and whites to find a car with a dashboard computer. He was a large man, and his walk seemed leisurely, but Bosch knew from experience that Edgar could move deceptively fast when he wanted to. Edgar was dressed in a sharply tailored brown suit with a subtle pinstripe. His hair was cut close, and his skin was a smooth, deep shade. Watching him walk away, Bosch couldn't help but suspect Edgar had timed his arrival to avoid having to put on a jumpsuit and crawl into the drainage pipe, thus keeping his outfit pristine. Bosch went to his car's trunk and retrieved a Polaroid camera. Returning to the body, he straddled it and crouched down to take photographs of the face. 3 shots would suffice, he decided, placing each developing photo on top of the pipe. He found himself staring again at the face, at the marks time had left. He remembered that same face, wearing a drunken, grinning expression the night all the guys from the 1st Infantry had emerged from a tattoo parlor in Saigon. It had taken the weary Americans 4 hours, but they'd all left as blood brothers, branded with the same mark on their shoulders. Bosch recalled Meadows's palpable joy in their shared, fearful camaraderie. It was a bitter irony, now, seeing him here. Harry stepped back as Sakai and Osito unfolded a heavy black plastic body bag with a center zipper. Once it was open, the coroner's assistants lifted Meadows and placed him inside. "Looks like Rip Van Winkle decided to take a permanent nap," Edgar remarked as he returned. Sakai zipped the bag shut, and Bosch noticed a few of Meadows's grey curling hairs were caught in the zipper's teeth. Meadows wouldn't have cared. He'd once told Bosch that everyone was destined for a body bag eventually. Edgar held a small notepad in one hand and a gold cross pen in the other. William Joseph Meadows, born July 21st, 1950. "That the guy, Harry?" "Yeah, that's him." "Well, you called it. We've got multiple contacts, and not just minor narcotics. We're talking bank robbery, attempted robbery, heroin possession. We had a loitering case right here at the dam about a year back. He also had a couple of possession charges. The one in Van Nuys you mentioned? What was he to you, a confidential informant?" "No. Did you get an address?" "He lived up in the valley, Sepulveda, near the old brewery." "Not the easiest place to sell a home. So if he wasn't an informant, how did you know him?" "I didn't. Not recently. I knew him in another life entirely." "What does that mean? When was that?" "The last time I saw Billy Meadows was roughly 20 years ago." "It was in Saigon." "Yeah, that would line up." Edgar walked over to the Polaroids and studied the 3 images of Billy Meadows. "Did you know him well?" "Not really." About as well as anyone got to know people over there. You learned to trust someone with your life, and then, when it was all over, you realized you barely knew them at all. I never saw him again after coming home. Only spoke to him once on the phone last year. That's it. How did you recognize him? I didn't at first. Then I noticed the tattoo on his arm. That brought the face back. I suppose you remember guys like that. I know I do, I guess so. They let the silence hang for a moment. Bosch was trying to decide what to do next, but his mind kept circling back to the sheer coincidence of being called to a death scene and finding Meadows there. Edgar finally broke the quiet. So, you want to tell me what's looking off here? Donovan over there looks like he's about to lose it with all the extra work you're giving him. Bosch laid out the inconsistencies, the lack of clear tracks in the pipe, the shirt pulled up over the head, the broken finger, and the missing knife. No knife? His partner said. He would have needed something to cut. That can in half to make a stove, if the stove was even his, could have brought the stove with him. Could have been that someone went in there and took the knife after he was dead. If there ever was a knife. Yeah, could have been. No tracks to tell us much of anything. Well, from his record, we know he was a burned-out junkie. Was he like that when you knew him? To some extent, a user and a small-time seller. There you go then, a long-time addict. You can't predict what they'll do when they'll get clean or fall back in. They're lost people, Harry. He was off it, though. Or at least I thought he was. He only has one fresh mark on his arm. Harry, you said you hadn't seen the guy since Saigon. How would you know if he was off or on? I hadn't seen him, but I talked to him. He called me once last year, sometime July or August, I think. He'd been picked up on another track marks charge by the narcotics unit in Van Nuys. Somehow, maybe from the newspapers, it was around the time of the doll-maker case. He found out I was a cop, and he called me at robbery homicide. He was calling from Van Nuys jail, asking if I could help him out. He would have only done maybe 30 days in county, but he said he'd hit rock bottom. He told me he couldn't handle the time this go-around. Couldn't kick alone in there. Bosch's voice trailed off. After a long pause, Edgar prompted him. And, "Come on, Harry, what did you do?" I believed him. I talked to the arresting officer. I remember his name was Knuckles. Good name for a street cop, I thought. Then I called the VA clinic up in Sepulveda and got him into a program. Knuckles went along with it. He's a vet, too. He got the city attorney to ask the judge for diversion. So the VA outpatient clinic took Meadows in. I checked about 6 weeks later, and they said he'd completed the program, had kicked the habit, and was doing okay. At least, that's what they told me. Said he was in the second phase of maintenance, seeing a therapist, group counseling. I never spoke to Meadows again after that first call. He never reached out, and I didn't try to track him down. Edgar glanced at his notepad. Bosch could see the page was blank. "Look, Harry," Edgar said, that was still almost a year ago. "A long time for an addict, right? Who really knows he could have fallen off the wagon and kicked the bucket 3 times over by now? That's not our concern. The real question is, what are you planning to do with what we've got? What's your move for today? Do you believe in coincidence?" Bosch asked. "I'm not sure. There's no such thing as coincidence, Harry. I honestly don't follow you. But here's what I see. Nothing here is shouting at me. Some guy crawls into a drainage pipe, probably can't see a thing in the dark, shoots up too much, and that's it. Maybe someone else was with him, smeared the tracks on the way out and took his knife. Could be 100 different. Sometimes the truth doesn't shout. Jerry, that's the whole problem. It's Sunday. Everyone just wants to clock out, head home for golf, or to close on a house, or catch the game. Nobody really cares either way, just going through the motions. Don't you get it? That's exactly what they're banking on. Who's they, Harry? Whoever did this?" He fell silent for a moment. He wasn't convincing anyone, barely even himself. Trying to appeal to Edgar's sense of duty was a dead end. Edgar would be off the job the minute he hit his 20 years. He'd toss a business card ad in the union newsletter. Lapd retired, special rates for fellow officers, and pull in $250,000 a year selling houses to cops in the San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita, Antelope Valley, or wherever the developers set their sights next. Why come all the way down here to this pipe? Bosch pressed. You said he lived up in Sepulveda in the valley. Why make the trip? Harry, who knows? The guy was an addict. Maybe his wife threw him out. Maybe he overdosed up there, and his so-called friends dragged his body down here because they didn't want to deal with the questions. That's still a crime. Sure, it's a crime, but let me know when you find a DA who'll actually file the paperwork. His kit looked clean, almost new. The old track marks on his arm tell a different story. I don't think he'd been using again, not regularly. Something's off. Well, I don't know, with AIDS and everything. They say you're supposed to keep your kit sterile. Bosch stared at his partner as if he were a stranger. Listen to me, Harry. He might have been your foxhole buddy 2 decades ago, but this year he was a junkie. You'll never be able to explain every move he made. I don't know about the kit or the tracks, but I do know this doesn't look like a case worth breaking our backs over. This is a 9-to-5 weekends and holidays off. Bosch let it drop for now. I'm heading up to Sepulveda, he said. You coming, or are you heading back to your open house? I'll do my job, Harry, Edgar replied quietly. Just because we don't see eye to eye doesn't mean I'm not going to do what I'm paid to do. It's never been like that between us, and it never will be. But if you've got a problem with how I operate, we can go see 98 tomorrow morning and ask for a reassignment. Bosch instantly regretted the low blow, but he didn't apologize. Instead, he said, Fine, you go on up there, see if anyone's home. I'll meet you after I wrap things up here. Edgar walked over to the pipe, took one of the Polaroid photos of Meadows, and slipped it into his coat pocket. Without another word to Bosch, he headed down the access road toward his car. After Bosch removed his jumpsuit and folded it into his trunk, he watched Sakai and Osito roughly slide the body onto a stretcher and load it into the back of a blue van. He started walking over, already thinking about how to push the autopsy to the front of the line, tomorrow, instead of 4 or 5 days out. He caught up with the coroner's tech, just as Sakai was opening the driver's door. We're out of here, Bosch. Bosch put a hand on the door, holding it shut. Who's doing the cutting today? On this one? Nobody. Come on, Sakai. Who's on duty? Sally. Bosch. I'm not touching this one, Sakai said, his voice flat with exhaustion. I just had this same argument with your partner. Don't you start too. Listen to me, Sakai continued, rubbing his eyes. I've been on since 6 last night. This is my 7th call. We've got drive-by shootings, bodies in the river, a nasty assault. The dead are lining up to see us, and there's no break in sight. That means no time for your hunches. For once, listen to the guy you work with. This goes on the routine list. We'll get to it Wednesday, maybe Thursday, I swear. By Friday at the latest, and the toxicology report. That's a 10-day wait. Minimum, you know the drill. So what's the emergency? Yeah, the tox results are a 10-day wait. Bosch corrected. Get lost. Just tell Sally I need the preliminary report today. I'll stop by later. For God's sake, Bosch, hear me out, Sakai pleaded, his frustration boiling over. We have confirmed homicides on gurneys in the hallway, waiting for their turn. Salazar isn't going to bump them for what looks to everyone here, except you, like a straightforward overdose. It's cut and dried. What am I supposed to say to make him do the autopsy today? Show him the finger. Mention there were no track marks in the arm. Think of something. Tell him the deceased was too experienced with a needle to have made that kind of mistake. Sakai leaned his head back against the van and let out a loud, weary laugh, shaking his head as if humoring a child. And you know what he'll say back? He'll tell me it doesn't matter how long someone's been shooting up. They all slip up eventually. Bosch, how many 65-year-old addicts do you see walking around? None of them make it that far. The needle gets every single one in the end. Just like this guy in the drainpipe. Bosch glanced around to ensure none of the uniformed officers were within earshot, then turned back, his voice dropping to a low, insistent tone. Just tell him I'll be there later. If the prelim doesn't show anything, fine. You can put the body at the back of the line in the hall, or you can leave it at the gas station on Lancashire for all I care. But you tell him it's his call, not yours. Bosch stepped back from the van. Sakai got in, slammed the door, and started the engine. He stared at Bosch through the glass for a long moment before finally rolling the window down. You're a real pain, you know that? Tomorrow morning. That's the best I can do. Today is impossible. First autopsy of the day. Just give us some space today, all right? First cut? Yeah, first cut. Fine. I'll leave you be. See you tomorrow then? Not me. I'll be asleep. Sakai rolled up the window and the van pulled away. Bosch watched it go, then found himself alone, staring at the concrete pipe. For the first time, he really saw the graffiti. He'd noticed the exterior was covered in paint, but now he looked at the individual scrawls. Many were old and faded, a chaotic tapestry of forgotten threats and fulfilled promises. There were slogans like Abandon LA and various names: Ozone, Bomber, Striker. One fresher tag caught his eye, about 12 feet from the pipe's opening. It was just 3 letters painted in one smooth, continuous motion. Shah. The top of the 80s was jagged and shaped almost like a gaping mouth. It felt unfinished, yet it was striking in its clean, original style. Bosch raised his Polaroid and snapped a photo. He walked to the police van, tucking the developing picture into his pocket. Donovan was packing his gear onto shelves and placing evidence bags into wooden wine crates. "Did you find any used matches in there?" Bosch asked. "Yeah, one," Donovan replied without looking up. Freshly burned right down to the end. It was about 10 feet inside. Bosch studied the clipboard, which held a diagram of the pipe, marking the body's location and where other items had been recovered. He noted the match was found roughly 15 feet from the victim. Donovan then presented the match itself, sealed in its own evidence bag. "I'll let you know if it matches the book from the guy's kit," Donovan offered, as if reading Bosch's mind. "What about the patrol officers?" Bosch asked. "What did they collect?" "It's all over there," Donovan replied, gesturing toward a wooden bin filled with more plastic evidence bags. These contained debris gathered by officers who had scoured the area within a 50-yard radius of the pipe, each bag labeled with a location description. Bosch methodically examined the contents. Most was irrelevant junk. Old newspapers, scraps of clothing, a single high-heeled shoe, a paint-stained white sock, a classic sniff rag. Then he found a bag holding a spray paint can lid, followed by another containing the can itself. The Krillon label identified the color as ocean blue. Hefting the bag, Bosch could feel paint still inside. He carried it to the pipe, opened the bag, and using a pen to press the nozzle, sprayed a blue line next to the partial tag Shah. He applied too much. The paint dripped down the pipe's curve onto the gravel below, but the color match was clear. This sparked a question. Why would a graffiti writer discard a half-full can? The evidence tag indicated it was found near the reservoir's edge. Someone had tried to throw it into the lake, but fell short. Again, why? Squatting for a closer look at the crude letters, Bosch concluded the tag was unfinished. Something had made the writer stop mid-action and hastily toss the can, its lid, and the paint-stained sock over the fence. Was it a police cruiser? Bosch jotted a note to call Crowley after midnight to check if any units had patrolled the reservoir during the early morning watch. But what if it wasn't a cop? A darker possibility surfaced. Perhaps the tagger had witnessed the body being dumped. Crowley mentioned the anonymous tip came from a kid. Could the tagger have been that caller? Bosch returned the can to Donovan at the SID truck. "Print this after the kit and the stove," he instructed. "I think it might belong to a witness." "Got it," Donovan acknowledged. Leaving the hills, Bosch took the Barham Boulevard ramp onto the northbound Hollywood Freeway. He drove through the Cahuenga Pass, then headed west on the Ventura Freeway before turning north on the San Diego Freeway. The 10-mile trip took about 20 minutes, Sunday traffic being mercifully light. Exiting at Roscoe, he drove a few blocks east into Meadows' neighborhood on Langdon. Like many LA suburbs, Sepulveda was a patchwork of good and bad areas. Bosch didn't expect manicured lawns or rows of Volvos here, and he wasn't wrong. The apartment buildings showed their age, with barred windows on ground-floor units and graffiti marring every garage door. The pungent smell from the Roscoe Brewery hung in the air, giving the place the stale odor of a bar at last call. Meadows had lived in a U-shaped complex built in the 1950s, back when the air was still clear of hops. Gang violence wasn't a fixture on street corners, and the neighborhood held some promise. A central courtyard once featured a pool, now long since filled with sand and dirt, leaving behind a sad kidney-shaped plot of brown grass encircled by stained concrete. Meadows had occupied a corner unit on the upper floor. The constant hum of the freeway accompanied Bosch as he ascended the stairs and moved along the exterior walkway. The door to apartment 7B was ajar, opening directly into a cramped combination living, dining and kitchen area. Edgar was propped against the counter, scribbling in his notebook. "Charming, isn't it?" he remarked. "Sure," Bosch replied, his eyes scanning the room. "No one here?" "Not a soul," Edgar said. "I spoke with the woman next door." She hadn't spotted anyone since the day before yesterday. "Funny thing," she said. "The tenant told her his name was Fields, not Meadows. Real clever. She mentioned he lived alone, had been here roughly a year, and kept to himself. That was the extent of her intel." "Did you show her the photo?" "Yeah, she identified him. Wasn't thrilled about staring at a picture of a deceased man, though." Bosch moved down a short hallway leading to a bathroom and a bedroom. "Did you have to force the lock?"
Didn't need to,
Edgar said with a shrug. "It was unlocked, no joke. I knocked a few times, was about to head to the car for my tools, and just tried the knob on a whim, and it opened. It opened. Have you spoken with the landlord?" "The landlady isn't in. She was supposed to be, but maybe she stepped out for lunch or something stronger. Frankly, everyone I've seen around here looks like they're riding the needle." Returning to the living room, Bosch took in the sparse furnishings. A vinyl couch in a faded green was shoved against one wall, facing a stuffed chair with a small color TV sitting on the carpet beside it. In the dining area, a formica table was surrounded by 3 chairs, with a 4th isolated against the wall. His attention shifted to a battered coffee table in front of the couch. It held an overflowing ashtray, a crossword puzzle book, and a game of solitaire laid out but unfinished. A TV guide completed the tableau. Bosch couldn't recall if Meadows was a smoker, but no cigarettes had been found on the body, a detail he mentally flagged. Edgar observed, "Harry, this place has been tossed, and I don't just mean the unlocked door. The whole apartment was searched. They did a passable job, but it was rushed. Check the bedroom and the closet. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm going to try the landlady again." After Edgar left, Bosch headed back toward the bedroom, catching a faint, stale odor of urine in the hallway. The bedroom contained a queen-sized bed without a headboard, pushed against a wall marked by a greasy stain at pillow height. Opposite the bed stood an old 6-drawer dresser, and a cheap rattan nightstand with a lamp was beside the bed. The room was otherwise barren, not even a mirror. The bed was unmade, sheets and pillows tangled in the center. Bosch's eye caught a detail. One corner of a sheet was deliberately tucked between the mattress and box spring on the left side. No one makes a bed that way. He pulled the corner free, letting it drape loosely, then lifted and lowered the mattress. The corner slipped right back into the hidden crevice. Edgar was correct. He then methodically opened each drawer of the dresser. The few items inside, underwear, socks, some T-shirts, were neatly folded and appeared undisturbed. But when he closed the bottom left drawer, it jammed, refusing to shut completely. He pulled it all the way out, then proceeded to remove every other drawer from the dresser. He inspected the underside of each for anything taped there, finding nothing. Reassembling them, he swapped their order until every drawer slid smoothly into place and closed flush. After he finished, the drawers were arranged differently. They were now in the correct sequence. He felt certain that someone had removed them to search the spaces underneath and behind, then placed them back in the wrong order. Stepping into the walk-in closet, he noticed only a quarter of the space was being used. On the floor sat 2 pairs of shoes, black Reebok running shoes, soiled with sand and a fine grey dust, and a pair of laced work boots that appeared recently cleaned and oiled. More of that same grey dust was scattered in the carpet fibres. He crouched, pinched some between his fingers, and thought it resembled concrete dust. From his pocket, he retrieved a small evidence bag, deposited a sample, and sealed it away before standing up. 5 shirts hung on the rod, 1 white button-down Oxford, and 4 long-sleeved black pullovers, identical to the one Meadows had been wearing. Beside them were 2 pairs of well-faded jeans and 2 pairs of black, loose-fitting pants, the kind you might wear for pajamas or martial arts. All 4 pairs had their pockets turned inside out. A plastic laundry basket on the floor held dirty black pants, T-shirts, socks, and a pair of boxer shorts. Bosch left the closet and the bedroom. Pausing at the hallway bathroom, he opened the medicine cabinet to find a half-used tube of toothpaste, a bottle of aspirin, and a single empty insulin syringe box. Closing the cabinet, he caught his own reflection and saw a deep weariness in his eyes. He ran a hand through his hair, then walked back to the living room and sat on the couch, facing the unfinished solitaire game. Edgar entered. Meadows rented the place, starting July 1st, he reported. The landlady's back. It was supposed to be month to month, but he paid for 11 months up front. $400 a month. That's nearly $4,500 in cash he handed over. She said she didn't ask for references, just took the money. He lived. She said he paid for 11 months? Bosch interrupted. Was it some kind of deal, pay for 11 and get the 12th free? No, I asked her that. She said no, that was just how he wanted to do it. Told her he'd move out June 1st this year. That's about 10 days from now. She got the idea. He came out here for a job, thinks from Phoenix, said he was some kind of shift supervisor for the tunnel dig on the subway project downtown. She figured the job would only last those 11 months. Then he'd head back to Phoenix. Edgar glanced at his notebook, reviewing his notes. That's the gist. She also identified him from the Polaroid. Knew him as Fields, Bill Fields, said he kept odd hours, like he was on a night shift. Mentioned she saw him last week coming home one morning, getting dropped off from a beige or tan Jeep. No plate number. She wasn't paying that much attention. But she said he was covered in dirt, which is how she knew he was coming from work. They fell silent for a moment, each lost in thought. Finally, Bosch spoke up. J. Edgar, I've got a proposition for you. A proposition? All right, let's hear it. You head home now, or back to your open house, whatever you've got. I'll take over from here. I'll collect the tape from the communications center, go back to the office, and get the paperwork started. I'll check if Sakai made the next of kin notification. I think Meadows was originally from Louisiana, if I remember right. Anyway, I've got the autopsy scheduled for tomorrow at 8. I'll handle that on my way in. Your end is this. Tomorrow you wrap up last night's TV incident and take it over to the DA. Should be straightforward. So, you're taking the end that's dipped in trouble and letting me skate. The whole transvestite case is as clear-cut as they come, no pun intended, exactly. One more thing, on your way in from the valley tomorrow, stop by the VA in Sepulveda. See if you can talk them into letting you look at Meadows's file. Might have some names that could help us out. As I mentioned earlier, he was reportedly speaking with a therapist in the outpatient clinic and attending one of those group sessions. Maybe one of the guys there was using with him and knows what went down here. It's a long shot, I'll admit. If they give you any trouble, call me and I'll push for a search warrant. That works for me, but I'm concerned about you, Harry. We haven't been partners all that long, and I get that you probably want to make your way back downtown to robbery homicide, but I don't see the point in grinding yourself into the ground over this. Sure, the place has been tossed, but that's not the real mystery. The mystery is why, and honestly, nothing about this is grabbing me. To me, it looks like somebody dumped Meadows by the reservoir after he died and then tore his place apart looking for his stash, assuming he even had one. That's probably how it went down, Bosch admitted after a pause. But a few details still don't sit right. I want to turn it over in my head a little longer until I'm certain. Well, like I said, it's fine by me. You're handing me the easy part. I think I'll stay and look around a bit more. You go ahead. I'll see you tomorrow when I'm back from the canyon. All right, partner. And Jed. Yeah, this isn't about getting back downtown. Left alone, Bosch sat thinking, his eyes searching the room for anything it might be hiding. His gaze finally settled on the cards fanned out on the coffee table. A game of solitaire. He noticed all 4 aces were already face-up. Picking up the remaining deck, he thumbed through 3 cards at a time. Along the way, he found the 2 and 3 of spades and the 2 of hearts. The game hadn't stalled out, it had been cut short and never resumed. A restless feeling settled over him. He glanced down into the green glass ashtray. Every butt was a non-filtered Camel. Was that Meadows's brand? Or his killer's? He stood and paced the room. The faint, sour smell of urine reached him again. He walked back into the bedroom, opened the bureau drawers, and stared blankly at their contents once more. Nothing clicked. At the window, he looked out across the alley at the rear of another apartment building. A man with a shopping cart was poking through a dumpster with a stick. The cart already half full of crushed aluminum cans. Bosch turned away, sat on the edge of the bed, and leaned back against the wall where a headboard should have been. The paint was a dingy grey where it hadn't been protected. The plaster felt cool through his shirt. "Tell me something," he whispered to the empty room. Something had interrupted that card game, and Meadows had died right here. He was sure of it. Then he was taken to the drainage pipe. But why? Why not just leave him? Bosch tilted his head back against the wall and stared straight ahead. That's when he saw it, a single nail in the wall, about 3 feet above the bureau. It had been painted over white long ago, which was why he'd missed it before. He got up and looked behind the heavy bureau. Wedged in the narrow gap between the furniture and the wall was the edge of a fallen picture frame. He put his shoulder into it, shoving the bureau aside, and picked up the frame. Sitting back on the bed's edge, he studied it. The glass was cracked into a delicate spiderweb pattern, probably from the fall. Through the fractured pane, he could make out an 8 by 10 black and white photograph, grainy and yellowed at the edges. It was more than 20 years old, Bosch knew, because between 2 cracks in the glass, he saw his own younger face staring back, smiling. He turned the frame over, carefully bending back the tin tabs that held the cardboard backing in place. As he slid the photo free, the glass finally gave way, shattering on the floor in a scatter of pieces. He shifted his feet clear, but didn't rise, and he studied the photograph. The photograph had no date or location written on it, but he knew it was from late 1969 or early 1970. Some of the men smiling back at him were gone after that. 7 tunnel rats stood in a trench, bare-chested, their pale T-shirt lines and tattoos on display. Each man had his dog tags taped together to silence them for the tight, dark passages. They were in the echo sector of Ku Chi, though the specific village escaped him now. They flanked a narrow tunnel entrance, not much wider than the pipe where Meadows would later be found. Looking at his own younger face, he felt a pang of foolishness at that wide, carefree grin, a smile that didn't yet know what was coming. Then his eyes moved to Meadows, whose thin smile never reached his vacant eyes. The guys used to joke that Meadows could have a 1,000-yard stare in a closet. Shifting his gaze downward, Bosch noticed a small pink slip near his feet, about the size of a trading card. He picked it up carefully by the edges. It was a pawn ticket from a downtown shop made out to a William Fields. The item listed was an antique gold bracelet with jade inlay, pawned 6 weeks earlier for $800. Bosch slid it into an evidence envelope from his pocket and got to his feet. The drive downtown took an hour, bogged down by traffic heading toward Dodger Stadium. As he inched along, he turned the apartment over in his mind. It had been searched, but Edgar was right. It was sloppy, rushed. The turned-out pants pockets were the obvious clue, but the bureau drawers hadn't been closed properly, and both the photo and that hidden pawn ticket had been overlooked. The hurry, he figured, was because Meadows's body was still in the apartment. It had to be moved, and fast. Exiting onto Broadway, he drove south past Times Square to the pawn shop in the Bradbury Building. Downtown Los Angeles was usually as quiet as a cemetery on weekends, and he didn't expect the Happy Hocker to be open. He just wanted a quick look before heading to the communications center. But as he passed the storefront, he saw a man outside spraying the word "open" in black paint on a sheet of plywood covering the broken window. Shards of glass littered the sidewalk below. Bosch pulled over and walked to the door. An electric eye triggered a bell somewhere above the ceiling-hung instruments. "I'm not open, not on Sundays." A voice called from behind a chrome cash register on a glass counter. "Your new sign says otherwise." "That's for tomorrow," the man explained. "Boards on the window make people think you're closed for good. I'm not closed. I'm open, except weekends. I painted that so folks know starting tomorrow. Are you the owner?" Bosch asked, pulling out his badge. "This will only take a minute." "Oh, police. Why didn't you say? I've been waiting here all day for you people." Bosch glanced around, puzzled, then understood. "The window? I'm not here about that."
What do you mean?
"The patrol officers said to wait for a detective. I've been here since 5 this morning." Bosch surveyed the shop, its clutter of brass instruments, electronic gadgets, jewelry, and assorted collectibles. "Look, Mr. Obina, Oscar Obina, pawn shops in Los Angeles and Culver City. Mr. Obina, detectives don't handle weekend vandalism calls." Obina pointed toward the 2 glass display cases on either side of the cash register. Their tops were completely shattered, leaving a glittering mess of shards. Bosch stepped closer. Amid the broken glass, he could see a few cheap trinkets, plastic earrings, and thin metal rings, but the velvet stands, mirrored trays, and wooden ring holders were mostly empty, their contents missing. The rest of the shop appeared untouched. "Mr. Obina, I can check with the Detective Bureau to see if someone's assigned to your case today, but that's not why I'm here." Bosch then produced a clear evidence bag containing a pawn ticket. He held it up. "I need to see the bracelet listed on this ticket." Even as he spoke, a sinking feeling settled in his gut. The pawnbroker, a short, portly man with olive skin and a fringe of dark hair circling his bald head, stared at him in disbelief, his thick eyebrows furrowing. "You're not going to take my robbery report?" "No, sir. I'm working a homicide. Please show me the bracelet from this ticket. After that, I'll call the Detective Bureau about your break-in. I appreciate your cooperation." "Egg, unbelievable. I cooperate. I send my lists every week. I take the pictures for your pawn unit. All I ask for is 1 detective for a robbery, and I get a man who only cares about murder. I have been waiting here since 5 o'clock this morning. Hand me your phone. I'll get someone over here. Obinna lifted the receiver from a wall phone behind the damaged counter and passed it to Bosch, who gave him the number to dial. While Bosch spoke to the duty detective at Parker Center, a woman he knew had never worked a field case in robbery homicide, the shopkeeper consulted a thick logbook. The detective asked how Bosch was doing, then explained she'd already forwarded the pawn shop break-in to the local station, Central Division, though she doubted any detectives would be in today. Bosch walked behind the counter and dialed Central's detective bureau anyway. No one answered. As the phone rang endlessly, Bosch launched into a one-sided performance. "Yeah, this is Harry Bosch, Hollywood Division. I'm calling about the break-in at the Happy Hocker on Broadway. He is? Any ETA? Aha, got it, right. Obinna, Obinna. He glanced over. Obinna nodded at the correct spelling. Yeah, he's here waiting. Understood, I'll let him know. Thanks. He hung up. Obinna looked at him, eyebrows raised expectantly. "It's a busy day, Mr. Obinna," Bosch said. "The detectives are out, but they're on the way. Shouldn't be long now. I gave the watch officer your name and told him to send them ASAP. Now, can I see the bracelet?" "No." Bosch fished a cigarette from a pack in his coat pocket. He already knew what was coming when Obinna swept a hand over the wrecked display case. "Your bracelet? It is gone," the pawnbroker announced. "I checked my record. It was here in this case. A fine piece, very valuable to me. Now it is gone. We are both victims of the robber, yes?" Obinna offered a thin smile, seemingly pleased to have company in his misfortune. Bosch stared into the sparkling bed of broken glass at the bottom of the case. He gave a slow nod. "Yes, you are 1 day late, detective. A real shame. Were only these 2 cases hit? Yes, a smash and grab, very fast, very quick." "What time did it happen?" "The police called me at 4:30 this morning. That is when the alarm sounded. I came immediately. The alarm went off when the glass was broken. The officers found no one. They remained until I arrived. After that, I started waiting for detectives who never showed up. I can't properly close out my paperwork until they come to process this scene." Bosch was piecing together the timeline. The body was left sometime before the anonymous 911 call came in at 4 in the morning. The pawn shop was broken into around that same window. A bracelet pawned by the deceased had been stolen. "There are no accidents in this line of work," he reminded himself. "You mentioned photographs earlier. Lists and photos for the pawn unit. Correct? For the LAPD. I provide complete lists of all items I accept. It's required. I cooperate fully." Obinna gave a solemn nod, his expression gloomy as he stared at the shattered glass. "What about the pictures?" Bosch pressed. "Ah, the pictures. Those pawn detectives, they asked me to photograph my more valuable acquisitions. Helps them identify stolen goods more easily. It's not a legal requirement, but I agreed. I cooperate fully. I bought a Polaroid camera. I keep the photos on hand in case they want to review them. They never do. It's all nonsense. Do you have a picture of this specific bracelet?" Obinna's eyebrows shot up as the possibility dawned on him.
"I believe so," he said, before vanishing behind a black curtain in the doorway. He reappeared moments later, carrying a shoebox stuffed with Polaroid photos, each attached to a yellow carbon slip with a paperclip. He shuffled through them, occasionally pulling one out, raising his brows in consideration, then slipping it back. Finally, he located the right one. "Here? This is it?" Bosch took the photo and examined it. "Antique gold with carved jade, very fine piece," Obinna remarked.
"I remember it clearly, a top-tier item. No surprise the lowlife who smashed my window targeted it. Crafted in the 1930s, Mexican. I gave the man $800. I don't often pay that much for jewelry. I remember another time a very large man came in with a ring right before the Super Bowl, 1983. A very nice piece. I gave him $1,000. He never returned for it." He extended his left hand, showing off an oversized gold ring that looked even more massive on his slender finger.
What about the man who pawned the bracelet? Do you remember him? Bosch asked. Urbina looked confused. Watching his eyebrows was like observing two caterpillars in a frantic dance. Bosch pulled a Polaroid of Meadows from his pocket and handed it over. Urbina studied it intently. "This man is dead," he stated after a moment. "The caterpillars seem to tremble. He looks deceased." "I don't need your help determining that," Bosch said. "I need to know if he's the one who pawned the bracelet." Urbina handed the photo back. "I believe so, yes. Did he ever come in here to pawn anything else, before or after the bracelet?" "No. I think I would remember him. I'll say no." "I need to take this," Bosch said, holding up the Polaroid of the bracelet. "If you need it returned, give me a call." He placed one of his business cards on the cash register, a simple, inexpensive card with his name and phone number handwritten on a line. As he walked toward the front door, passing beneath a row of hanging banjos, Bosch checked his watch. He turned back to Urbina, who was sifting through the box of photos again. "Mr. Urbina, the watch officer mentioned that if the detectives aren't here within 30 minutes, you should go home. They'll come by in the morning." Urbina just looked at him, silent. The caterpillars on his forehead met in a tense collision. Bosch glanced up and caught a distorted glimpse of himself in the polished brass curve of a tenor saxophone hanging from the ceiling. Then he turned and walked out, heading to the communications center to pick up the tape. The watch sergeant in the comm center beneath City Hall allowed Bosch to record the 911 call from one of the large, constantly rolling reel-to-reel machines that captured the city's endless pleas. The emergency operator's voice was female and carried a distinct cadence. The caller was male, white, and sounded young. 911 emergency. What are you reporting? Can I help you? What's the nature of your report? Yeah, I'm calling to say there's a dead man inside a pipe. You're reporting a deceased individual. That's correct. Could you clarify what you mean by a pipe, sir? He's up by the dam, inside one of those big pipes. Which dam are you referring to? You know, the one near the reservoir, with the Hollywood sign up above? Is that the Mulholland Dam above Hollywood? Yeah, that's the one. Mulholland. I couldn't recall the name. Where exactly is the body located? There's a large old drainage pipe up there. People sometimes take shelter in it. The deceased man is inside that pipe. He's definitely there. Are you acquainted with this individual? No, man, absolutely not. Is he perhaps asleep? Hell no, the boy replied with an uneasy laugh. He's dead. How can you be certain? I'm sure. I'm just reporting what I saw, if you don't believe me. May I have your name, sir? Why? What do you need my name for? I just found him. I had nothing to do with it. How am I to verify this is a genuine call? Go, check the pipe, then you'll know. I don't know what else to say. What does my name matter? It's for our official records, sir. Could you please provide your name? No, sir. Will you remain at the location until an officer arrives? No, I'm already leaving. I'm not there anymore, man. I'm down. I understand, sir. My readout indicates you're at a payphone on Gower near Hollywood Boulevard. Will you wait there for the officer? How did you... Never mind, I have to go. Just check it out. The body is there, a dead man. Sir, we would really like to. The line went dead. Bosch slipped the cassette tape into his pocket and exited the communications center the same way he had entered. It had been nearly a year since Harry Bosch had set foot on the third floor of Parker Center. He had spent close to a decade in the robbery-homicide division, but he hadn't returned after his suspension and subsequent transfer from the homicide special squad to the Hollywood division. On the day he got the news, two internal affairs investigators named Lewis and Clark had cleared out his desk. They dumped his belongings on the homicide table at Hollywood Station and left a message on his home answering machine telling him where to find it. Now, 10 months later, he was back on the revered floor of the department's elite detective unit, and he was thankful it was a Sunday. There would be no familiar faces. No need to avert his eyes. Room 321 was empty except for the weekend duty detective whom Bosch didn't recognize. Harry gestured toward the rear of the room. "Bosch, Hollywood detectives, I need to use the system." The duty officer, a young man with a military-grade haircut he'd kept since leaving the Marines, had a firearms catalogue open on his desk. He glanced back at the computer terminals along the far wall as if confirming they were still there, then looked back at Bosch. "You're supposed to use the one in your own division," he stated. Bosch walked past him. "I don't have time to drive out to Hollywood." "I've got an autopsy in 20 minutes, he lied. "You know, I've heard of you, Bosch." "Yeah. The TV show and all that you used to work on this floor used to." The final words hung in the air like thick smog, and Bosch tried to dismiss them. As he moved toward the computer terminals, he couldn't help letting his gaze drift over his old desk. He wondered who used it now. It was messy, and he noticed the cards in the Rolodex were sharp and unworn at the edges, brand new. Harry turned and looked at the duty officer, who was still watching him. "Is this your desk when you're not pulling Sunday duty?" The young detective smiled and nodded. "You deserve it, kid. You're perfect for the role, that haircut, that smug grin. You're going to go far, just because you got kicked out of here for being a lone wolf. Ah, forget you, Bosch. You're a has-been." Bosch pulled a wheeled chair away from a nearby desk and rolled it in front of the IBM PC stationed against the back wall. He hit the power switch, and after a moment, amber letters glowed on the screen. Homicide Information Tracking Management Automated Network. For a second, Bosch smirked at the department's relentless obsession with acronyms. He couldn't help but notice that every unit, task force and digital file seemed to carry an acronym designed to sound elite and powerful. To the public, these letter combinations implied decisive action and significant resources dedicated to critical issues. There was Hitman, Cobra, Crash, Bad Cats, Dare, and countless others. He imagined some poor soul tucked away in Parker Center, whose entire job was dreaming up these catchy, aggressive abbreviations. Even computers and abstract concepts got the acronym treatment. In this department, if your special unit didn't have one, you were essentially invisible. Once he accessed the Hitman system, a template of case questions popped up on the monitor, and he filled in the necessary details. He entered 3 search terms: Mulholland Dam, overdose, and what he suspected might be a staged overdose. He hit the execute key. About 30 seconds later, the system informed him that a search through roughly 8,000 homicide cases spanning about a decade stored on the hard drive had yielded only 6 results. Bosch reviewed them sequentially. The first 3 were unsolved murders of young women discovered at the dam in the early 80s, all victims of strangulation. He skimmed the details and moved on. The 4th case involved a body recovered from the reservoir 5 years prior. The cause of death was listed as unknown, excluding drowning. The final 2 were drug overdoses. The first occurred during a picnic in the park above the reservoir and appeared straightforward, so he continued. The last entry was a dead body found in the drainage pipe 14 months earlier. The official cause was cardiac arrest due to an overdose of tar heroin. The computer readout noted, "Decedent known to frequent area of the dam and sleep in pipe. No further follow-up." This was the death that Crowley, the Hollywood watch sergeant, had referenced when he called that morning. Bosch printed the information on this final case, though he doubted its relevance to his own. He logged off, powered down the terminal, and sat for a moment in the quiet hum of the office, thinking. Without rising from his chair, he simply wheeled over to an adjacent PC. He booted it up, entered his password, and pulled the Polaroid from his pocket. Studying the bracelet, he typed a description into the stolen property database. This process was an art form in itself. He had to describe the item the way he believed other officers would when logging entire inventories from robberies or burglaries. He started simply antique gold bracelet with carved jade dolphin design. He initiated the search. 30 seconds later, the screen read no hit. He tried again, typing gold and jade bracelet and hitting search. This time, 436 results appeared, far too many. He needed to narrow it down. He entered gold bracelet with jade fish and searched again. 6 hits, that was more manageable. The system indicated that a gold bracelet with carved jade fish had been listed on 4 crime reports and 2 departmental bulletins entered since the database's creation in 1983. Bosch knew that, due to the rampant duplication of records in any police department, all 6 entries likely pertained to the same incident or report of a missing or stolen bracelet. He pulled up the abbreviated crime reports on the screen and confirmed his suspicion. The reports all stemmed from a single burglary in September at 6th and Hill downtown. The victim was a 71-year-old Silver Lake woman named Harriet Beecham. Bosch racked his memory but couldn't place what building or business was at that specific intersection. The computer entry lacked a full crime summary. He'd need to visit records and pull the physical file. The listed description of the golden jade bracelet, among other stolen jewelry, was too vague. It could have been the bracelet Meadows pawned, or it might have been an entirely different piece. The uncertainty was just another thread in the tangled web. Harry Bosch jotted down the supplementary report numbers from the computer screen, the list growing in his notebook. The sheer volume of paperwork generated by Harriet Beecham's loss struck him as excessive. He navigated to the 2 FBI bulletins. The first had been issued a fortnight after the burglary, followed by a reissue 3 months later when the jewelry remained missing. After noting the bulletin number, he shut the terminal down and crossed the room to the robbery and commercial burglary section. Dozens of black binders lined a steel shelf along the back wall, containing bulletins and bolos from previous years. Bosch pulled down the one labeled September and began flipping through it. He quickly saw there was no chronological order. Bulletins from various months were mixed together. Finding the specific one might mean searching through every binder since the Beecham burglary. He gathered an armful of binders, sat at the burglary table, and started his search. A moment later, he sensed someone standing across from him. "What do you want?" Bosch said, not lifting his eyes. "What do I want?" replied the duty detective. "I want to know what the hell you're doing, Bosch. This isn't your squad anymore. You can't just waltz in here like you own the place. Put that stuff back on the shelf. If you want to look through it, come back tomorrow and ask. And don't give me any crap about an autopsy. You've been here over 30 minutes. Bosch finally looked up. The detective appeared to be in his late 20s, even younger than Bosch had been when he made it to robbery-homicide. Either the standards had slipped, or the division wasn't what it used to be. Honestly, it was probably both. Bosch returned his gaze to the binder. "I'm talking to you, you jerk," the detective shouted. Without a word, Bosch slid his foot under the table and kicked the empty chair opposite him. It shot backward, its backrest striking the detective squarely in the groin. The man doubled over with a pained grunt, clutching the chair for support. Bosch's reputation preceded him now. Harry Bosch, the lone wolf, the brawler, the man who'd seen too much. "Go ahead, kid," he thought. "Make a move." But the young detective just stared, fury and humiliation warring in his eyes. He was the type who could draw his weapon, but might hesitate to fire. Once Bosch recognized that, he knew the confrontation was over. The young cop shook his head, waved a dismissive hand as if to say, "Forget it," and retreated to the duty desk. "Feel free to write me up, kid," Bosch called after him. "Screw you," came the weak reply. Bosch wasn't worried. Internal Affairs wouldn't glance at a he said between officers without a witness or a recording. One cop's word against another's was radioactive in this department. Everyone knew a cop's testimony alone was practically worthless. That's why IAD investigators always worked in pairs. After an hour and 7 cigarettes, he found it. Among a 50-page packet detailing property lost in a burglary at the Westland National Bank on 6th and Hill was a photocopy of another Polaroid showing the gold and jade bracelet. Bosch mentally placed the address, recalling the building's dark smoked glass facade, though he'd never been inside. A bank heist involving jewellery? It didn't add up. He scanned the inventory list. Nearly every item was a piece of jewellery, and there was far too much for a simple walk-in robbery. Harriet Beecham alone was listed as having lost 8 antique rings, 4 bracelets, and 4 pairs of earrings. Furthermore, these were logged as burglary losses, not robbery. He searched the Bolo package for a crime summary, but found none, just a bureau contact. Special Agent E.D. Wish. Bosch's eyes settled on a detail in the Bolo sheet's entry. 3 separate dates listed for the same criminal incident, a burglary spanning the initial days of September. Labor Day weekend, he pieced together. With downtown banks shut for the holiday, it pointed squarely to a safe deposit box operation. A tunnel job, perhaps? He leaned back in his chair, the thought nagging at him. Why was this case a blank spot in his memory? A heist of that scale should have been front-page news for a week and station house gossip for months. Then it clicked. He'd been in Mexico over Labor Day, and for the subsequent 3 weeks, the bank job had gone down while he was serving his suspension from the dollmaker mess. A bitter taste of irony that his punishment had kept him in the dark. He reached for the phone. Times, Bremer. Bosch here, still pulling the Sunday shift, I see. 2 to 10, every week. No time off for good behavior, Bremer replied. Haven't spoken since your situation with the dollmaker. How's Hollywood treating you? It serves a purpose. For now, Bosch kept his voice low, mindful of the duty detective across the room. Bremer, who had covered the police beat longer than many cops had worn the badge, seemed to know everything. Heard you. Caught the case up at the dam this morning. Yeah, it's mine, Bosch confirmed. Right now it's thin, but I need a favour. If my hunch plays out, it'll be something you'll want for your column. He wasn't just fishing, he wanted the reporter to know there might be a bigger story down the line. What do you need? Bremer asked. As you know, I was out of the country last Labor Day, enjoying my unpaid vacation thanks to internal affairs, so I missed a big one. There was the tunnel job? Bremer cut in, his voice sharpening with interest. Don't tell me you're asking about the downtown tunnel job, all that jewellery, the bonds and certificates, rumours of narcotics stashes. Bosch heard the urgency. He'd been correct. It was a tunnel, and the story had legs. If Bremer was this animated, it was a major case. It struck Bosch as odd that he'd heard nothing about it after returning in October. That's the one, he said. I was gone. Any arrests? Case is still open. Last I checked, the FBI has it. I need to see your files on it tonight. Can you pull them? I'll make copies. When are you coming? Soon, Bosch said. I take it you think this connects to the body this morning. It's a possibility. Can't discuss it now. I know the FBI has the case. I'll see them tomorrow. That's why I need the background tonight. I'll be here. After hanging up, Bosch's gaze returned to the FBI photocopy of the bracelet. There was no question it matched the piece pawned by Meadows and shown in a Binner's Polaroid. The photo depicted the bracelet on a woman's aged, spotted wrist. 3 tiny carved fish swimming along a wave of gold. He imagined it was Harriet Beecham's 71-year-old wrist, the picture likely taken for an insurance file. He glanced over at the duty detective, still engrossed in a firearm catalogue. Bosch coughed loudly, a move he'd once seen in a Nicholson film, and simultaneously ripped the Bolo sheet from its binder. The young detective looked up briefly, then returned to his reading. As Bosch folded the sheet into his pocket, his electronic pager buzzed to life. He picked up the phone and dialed Hollywood Station, half expecting to be told another body was waiting for him. The call came through to watch Sergeant Art Crockett, who everyone knew as Davy. "Harry, you still out there?" he asked. "I'm at Parker Center, wrapping up a few things." "Good. You're close to the morgue, then. A tech named Sakai called, says he needs you over there right away." "Needs me?" Said something came up. "They're doing your autopsy today, as in immediately." It took Bosch 5 minutes to drive to County USC Medical Center and another 15 to hunt down a parking spot. The medical examiner's office was tucked behind one of the older medical buildings, a structure condemned after the '87 quake. The office itself was a 2-story yellow prefab, utterly devoid of architectural charm or any sense of vibrancy. Pushing through the glass doors into the sterile lobby, Bosch nearly collided with a sheriff's detective he'd known from the Night Stalker task force years back. "Bernie," Bosch said with a nod. The detective didn't break stride. "Hey, screw you, Bosch. The rest of us get cases that matter too." Bosch paused, watching the man storm out to the parking lot before turning right down a corridor painted a dismal government green. He passed through 2 sets of double doors, each swing bringing a stronger wave of odor, a cloying mix of death and industrial-grade cleaner, with death decidedly winning. Entering the yellow-tiled scrub room, he found Larry Sakai already tying a paper gown over his scrubs, mask and booties in place. Bosch grabbed a set from cardboard boxes on a stainless steel counter and began suiting up. "What's eating Bernie Slaughter?" he asked. "What went down in here?" "You're what went down, Bosch," Sakai replied, not looking at him. "He caught a case yesterday up in Lancaster. A 16-year-old kid shoots his best friend, looks like an accident, but Bernie's waiting on us to confirm the bullet trajectory and stippling so he can close it. I told him we'd get to it late today, so he drove all the way in from Diamond Bar. Only now we're not doing it at all. Sally got a wild hair and bumped him for your case. Don't ask me why. He took one look at your body when it came in and said, 'We'd do it now. I tried to call Bernie off, but he was already on the road, so that's why he's pissed.' Bosch finished with his booties and followed Sakai down the hall to the autopsy suite. Maybe he should be mad at Sally then, not me." Sakai offered no reply. They approached the first stainless steel table where Billy Meadows lay naked on his back, a short block of 2x4 propping his neck. The room held 6 such tables, each with gutters and drain holes. Every one was occupied. Dr. Jesus Salazar was bent over Meadows's chest, his back to them.
"Afternoon, Harry."
"Been waiting," Salazar said, still not turning. "Larry, I'll need slides from this." The medical examiner straightened and finally faced them. In his gloved hand he held what looked like a square plug of flesh and pink muscle. He placed it carefully into a small steel pan, the kind you might bake brownies in, and handed it to Sakai. "Get me vertical sections, 1 through the puncture track, and 2 from either side for comparison." Sakai took the pan and left for the lab. Bosch saw that the plug had been taken from Meadows's chest, just above the left nipple. "What did you find?" Bosch asked. "Not sure yet."
"We'll see," Salazar said, his tone shifting from clinical to pointedly sarcastic. "The real question is, what did you find, Harry? My field tech said you were demanding this autopsy today. Why the sudden urgency? You told him you needed it done today so you could wrap it up tomorrow. That was the agreement, or so I heard. But it got me curious. Why is this one so special? I've always enjoyed a good puzzle, Harry."
What was it that struck you as off about this one, as you investigators like to put it? We stopped using that term ages ago, Bosch reflected. Once it hits the movies and gets picked up by folks like Salazar, it's practically a relic. "A few details just didn't line up from the start," Bosch replied. "And now there are even more. From where I'm standing, this looks like a homicide, plain and simple. Such as," Bosch pulled out his notebook, thumbing through the pages as he spoke.
He ran through the inconsistencies he'd spotted at the scene. The fractured finger, the absence of clear drag marks in the drainage pipe, the shirt yanked up over the head. He had a drug kit in his pocket, and we located a spoon in the pipe, but the whole setup feels staged. To me, it looks planted. The fatal injection is right there in the arm. Those other marks on his arms are ancient history. He hadn't been using his veins for a very long time. You're correct on that count. Aside from the single recent puncture on the arm, the only fresh needle marks are in the groin area. The inner thighs, a spot typically used by individuals trying desperately to conceal their habit. Then again, this might have been his first attempt at returning to the needle. What else do you have, Harry? He was a smoker. I'm fairly certain. There wasn't a pack of cigarettes on him. Couldn't someone have taken them from the body before it was found? A scavenger, perhaps? Possible. But why take the cigarettes and leave the kit? Then there's his apartment. Someone went through it. Could have been an acquaintance, someone hunting for his stash. Also possible, Bosch flipped a few more pages. The kit on the body had whitish-brown residue in the cotton. I've seen enough tar heroin to know it stains the filter cotton a dark brown, almost black. So this appears to be a purer product, likely imported, that went into his vein that doesn't match his lifestyle. That's high-end material. Salazar was silent for a moment. It's a considerable amount of conjecture, Harry. The final piece, and I'm only beginning to dig into this, is that he was wrapped up in some kind of scheme. Bosch provided a quick summary of what he knew about the bracelet, its theft from the bank vault and subsequent disappearance from the pawn shop. Salazar's expertise lay in the forensic minutiae, but Bosch had always trusted him and found it useful to talk through other aspects of a case. Their partnership went back to 1974, when Bosch was on patrol and Sally was a new assistant medical examiner. Bosch was handling crowd control on East 54th Street in South Los Angeles after a shootout with the Symbionese Liberation Army left a house in ashes and 5 bodies in the smouldering wreckage. Sally was there to determine if there was a 6th Patty Hearst, somewhere in the char. They spent 3 days on that grim detail, and when Sally finally called it quits, Bosch had won a bet that she was still alive out there somewhere. Finishing the story about the bracelet seemed to ease Sally's earlier skepticism about Billy Meadows' death being straightforward. He now seemed invigorated. He turned to a cart loaded with his instruments and wheeled it beside the autopsy table. Switching on a voice-activated tape recorder, he picked up a scalpel and a pair of standard garden shears. "All right," he said, "let's get started." Bosch took a couple of steps back to avoid any spray and rested against a counter holding a tray laden with knives, saws, and scalpels. He noticed a sign taped to the tray's edge that read, "For sharpening." Salazar looked down at the body of Billy Meadows and began his narration. The body is that of a well-developed Caucasian male, measuring 69 inches in length, weighing 165 pounds, and appearing generally consistent with the stated age of 40 years. The body is cold and unembalmed, displaying full rigor mortis and posterior dependent lividity. Bosch watched him begin the procedure, but then his attention shifted to the plastic evidence bag containing Meadows's clothes, which was on the counter next to the instrument tray. Harry pulled the bag over and unzipped it. The sharp odor of urine hit him immediately, bringing a fleeting memory of the living room in Meadows's apartment. He slid on a pair of rubber gloves, while Salazar kept describing the body to his recorder. The left index finger presents a clear fracture, but there's no tearing of the skin, no bruising, and no bleeding under the surface. Bosch looked back and saw Salazar using the blunt end of his scalpel to gently move the broken finger as he spoke. Wrapping up his external notes, Salazar mentioned the needle marks. "We have bleeding puncture wounds consistent with hypodermic needles on the inner upper thighs and the inner left arm. The arm puncture is oozing a bloody fluid and looks most recent, no scabbing yet. There's another puncture on the upper left chest, also oozing a small amount of bloody fluid, and it appears slightly larger than a standard needle mark. Salazar covered the recorder's microphone and leaned toward Bosch. "I'm having Sakai prepare slides of this chest wound. It's unusual, worth a closer look." Bosch gave a quick nod and turned back to the counter, laying out Meadows's clothing. Behind him, the sound of shears cutting through the dead man's chest filled the room. The detective methodically turned each pocket inside out, examining the lint. He flipped the socks, checked the linings of the pants and shirt, and found nothing. Taking a scalpel from the pan, marked for sharpening, he carefully cut the stitches of Meadows's leather belt and pulled it apart. Still nothing. Over his shoulder, Salazar's voice droned on. The spleen weighs 190 grams. The outer capsule is intact, though slightly wrinkled, and the tissue inside is a pale purple with a trabecular pattern. Bosch had stood through this routine countless times. Most of the pathologist's detailed notes meant little to him. He was waiting for the final answer. What ended the life on that steel table? How did it happen, and who was responsible? The gallbladder walls are thin, Salazar continued. It holds a few cubic centimeters of greenish bile, no stones present. Bosch pushed the clothes back into the plastic evidence bag and sealed it. Then he emptied a second bag containing the leather work shoes Meadows had been wearing. A fine reddish-orange dust drifted out from inside the shoes. Another sign the body had been dragged through the pipe. The heels had scraped along the dried mud at the bottom, pulling that dust inside. Salazar's voice cut in. The bladder lining is intact, containing only about 2 ounces of pale yellow urine. The external genitalia are unremarkable. Bosch turned around. Salazar had his hand over the recorder again, a faint smirk on his face. "Coroner's little joke, Harry. Just checking if you're still with me. You might have to back me up on the stand someday." "Unlikely?" Bosch replied. "They try not to put juries to sleep with too much detail." Salazar fired up the small circular saw used to open the skull, its high whine reminiscent of a dentist's drill. Bosch focused on the shoes. They were well maintained, the leather oiled, the rubber soles showing only moderate wear. Lodged deep in the tread of the right shoe was a small white stone. Bosch worked it free with the scalpel, a fragment of cement. His mind flashed to the white dust in the carpet of Meadows's closet. Could this debris, or the chunk from the shoe, be matched to the concrete from the Westland Bank vault heist? But if Meadows took such good care of his shoes, was it possible that piece had been stuck in the tread since the break-in 9 months ago? It seemed a stretch. Maybe it came from his supposed job on the subway project, if that story was even true. A sudden, sharp memory surfaced. A brief, tense conversation Bosch once overheard between 2 workers at a construction site, arguing over misplaced materials, a detail that now felt oddly relevant. He slipped the cement fragment into a small plastic envelope and added it to the collection in his pocket. Salazar's voice returned, steady and clinical. Examination of the head and cranial contents shows no signs of trauma, disease, or congenital abnormalities.
"All right, Harry. Let's examine the finger now." Bosch placed the shoes back into their plastic evidence bag and moved to the autopsy table. Salazar had positioned an X-ray of Meadows's left hand on the illuminated wall panel. "Observe these fragments," he indicated, his finger tracing over several small, sharp white specks near the fractured joint on the negative. In an older injury, these would have migrated into the joint space over time.
The X-ray shows no discernible scarring, but I'll take a closer look. He returned to the body and made a precise T incision over the top of the finger joint with his scalpel. Peeling the skin back, he probed the underlying tissue. Nothing. No scarring present. This injury was post-mortem. Harry, could it have been one of my staff? Unlikely, Bosch replied. Sakai mentioned he and his partner were meticulous. I know I didn't cause it. Why is there no external damage to the skin? That is the puzzling part, Salazar admitted. Somehow the bone was fractured without marking the exterior. I don't have a definitive answer. Theoretically, it shouldn't be overly difficult. Simply grab the finger and pull sharply downward, provided one has the fortitude for it. Like this. Salazar moved around the table, lifted Meadows's right hand and attempted to hyperextend the finger. He struggled to gain sufficient leverage and could not replicate the break. More challenging than I anticipated, he noted. Perhaps the digit was struck with a blunt object that didn't mar the skin. 15 minutes later, when Sakai entered with the prepared microscope slides, the autopsy was finished. Salazar was suturing the wee incision on Meadows's chest with thick, waxed twine. He then used an overhead hose to rinse debris from the body and dampen the hair. Sakai secured the legs together and bound the arms to the torso with rope to prevent movement during rigor mortis. Bosch noticed the rope crossed directly over the tattoo on Meadows's arm, bisecting the depicted rat's neck. With a practiced touch of his thumb and forefinger, Salazar closed the deceased man's eyes. "Transfer him to the cooler," he instructed Sakai. Turning to Bosch, he added, "Let's review these slides." The puncture wound struck me as unusual. Its diameter was larger than a typical heroin needle mark, and its location on the chest is atypical. He carried the slides to a microscope on the rear counter. The puncture is clearly antemortem, possibly perimortem. There was only minimal hemorrhaging, and the wound shows no scabbing. This places the injury immediately before or even concurrent with death. It could be the cause, Harry. Salazar selected a slide and placed it on the viewing stage. After studying it for a moment, he murmured, "Interesting." He quickly examined the remaining slides before returning to the first. To summarize, I excised a 1-inch square section of chest tissue surrounding the puncture, extending the sample about 1.5 inches deep. This slide represents a vertical dissection, revealing the track of the perforation. Think of it like slicing an apple to expose a worm's path. It shows the trajectory and any immediate tissue damage. Have a look. Bosch leaned into the microscope. The slide displayed a straight, tapering penetration through the skin and into the pectoral muscle. The muscle's normal pink hue darkened to a burnt umber shade around the deepest point of the wound. "What's the significance?" Bosch asked. "The significance," Salazar stated, "is that the object passed through the skin, through the fascial layer, that's the fibrous fat, and directly into the pectoral muscle. You see the discoloration around the penetration site?" "Yes, I see it. Harry, that discoloration is because the muscle tissue is burned there." Bosch straightened up and looked at the pathologist. He thought he detected the hint of a smile beneath Salazar's surgical mask. "Burned? A stun gun?" Salazar confirmed. "Look for a stun gun that can drive its electrode deep into the skin about 1 inch or 2. In this case, it's possible the probe was pushed even farther into the chest manually." Bosch considered that for a moment. A device like that would be almost impossible to track down. Sakai returned and leaned against the counter near the door, observing quietly. From the instrument cart, Salazar gathered 3 vials of blood and 2 others holding a pale yellow fluid. There was also a small steel tray with a dark, lumpish mass that Bosch, from his time in this room, recognized as liver tissue. "Here are the samples for toxicology, Larry," Salazar said. Sakai took them and left again. "You're describing torture," Bosch said. "Electric shock." Salazar nodded slowly. "It appears that way, not enough to kill him. The physical trauma alone wouldn't do it, but enough to make someone talk. Electricity can be very persuasive. History has shown us that. With the electrode placed against the chest, the victim would feel the current driving straight toward his heart. He'd be paralyzed, forced to give up whatever they wanted, and then left helpless as they administered a lethal dose of heroin into his arm. Can any of that be proven?" Salazar looked down at the tiled floor, adjusted his mask, and scratched his lip beneath it. Bosch was craving a cigarette. He'd been in the autopsy room for close to 2 hours now. Proven? Salazar echoed. Not medically, no. Toxicology results would take about a week. Let's assume they come back showing a heroin overdose. How do we prove someone else injected him and that he didn't do it himself? Medically, we can't, but we can demonstrate that around the time of death, the body was subjected to traumatic electric shock. He was tortured. Then there's the unexplained damage to the first finger on his left hand, which occurred after death. He rubbed his finger over his mask again before finishing. I can testify that this is a homicide. The full picture from the medical evidence points to death at the hands of another person. For now, though, we don't have a formal cause. We'll wait for the tox reports, then put our heads together again. Bosch jotted a summary of Salazar's explanation into his notebook. He'd have to type it up properly later. Of course, Salazar added, proving all this to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt is another story. My guess, Harry, is you'll need to find that bracelet and figure out why it was worth torturing and killing a man over. Bosch closed his notebook and began peeling off the paper gown. Outside, the sunset painted the sky in vivid pinks and oranges, colors as bright as a surfer's swim trunks. It was a beautiful illusion, Bosch thought, as he drove north on the Hollywood freeway toward home. Sunsets here did that, made you forget it was the smog that made the colors so intense, that behind every pretty scene there could be something ugly. The sun hung like a copper coin in the driver's side window. His car radio was tuned to a jazz station, and Coltrane's Soul Eyes filled the space. On the passenger seat sat a file weighted down by a six-pack of Henry's beer, containing the newspaper clippings Bremer had given him. He exited at Barham and took Woodrow Wilson up into the hills above Studio City. His house was a modest wood frame, one-bedroom cantilever, not much larger than a garage in Beverly Hills, that extended over the hillside, supported by 3 steel beams at its midpoint. It was a nerve-wracking place to be during earthquakes, almost daring nature to shake those supports and send the whole structure sliding downhill, but the view made up for it. From his back porch, Bosch could look northeast across Burbank and Glendale, all the way to the purple-tinged mountains beyond Pasadena and Altadena. Sometimes, when the hills caught fire, he could even see the distant smoky plumes and the orange glow of brush fires burning in the distance. The nighttime hum of the freeway faded to a low drone, and the sweeping beams from the searchlights at Universal City painted arcs across the dark sky. Gazing out over the valley from his hilltop perch always filled Bosch with an inexplicable feeling of control. He couldn't quite articulate it, but he recognized it as the core reason, the undeniable anchor that made him buy this place and never want to let it go. He'd purchased it 8 years back, just before property values in Los Angeles went completely insane, using a $50,000 down payment. That left him with a manageable $1,400 monthly mortgage, easy to cover since his expenses boiled down to groceries, whiskey, and the occasional jazz record. The seed money had come from a television studio, payment for the rights to use his name in a mini-series dramatizing a string of beauty salon murders he'd worked. He and his partner at the time were played by a pair of recognizable, if not quite A-list, TV actors. His old partner took his share of the cash, combined it with his pension, and retired to a beach town in Mexico. Bosch used his to secure a house he half expected might slide down the hill in the next big quake, yet it made him feel like the undisputed king of the city. Jerry Edgar, his current partner who dabbled in real estate on the side, was constantly reminding him that the house was now worth triple what he'd paid. Edgar, who desperately wanted the listing, never missed a chance to urge him to sell and upgrade. Bosch's answer never changed. He was staying put. It was fully dark by the time he got home. He drank his first beer standing on the back porch, watching the sprawling quilt of city lights twinkle below. A second bottle accompanied him to his worn watch chair, the case file resting unopened on his lap. Having skipped meals all day, the alcohol went straight to his head, leaving him feeling both sluggish and oddly agitated, his body's clear signal for fuel. He trudged to the kitchen, assembled a turkey sandwich with a heavy hand on the press, and returned to his chair with a third beer. After eating, he brushed the crumbs from the file folder and finally opened it. Inside were 4 Los Angeles Times articles covering the Westland National Bank job. He read them in chronological order. The first was a short piece buried on page 3 of the Metro section, likely compiled the Tuesday the breach was discovered. Back then, the LAPD and the FBI weren't exactly being chatty with the press or eager to inform the public authorities investigate bank break-in. Property of an undisclosed value was stolen from the Westland National Bank downtown over the long holiday weekend, officials confirmed Tuesday. The burglary, under investigation by the FBI and the Los Angeles Police Department, was discovered when bank managers arrived at the Hill Street and 6th Avenue location to find the safe deposit vault had been looted, stated FBI Special Agent John Rourke. Rourke said an estimate of the loss was not yet available, though sources familiar with the probe indicated over $1 million in customer-held jewels and valuables were taken. Rourke declined to detail how the thieves entered the vault, noting only that the alarm system had malfunctioned, and he refused to elaborate further. A bank spokesperson also declined to comment Tuesday. Authorities reported no arrests or suspects. Bosch jotted John Rourke in his notebook and moved to the next story, a much longer piece. It had been published the following day, featured prominently across the top of the Metro section front with a 2-tier headline. A photograph showed a man and a woman standing inside the vault, looking down at a manhole-sized opening in the floor. A scattered pile of safe deposit boxes lay around them, and most of the little doors on the wall behind them hung open. The byline belonged to Bremer. The article provided more details on the initial report, explaining that the thieves had accessed the bank by digging a tunnel roughly 150 yards long from a municipal storm drain running beneath Hill Street. According to the piece, an explosive charge was used to breach the vault's floor. FBI analysis suggested the burglars likely spent most of the holiday weekend inside the vault itself, methodically drilling into the individual safe deposit boxes. Investigators believed the tunnel connecting the storm drain to the vault had been constructed over a 7 to 8 week period prior to the robbery. Bosch jotted a reminder to ask the FBI about their tunneling methods. If heavy machinery was involved, most bank security systems designed to detect sound and subterranean vibrations should have been triggered. He also questioned why the explosion hadn't set off any alarms. His attention then shifted to a third article published the following day. This one wasn't by Bremer, though it still earned a front-page spot in the Metro section. It was a human interest story focusing on the long line of distraught customers waiting at the bank to discover if their boxes had been violated. FBI agents were escorting them into the vault to assess the damage and take statements. Scanning the story, Bosch saw a recurring theme. People were furious and heartbroken, having lost possessions they'd entrusted to the vault precisely because they believed it was the most secure place imaginable. Harriet Beecham was quoted near the end. Emerging from the bank, she told a reporter she had lost a lifetime's collection of treasures acquired during her travels around the world with her late husband, Harry. The story described her dabbing her eyes with a lace handkerchief. They took the rings from France, the gold and jade bracelet from Mexico, Beecham said. Whoever did this didn't just steal jewelry, they stole my memories. It struck Bosch as overly theatrical. He wondered if that poignant final line was the reporter's invention rather than Beecham's own words. A week later, a fourth story appeared, this one back to being written by Bremer. It was brief and buried in the back of the Metro section, tucked behind the Valley News. Bremer reported that the FBI was now handling the Westland investigation exclusively. The LAPD had provided initial support, but as leads evaporated, the case was left solely to the Bureau. Special Agent Rourke was quoted again, stating his agents remained dedicated to the case full-time but had made no progress and identified no suspects. None of the stolen property, he added, had surfaced. Bosch closed the file. A heist of this magnitude wasn't something the Bureau could just quietly shelve like a simple bank stick-up. He doubted Rourke was being entirely truthful about having no suspects. He wondered if Meadows's name had ever entered the picture. 2 decades prior, Meadows had fought and sometimes lived in the intricate tunnel networks beneath the villages of South Vietnam. Like all tunnel rats, he was familiar with demolition, but that knowledge was typically for collapsing tunnels, for implosion. Could he have learned how to blast through a concrete and steel vault floor? Then it occurred to Bosch that Meadows wouldn't necessarily have needed that skill himself. He was certain the Westland job required a team. Getting up, he fetched another beer from the refrigerator. On his way back to his chair, however, he made a detour into the bedroom and pulled an old, neglected scrapbook from the bottom drawer of the dresser. Settling back into his chair, he took a long drink, then opened the book. Dozens of loose photographs were tucked between the pages. He'd always intended to properly mount them, but never found the time. He rarely even looked at the book anymore. The pages had yellowed, their edges browned and brittle, much like the faded memories the pictures inside tried to hold. Flipping through, he paused at a snapshot taken during a rare weekend leave. A moment of calm before returning to the tunnels, a stark contrast to the calculated violence of the bank job he now pondered. He lifted each photograph, studying them one by one, and it dawned on him that he'd never glued them into the album. He preferred the weight of them in his palms, the texture under his fingers. Every image was from Vietnam. Like the one recovered from Meadows's place, most were black and white. Developing that kind of film had been cheaper in Saigon back then. A few shots included Bosch himself, but the majority were ones he'd taken with the old Leica his foster father handed him before he shipped out. It was the old man's peace offering. They'd argued fiercely over Harry leaving, and the camera was both an apology and a surrender. Harry accepted it, but when he came home, he never shared the stories. The photos stayed loose between the pages, rarely seen, never fixed in place. If the collection had a theme, it was grinning faces and tunnels. Shot after shot showed young soldiers striking bold poses beside holes they'd just crawled out of, victorious, or so it seemed. To an outsider, the images might seem intriguing, even heroic. To Bosch, they were chilling, like those grim newspaper photos of people trapped in mangled cars, waiting for firefighters to cut them free. Here were the smiles of boys who descended into hell and climbed back up to grin for the lens. Out of the blue and into the black, they called it, dropping into a tunnel. Each one was a black echo, nothing down there but death. Yet they went anyway. He turned a brittle page, and there was Billy Meadows staring back. This shot was clearly taken minutes after the one from Meadows's apartment. Same group, same trench, same dark mouth of a tunnel in Echo Sector, Cu Chi. Bosch wasn't in this frame because he'd stepped behind the Leica to take it. The camera had caught Meadows's hollow gaze, and that detached, almost chemical smile. His skin looked pale and tight, like wax. For a moment, Bosch felt he'd captured the real Billy. He slid the photo back and turned to the next. This one was just him alone. He remembered setting the camera on a rough wooden table inside a hooch, hitting the timer, then stepping into frame. The shutter clicked as he stood shirtless, the tattoo on his sun-darkened shoulder catching the last amber light through a window. Behind him, blurred and out of focus, was the uncovered entrance to a tunnel gaping on the straw floor. That dark opening looked like something from a nightmare, formless and swallowing, reminiscent of the twisted mouth in Edvard Munch's The Scream. He knew, staring at it now, that this was a tunnel in the nameless village they called Timbuktu, his last tunnel. In the photo he wasn't smiling. His eyes were shadowed, sunk into dark sockets, And he wasn't smiling now either. He held the picture in both hands, thumbs absently tracing its edges. Fatigue and the lingering warmth of whiskey began to pull him under into a hazy, half-dreaming state. Memories surfaced that final tunnel, and Billy Meadows' 3 went in. Only 2 came out. They'd found the tunnel during a routine sweep of a small village in E sector. The place wasn't on any recon map, so the grunts dubbed it Timbuktu. With tunnels being uncovered everywhere, there weren't enough tunnel rats to go around. When a rice basket in a hooch was moved, revealing the hole beneath, the top sergeant didn't want to wait for a chopper to bring in fresh specialists. He wanted to keep moving, but the tunnel had to be checked, so he made a call, one of those brutal, ordinary decisions of the war. He sent 3 of his own men down, 3 new guys, terrified, with maybe 6 weeks in country between them. The top told them not to go deep, just plant charges and get out. Fast, watch each other's backs. The 3 green soldiers dutifully disappeared into the black. 30 minutes later, only 2 emerged. The 2 survivors reported that they had split from the 3rd man when the tunnel forked. They were explaining this to command when a deep rumble shook the ground and a massive plume of smoke and debris erupted from the entrance the C-4 had blown. The company commander arrived soon after, declaring they wouldn't evacuate the area without recovering their missing soldier. After a full day's wait for the dust to clear, 2 volunteers were chosen for the grim retrieval mission during a resupply dust-off, Harry Bosch and Billy Meadows. The lieutenant was blunt. He didn't care if the man was dead. They were to bring him out. He refused to leave one of his men in that hole. "Go get him and bring him back so we can give him a proper burial," the lieutenant ordered. Meadows simply replied, "We wouldn't leave our own down there either." Descending into the darkness, Bosch and Meadows discovered the main shaft opened into a junction chamber stocked with rice baskets, where 3 narrower passages began. 2 were completely collapsed from the explosions. The 3rd, still passable, was the path the missing soldier had taken. They entered that tunnel, crawling in near-total blackness, Meadows leading, using their flashlights only when necessary. The passage eventually terminated at a solid wall of earth. Meadows felt along the dirt floor until his fingers found a hidden seam. He pried up a camouflaged hatch, and they lowered themselves into a deeper level of the underground maze. Without a word, Meadows pointed in one direction and crawled away. Bosch understood he would take the other. Each man was on his own now, unless the enemy was lying in wait. Bosch's chosen route was a narrow, winding corridor, the air thick and stifling as a sauna. The tunnel carried a damp, foul odor, reminiscent of an open latrine. He smelled the missing soldier long before he saw him, the cloying scent of decay. The body was propped upright in the middle of the passage, legs splayed, boots pointing skyward. A wooden stake driven into the tunnel floor supported the corpse, with a length of wire biting an inch deep into the neck to hold it in place. Wary of a trap, Bosch didn't approach. He swept his flashlight beam over the gruesome scene. The dried blood trail led down the front of a green T-shirt, the name Al Crofton stenciled in white, just visible beneath the stain. Flies were trapped in the crusted blood on his chest, a surreal detail that made Bosch briefly wonder how insects found their way so deep underground. Directing the light lower, Bosch saw the soldier's torn trousers. The crotch area a dark, horrific mess of dried blood. It looked as if he had been savaged by an animal. Sweat stung Bosch's eyes, and his breathing grew rapid and loud, a traitorous sound in the oppressive silence. He was acutely aware of his loss of control, but powerless to stop it. Crofton's left hand lay palm up beside his thigh. The flashlight illuminated its grisly contents, a bloody set of testicles. A wave of nausea hit Bosch, and he fought back the urge to vomit. But he couldn't steady his frantic gasps for air. Cupping his hands over his mouth did nothing. He was breaking. The tunnel walls seemed to press inward. suffocating him. He was 20 years old and he was utterly terrified. Rolling away from the nightmarish sight, he dropped the flashlight, its beam still fixed on Crofton. He kicked weakly at the clay wall, curling into a tight ball. The sweat in his eyes turned to hot, silent tears, which soon gave way to body-racking sobs. The sound of his own panic seemed to echo endlessly in the dark, a beacon travelling down every unseen passage, straight to where the enemy waited. Straight to Hell, Part 2. Monday, May 21. Harry Bosch jerked awake in his chair just after 4 in the morning. He had left the sliding door to the balcony open, and the hot Santa Ana winds were rushing in, making the curtains billow out into the room like restless phantoms. The combination of the dry, warm wind and the lingering horror of the dream had left him soaked in sweat. The night air had left a crust of dried salt on his skin. He moved out onto the porch, resting his weight against the wooden rail as he gazed down at the scattered lights of the valley below. Universal search towers had gone dark hours ago, and the usual hum from the freeway cutting through the pass was absent. From somewhere far off, maybe Glendale, came the rhythmic thump of helicopter blades. He tracked the source, spotting a solitary red beacon drifting low across the basin. It wasn't circling, no spotlight probing the ground, not a police bird. For a moment, he caught the sharp chemical tang of malathion riding the breeze, a bitter note in the dry wind. He retreated inside, sliding the glass door shut with a soft click. The idea of returning to bed was a joke. Sleep and Bosch had a complicated, often spiteful relationship. It would either arrive too early and abandon him by midnight, or stubbornly refuse to come until dawn began sketching the hills against the morning haze. A stint at the VA sleep clinic in Sepulveda had been useless. The therapist spoke in cycles and repression, suggesting his mind was dodging wartime anxieties that needed daytime resolution. Assuage the feelings, they said, as if you could tidy up a shattered past with a few heartfelt chats. Some wounds went deeper than Band-Aids could reach. After a shower and a careful shave, he studied his reflection. Time had been far less forgiving to Billy Meadows. While silver threads were weaving through Bosch's own dark, curly hair, his face remained mostly unlined handsome if you ignored the permanent shadows settled beneath his eyes. He wiped away the last traces of shaving cream and dressed in his beige summer suit, pairing it with a light blue Oxford. From the closet, he selected a maroon tie, dotted with tiny gladiator helmets, wrinkle-free and miraculously unstained. He secured it with the 187 tie pin, clipped his holster to his belt, and stepped out into the cool pre-dawn darkness. Downtown, he stopped at the pantry on Figueroa for an omelette, toast, and coffee. The place famously hadn't closed since before the Great Depression, a fact proudly displayed on a sign claiming not a single minute had passed without a customer. Sitting at the counter, Bosch glanced around the empty dining room. For now, the weight of that uninterrupted streak rested solely on his shoulders. The strong coffee and a cigarette sharpened his focus for the day ahead. Driving back up toward Hollywood, he passed the already congested river of headlights fighting their way downtown. Hollywood Station sat on Wilcox, just a couple of blocks south of the boulevard that supplied most of its drama. He parked on the curb out front, avoiding the inevitable shift-change gridlock in the rear lot. Inside the small lobby, a woman with a bruised cheek was weeping softly as a desk officer helped her with a report. But down the hall to the left, the detective bureau was eerily still. The overnight detective was likely out on a call or grabbing shut-eye in the bridal suite, the unofficial name for a storage room upstairs with 2 coveted cots. The room felt suspended in time. No one was there, but the long tables assigned to burglary, auto theft, juvenile, robbery, and homicide were buried under chaotic waves of paperwork and clutter. Detectives flowed in and out. The paper never did. Bosch walked to the back to start a pot of coffee. Through the rear doorway down the hall that led to the lock-up benches and holding tanks, he spotted a young white kid with bleached, matted dreadlocks, handcuffed to a bench. A juvenile Bosch guest, 17 at the outside, waiting for whatever came next. It was illegal in California to place juveniles in a holding cell with adults. That was a bit like warning someone it might be risky to put a coyote in a kennel with Dobermans. "What's your problem, jerk?" The kid shouted down the corridor toward Bosch. Bosch ignored him. He emptied a packet of coffee into a paper filter. A uniformed officer leaned out of the watch commander's office farther down the hall. "I warned you," the officer yelled at the teenager. "One more word, and I'll tighten those cuffs another notch. Give it 30 minutes, and you won't have any feeling in your hands. Then, how exactly do you plan to manage in the bathroom? Guess I'll just have to use your stupid face." The officer stepped into the hallway and started toward the kid, his heavy black shoes clicking with deliberate, angry steps. Bosch slid the filter into the coffee maker and pressed the brew button. He turned away from the doorway and walked over to the homicide squad's table. He had no interest in watching whatever was about to happen with that kid. He pulled his chair away from his usual spot and wheeled it over to one of the shared typewriters. The necessary forms were filed in slots on the wall rack above the machine. He fed a blank crime scene report into the typewriter, then pulled his notebook from his pocket and opened to the first page. 2 hours later, after steady typing, chain-smoking and drinking bitter coffee, a hazy blue cloud lingered near the ceiling lights above the homicide table. Bosch had finished the stack of paperwork that follows every murder investigation. He stood, made copies on the Xerox machine in the rear hallway, and noticed the kid with the dreadlocks was no longer in his cell. Then he retrieved a fresh blue binder from the supply closet, after skillfully popping the lock with his LAPD badge, and clipped one set of the typed reports onto the 3 rings. The duplicate set he concealed inside an old blue binder. He kept in a file drawer, one labeled with the name of a cold case from years past. When he was done, he reviewed his work. He appreciated the structure the paperwork gave the investigation. On many prior cases, he'd made a habit of rereading the murder book each morning. It helped him piece theories together. The sharp, clean smell of the new binder's plastic stirred memories of other hunts and sent a current of energy through him. He was back on the trail, but the reports he'd typed and filed were not entirely complete. On the investigating officer's chronological report, he had omitted several segments from his Sunday afternoon and evening. He didn't type in the link he'd drawn between Meadows and the Westland National Bank burglary. He also left out the stops at the pawn shop and the visit to Bremer at the Times. No typed summaries existed for those interviews either. It was only Monday, day 2. He wanted to hold off until after he'd been to the FBI before committing any of that to the official record. He needed to understand precisely what was happening first. It was a precaution he took on every case. He left the bureau before any of the other detectives arrived for the day. By 9, Bosch had driven to Westwood and was stepping off the elevator on the 17th floor of the federal building on Wilshire Boulevard. The FBI waiting area was stark and impersonal. The standard vinyl-covered couches, a scarred coffee table with faded copies of the FBI bulletin fanned across its fake wood-grain top. Bosch didn't bother to sit or read. Instead, he moved to the floor-to-ceiling windows covered by sheer white curtains and looked out at the view. The northern exposure offered a sweeping panorama stretching from the Pacific Ocean eastward along the curve of the Santa Monica Mountains all the way to Hollywood. The thin curtain fabric acted like a layer of mist over the already hazy smog. He stood with his nose almost touching the soft gauze and gazed down across Wilshire. At the Veterans Administration Cemetery, the white headstones stood in the neatly trimmed grass like endless rows of tiny, even teeth. Near the cemetery's entrance, a funeral was underway, a full honor guard standing at attention. But the gathering of mourners was sparse, almost lonely, under the wide California sky. Further north, atop a rise where no headstone stood. Bosch watched several workers cutting away sections of sod and using a backhoe to excavate a long, wide trench in the earth. He glanced at their progress now and then as his eyes swept the landscape, but he couldn't make sense of the operation. The cleared area was far too broad and lengthy to be a single grave. By 10:30, the soldier's funeral had concluded, yet the cemetery crew kept labouring on the hillside, and Bosch remained waiting by the curtain. A voice finally reached him from behind. "All those graves, so perfectly aligned. I make it a point never to look out the windows in this place." He turned. She was tall and slender, with wavy brown hair that brushed her shoulders and carried subtle blonde highlights. Her skin held a healthy tan, and she wore minimal makeup. She had a tough, resilient air about her, with a trace of weariness unusual for so early in the day, the kind of look he'd seen on both female officers and streetwise veterans. She wore a tailored brown suit and a white blouse fastened with a chocolate-brown Western-style bow. Beneath the jacket, he noticed the slight, uneven curve of her hips. On her left side, she carried something compact, possibly a Ruger, which struck him as uncommon. Most female detectives he'd known preferred to keep their weapons in a purse. "That's the veterans' cemetery out there," she told him. "I know." He allowed himself a slight smile, though not at her remark. He'd expected Special Agent E.D. wished to be a man, for no particular reason except that most bureau agents assigned to bank details were. Women represented the newer image of the FBI and seldom landed in the heavier squads. That territory remained a fraternity of holdovers and cast-offs, agents who either couldn't or wouldn't adapt to the Bureau's current emphasis on white-collar crime, espionage, and narcotics. The era of the classic G-man like Melvin Purvis was fading fast. Bank robbery had lost its flash. Most perpetrators weren't skilled professionals, but desperate addicts chasing a score that might last them a week. Of course, robbing a bank remained a federal offense, the sole reason the Bureau still paid it any mind. "Naturally," she said. "You'd be aware of that. How can I assist you, Detective Bosch? I'm Agent Wish." They shook hands, but Wish made no move toward the door she'd emerged from. It had shut firmly behind her, the lock clicking into place. Bosch paused briefly before saying, "Well, I've been waiting all morning to speak with you. It concerns the bank squad, one of your investigations." "Yes, that's what you mentioned to the receptionist. I apologize for the delay, but we didn't have an appointment, and I was handling another urgent matter. It would have been helpful if you'd called ahead." Bosch nodded to show he understood. Yet still there was no gesture inviting him inside. "This isn't going smoothly," he thought. "Any chance there's coffee back there?" he asked. Yes, I believe so. But can we keep this brief? I'm really in the middle of something at the moment." Who isn't? Bosch thought to himself. She used a key card to unlock the door, held it open for him, and then led the way down a hallway. Plastic signs were mounted beside the doors along the wall. Unlike the police department, the Bureau didn't seem obsessed with acronyms. The plates were simply numbered, Group 1, Group 2, and so forth. As they walked, he tried to place her accent. It held a faint nasal quality, but didn't sound like New York. Philadelphia, he decided, or possibly New Jersey. Definitely not Southern California, despite the tan that suggested otherwise.
"Black?" she asked. "Cream and sugar, please."
She turned into a room outfitted as a small kitchenette, complete with a counter, cabinets, a 4-cup coffee maker, a microwave, and a refrigerator. The setup reminded Bosch of the sleek, expensive law offices where he'd given depositions. She handed him a styrofoam cup of black coffee and motioned toward the condiments, making it clear he should add his own cream and sugar. She wasn't having any. If her intention was to make him feel like an inconvenience, it worked. Bosch felt less like someone bringing a promising break in a major case and more like an unwelcome interruption. Harry trailed her back into the hallway and through the next doorway, labelled Group 3. This was the bank robbery and kidnapping unit. The space was roughly the size of a small corner store, and it was Harry's first time inside a federal squad room. The contrast with his own workspace at the LAPD was downright disheartening. Everything here looked newer, the desks, the chairs, even the carpet underfoot. Almost every workstation had a typewriter or a computer terminal. 3 neat rows of 5 desks filled the room, all but one unoccupied. A man in a grey suit sat at the lead desk in the middle row, a phone pressed to his ear. He didn't glance up as they entered, aside from the crackle of a tactical radio scanner perched on a filing cabinet in the rear. The place had the quiet, professional feel of a corporate real estate office. Eleanor Wish gestured for him to take the seat next to hers at the first desk in the front row, which placed Harry directly between her and the man on the phone. Setting his coffee down, Harry quickly surmised the phone call was a charade. The guy kept muttering, "Uh-huh," and at oddly regular intervals, never actually listening. Wish opened a desk drawer, retrieved a plastic water bottle, and poured some into a paper cup. "We had a 211 at a savings and loan in Santa Monica," she explained, noting his survey of the nearly empty room. "Pretty much the whole team is out. I was running coordination from here." "That's why you were cooling your heels outside. My apologies. Not a problem. Did you get them?" "What makes you assume it was a them?" Harry gave a casual shrug. "Statistical probability, actually it was 2, 1 of each. And yes, we got them. They were in a car stolen from Reseda, reported yesterday." The woman handled the transaction inside. The man was the driver. They took the 10 to the 405, headed into LAX, and dumped the car right in front of a United Skycap. Then they took the escalator up to arrivals, caught a shuttle to the flyaway station in Van Nuys, and grabbed a cab all the way back down to Venice, to another bank. We had an LAPD helicopter on them the entire time. They never once looked up. When she went into the second bank, we thought we were about to witness a repeat performance, so we moved in while she was waiting in line. Got him out in the parking lot. Turns out she was just trying to deposit the haul from the first job. An interbank transfer the hard way. You see some truly brilliant minds in this line of work, Detective Bosch. Now, what can I do for you?" "You can call me Harry." "All right, Harry, as I'm doing. What? For you?" "Interdepartmental cooperation," he said. "Sort of like you and our helicopter this morning." He took a sip of his coffee. "Your name came up on a bolo I ran across yesterday. It's connected to a year-old case from downtown. I'm interested." "I work homicide out of Hollywood Division." "Yes, I know," Agent Wish cut in. "The receptionist showed me the card you gave her. Speaking of which, do you need it back?" It was a low blow, and he saw it lying there on her pristine green blotter, his own sad, generic business card from the department. The corners were curled from months in his wallet. It was the standard issue for bureau detectives, embossed with the police badge and the Hollywood Division number, but no name. You could buy a stamp and an ink pad, churn out a batch every Monday, or just do what Harry did. Write your name in pen on the blank line and hand them out sparingly. Nothing the department did could faze him anymore. "No, you can hold on to it," he replied. "By the way, do you have one?" With a swift, almost impatient motion, she opened the top desk drawer, plucked a card from a small tray, and set it down beside his elbow. He took another drink of coffee while glancing at it. The E stood for Eleanor. "So you already know who I am and where I'm from," he began. "I've got a pretty good idea who you are. For example, you looked into, or maybe you're still looking into, that bank job last year where the thieves got in from below. A tunnel. Westland National." He saw her focus sharpen instantly, and he could have sworn the man in the grey suit held his breath for a second. Bosch had cast his line into promising waters. "Your name's on the bulletins. I'm working a murder I believe ties back to your case, and I need to know, frankly, I need to know what you have. Can we discuss suspects, potential suspects? I think we might be chasing the same crew. I think my victim could have been one of your guys." Wish was silent for a long moment, toying with a pencil she'd lifted from the desk blotter. She used the eraser end to nudge Bosch's business card around on the green leather square. Grey Suit was still pretending to be engrossed in his phone call. Bosch glanced over, their eyes meeting briefly. Bosch gave a slight nod. Grey Suit looked away. Bosch figured this was the man whose quotes had been in the papers. Special Agent John Rourke. "You can do better than that, Detective Bosch," Wish finally said, her tone dry. "You just stroll in here, wave the cooperation flag, and expect me to hand over our files?" She tapped the pencil 3 times on the desk, shaking her head as if scolding a misbehaving kid. "How about a name? Give me something to work with. We normally handle these requests through proper channels. We have liaisons who evaluate information-sharing requests from other agencies. You know the drill. I think it would be best." Bosch cut her off. He pulled the FBI bulletin with the insurance photo of the bracelet from his pocket, unfolded it, and placed it on the blotter. Then he took the pawnshop Polaroid from his other pocket and dropped it beside the bulletin. "Westland National," he said, tapping the bulletin. "This bracelet was pawned 6 weeks ago downtown. My guy pawned it. Now he's dead." Her eyes stayed locked on the Polaroid, and Bosch saw the recognition there. The case had clearly stayed with her. "The name is William Meadows. Found him in a pipe yesterday morning, up by the Mulholland Dam." Grey Suit chose that moment to end his very one-sided conversation. "I appreciate the information," he said into the phone. "I have to go. We're wrapping up at 211. "Uh-huh. Thank you. You too. Goodbye now." Bosch kept his eyes on Wish. He thought he sensed she wanted to look at Grey Suit. Her eyes flickered in his direction but snapped back to the photograph. Something was off, and Bosch decided to cut through the tension. "Let's skip the bureaucratic dance, Agent Wish. From what I can tell, you've never recovered a single stock certificate, coin, jewel, or gold and jade bracelet. You've got nothing. So forget the liaison nonsense. What is this, really? My guy pawned the bracelet. He ends up dead. Why? We have parallel investigations here, or more likely, it's the same investigation." She said nothing. "My guy either got that bracelet from your thieves, or he stole it from them, or he was one of them. Maybe the bracelet wasn't supposed to surface yet. Nothing else has. He breaks the rules and pawns it. They take him out, then hit the pawn shop to steal it back. Whatever. The point is, we're looking for the same people, and I need a place to start." She remained silent, but Bosch could feel a decision brewing. This time, he waited her out. "Tell me about him," she finally said. He told her about the anonymous tip, about the body, about the apartment that had been tossed, about finding the pawn ticket hidden behind a picture frame, and then going to the pawn shop only to find the bracelet was already gone. He didn't mention that he had known Meadows. Was anything else taken from the pawn shop? She asked when he finished. Or just this bracelet, other items? Yes, Bosch said, but just as a smokescreen. The bracelet was what they really wanted. From my perspective, Meadows was murdered because someone wanted that bracelet. The torture before his death was to force him to reveal its location. They got the information, killed him, and then retrieved it. Do you mind if I smoke? Actually, I do. What could possibly make one bracelet so significant? It's just one piece in a massive haul that's still missing. Bosch had considered that and had no real answer. I'm not sure, he admitted. If he was tortured, as you claim, why leave the pawn ticket for you to find? And why force their way into the pawn shop? Are you saying he told them where the bracelet was, but held back the ticket? He'd wrestled with that too, I don't know. Maybe he knew they'd kill him anyway, so he only gave them part of what they wanted. He kept something back as a clue. He left that pawn stub behind intentionally. Bosch had started piecing this together while reviewing his notes and reports. He decided it was time to reveal one more thing. I knew Meadows 20 years ago. You knew the victim, Detective Bosch? Her voice rose, edged with accusation.
Why wasn't that mentioned when you first arrived? Since when does the LAPD let detectives investigate the deaths of their friends? I didn't say he was a friend. I said I knew him 2 decades ago. And I didn't ask for this case. It was my rotation. I got the call. It was just. He avoided calling it a coincidence. This is all very intriguing, Wish stated. It's also highly irregular. I'm not certain we can assist you. I think, look, when I knew him, it was in the US.
Army. 1st Infantry in Vietnam. We were both there. He was a tunnel rat. Do you know what that means? So was I. Wish fell silent, looking down at the bracelet again. Bosch had almost forgotten about the man in the grey suit. The Vietnamese had extensive tunnel networks under their villages, Bosch explained. Some were centuries old. These tunnels connected homes, villages, and jungles. They ran under our own bases. Our job was to go down into that darkness. It was an entirely separate war beneath the surface. He realized that, aside from a therapist and a group at the VA, he'd never spoken about the tunnels or what he did there. Meadows was good at it, as much as anyone could enjoy descending into that blackness with just a flashlight and a .45. He did. Some missions took hours, others took days. Meadows was the only guy I ever met over there who wasn't afraid of going down. It was life above ground that terrified him. She offered no reply. Bosch glanced at the man in the grey suit, who was writing on a yellow legal pad. Over the radio, someone announced they were transporting 2 prisoners to Metro lockup. So now, 20 years later, you have a tunnel-related robbery, and I have a dead tunnel fighter. He was found in a pipe, a tunnel. He had property from your case. Bosch instinctively felt for his cigarettes, then remembered her objection. We need to work together on this, right now. Her expression told him it hadn't worked. He finished his coffee, ready to be shown the door, avoiding her gaze. He heard the man in the grey suit pick up the phone and dial. Staring at the sugary residue in his cup, he hated sugar in his coffee. He waited. "Detective Bosch," Wish began, "I apologize you had to wait so long this morning. I am sorry this fellow soldier you knew. Meadows is dead, whether it was 20 years ago or not. I am. I have sympathy for him, for you, and for what you both endured. But I am also sorry that I cannot help you at this moment. I must follow established protocol and consult my supervisor. I will contact you as soon as possible. That's all I can manage for now." Bosch tossed the cup into the trash can beside her desk and leaned over to retrieve the Polaroid and the bulletin page. "Is it okay if we hold on to the photo here?" Agent Wish inquired. "I have to present it to my supervisor." Bosch kept the Polaroid in his hand. He stood and moved to the front of Grey Suit's desk, holding the photograph up directly in front of the man's face. "He's gotten a good look," Bosch said, turning his head as he walked out of the office. Deputy Chief Irvin Irving was at his desk, working a toothbrush over his teeth while tensing the muscles of his jaw into hardened knots. He was agitated, and this grinding, clenching ritual was his go-to response whenever he was disturbed or lost in solitary thought. Over the years, this habit had sculpted his jawline into the most dominant feature of his face. Viewed straight on, Irving's jaw actually extended wider than his ears, which were pressed flat against his clean-shaven head, giving them a slight, wing-like curve. The combination of the ears and the formidable jaw created a visage that was both intimidating and peculiar. He resembled a flying set of molars, looking as though he could pulverize marbles between his teeth. Irving actively cultivated this image of himself as a fearsome junkyard dog, one who might just clamp down on an arm or a leg and rip away a chunk of flesh the size of a softball. This persona had been crucial in helping him overcome the one initial obstacle in his LAPD career, his somewhat ridiculous name, and he knew it would only assist in his carefully plotted climb to the chief's office on the 6th floor. So he indulged the habit even though it cost him a new set of $2,000 molar implants every year and a half. Pulling his tie snug against his throat, Irving smoothed a hand over his polished scalp. He reached for the intercom buzzer. He could have simply pressed the speaker button and barked his order, but he waited for his new adjutant's response first. This was another practiced ritual. Yes, Chief. He loved hearing that. A smile touched his lips before he leaned forward, bringing his massive, wide jaw to within inches of the intercom speaker. He was a man who distrusted technology to perform its basic functions. He felt he needed to put his mouth to the device and almost shout, "Mary, bring me the personnel file on Harry Bosch. It should be in the active records." He carefully spelled both the first and last names for her. "Right away, Chief." Leaning back, Irving smiled with his teeth still clenched, but then a faint sensation made him pause. Something felt slightly off. He expertly ran his tongue over his left rear lower molar, probing for any flaw in its smooth surface. Perhaps a hairline crack. Finding nothing, he opened his desk drawer and retrieved a small mirror. Opening his mouth wide, he scrutinized the back teeth. Satisfied for the moment, he replaced the mirror and pulled out a pale blue post-it pad, jotting a quick reminder to schedule a dental checkup. As he closed the drawer, a memory surfaced, the time he'd popped an entire fortune cookie into his mouth during a dinner with a West Side city councilman. His right rear lower molar had shattered on the stale cookie. The junkyard dog had chosen to swallow the dental debris, rather than reveal the weakness to the councilman, whose future confirmation vote he would someday need and fully expect. Over the main course that evening, Irving had casually mentioned to the councilman that his nephew, an LAPD motorcycle officer, was a closeted homosexual. Irving noted he was doing everything possible to shield the nephew and prevent his exposure. The department, he explained, was as homophobic as a small-town church congregation. If word got out to the rank and file, the officer could abandon any hope of promotion and expect relentless harassment from his fellow officers. Irving didn't need to elaborate on what a public scandal would mean for the councilman's own mayoral aspirations, even in liberal West Side circles. The memory brought a smirk to his face, just as Officer Mary Grosso knocked and entered, placing a 1-inch thick file on Irving's otherwise pristine, glass-topped desk. The surface held nothing else, not even a telephone. "You were correct, Chief. It was right where you said." The file remained in the active drawer. The deputy chief overseeing internal affairs leaned in, his voice deliberate. "Correct. I chose not to archive it. A hunch told me Detective Bosch would resurface. That case, if I recall, is assigned to Lewis and Clark." He opened the folder, his eyes scanning the notes inside the jacket. "Indeed, Mary. Please have Detectives Lewis and Clark report to my office immediately. Sir, they were in the squad room, preparing for a Board of Rights hearing. I'm unsure on the case. Then they will need to postpone it, Mary, and kindly refrain from using abbreviations. I am a methodical officer. I dislike shortcuts and acronyms. You'll come to understand that. Now instruct them to delay their hearing and come here without delay." His jaw tightened, the muscles standing out like stones. Officer Grosso hurried out. Deputy Chief Irving relaxed into his chair, flipping through the file to refamiliarize himself with Harry Bosch. He noted the military service, the rapid ascent from patrol to detectives, and then to the prestigious robbery homicide division, all in just 8 years. Then came the plummet. An administrative transfer the previous year from robbery homicide down to Hollywood homicide. He should have been terminated. Irving thought with a pang of regret as he reviewed the career timeline. Next, Irving read the psychological evaluation report from the prior year, conducted to assess Bosch's fitness for duty after a fatal shooting of an unarmed individual. The department psychologist had written, the subject's exposure to conflict, both in military service and police work, most notably the incident in question, has resulted in a significant desensitization to violent acts. He discusses violence as a routine, accepted element of his existence, a constant throughout his life. Consequently, it is improbable that the prior event would serve as a psychological barrier if he were again confronted with a situation requiring the use of deadly force to protect himself or others. I assess that he would act without hesitation. He would pull the trigger. In fact, his dialogue shows no adverse psychological impact from the shooting unless one considers his expressed satisfaction with the outcome, the death of the suspect, to be an inappropriate response. Irving closed the file, tapping it with a polished fingernail. He then plucked a long brown hair, likely Officer Grosso's from the glass desktop, and let it fall into the wastebasket beside him. Harry Bosch was a complication, he concluded. A capable detective, even an exceptional one. Irving reluctantly admired his work on homicide cases, especially his knack for tracking serial offenders. But in the grand scheme, the deputy chief believed those who stood apart never truly meshed with the system. Harry Bosch was an outsider and always would be. He was not part of the LAPD family, and now the most troubling development had reached Irving's desk. Bosch hadn't merely distanced himself from the family, he seemed involved in actions that could damage it, cause it public embarrassment. Irving knew he needed to act decisively and without delay. He turned his chair to gaze out the window at City Hall across Los Angeles Street. His eyes then drifted down, as they often did, to the marble fountain in front of Parker Center, the memorial for officers fallen in the line of duty. That, he thought, was true family. That was honor. He set his jaw with a firm, resolute tension. The door opened. Detectives Pierce Lewis and Don Clark entered the office and stood at attention. They remained silent. They could have been brothers, sharing close-cropped brown hair, the broad-shouldered build of dedicated weightlifters, and conservative silk suits in shades of grey, Lewis's with a thin charcoal pinstripe, Clark's in a solid maroon. Each was built solid and low to the ground, giving an impression of stability. Each carried a slight forward lean to their posture, as if perpetually ready to push through a resistant force. "Gentlemen," Irving began, "we have a priority situation involving an officer who has crossed our path previously. An officer you two have managed to handle with some success in the past." Lewis and Clark exchanged a look, and Clark permitted himself a brief, tight smile. He had no idea who it might be, but he always enjoyed pursuing repeat offenders. They tended to be so utterly predictable, Harry Bosch, Irving stated. He paused, letting the name hang in the air between them, then continued, "I need you to take a drive up to Hollywood Division. We are initiating a 1.81 investigation on him immediately. The complainant will be the Federal Bureau of Investigation." "The FBI?" Lewis asked. "What's he done with them?" Irving corrected him for using the Bureau's abbreviation and motioned for them to take the two chairs facing his desk. For the next 10 minutes, he detailed the phone call he had received just moments before from the FBI. "The Bureau's position is that the circumstances are far too coincidental," he concluded. "I agree. He may be compromised in this matter, and the Bureau wants him removed from the Meadows investigation. At a minimum, it seems, he interfered to assist this suspect, a former military associate, in avoiding incarceration last year, potentially to enable this bank robbery." Whether Bosch was aware of this, or if his involvement in the crime goes deeper, remains unclear. But we are going to determine exactly what Detective Bosch is doing. Irving paused here, his jaw tightening visibly to emphasize his point. Lewis and Clark knew better than to speak. Irving then added, "This situation provides the department with an opportunity to achieve what we could not accomplish previously with Bosch. Remove him. You will report directly to me. Also, I want Bosch's supervisor, Lieutenant Pounds, copied on your daily reports discreetly. But you will do more than just copy me. I expect telephone updates twice daily, morning and evening. We're on it, Lewis said, rising to his feet. Aim high, gentlemen. But proceed with caution, Irving advised. Detective Harry Bosch is not the celebrated figure he once was. Nevertheless, do not allow him to slip through your fingers. Bosch's humiliation at being abruptly dismissed by Agent Wish had curdled into a simmering anger during the elevator descent. It felt like a solid weight in his chest that climbed into his throat as the stainless steel box dropped. He was alone, and when the pager on his belt began its insistent chirping, he let it run through its full 15-second cycle instead of silencing it. He forced the anger and embarrassment down, hardening them into a cold resolve. Stepping out into the courtyard of the federal building, he glanced at the number on the pager's display. An 818 area code the valley, but it wasn't familiar. He moved to a cluster of payphones and dialed 90 cents. A robotic voice informed him. Fortunately, he had the change. He fed the coins in, and the call was answered almost instantly by Jerry Edgar. Harry, Edgar started bypassing any greeting. I'm still stuck at the VA, and I'm getting the royal runaround. They claim they have no files on Meadows. Say, I have to go through Washington or get a warrant. I told them I know a file exists, you know, based on what you said. So I asked, if I were to get a warrant, could you at least confirm you know where this file is? They go look for a bit, and what do they finally come back with? Yeah, they had a file. But it's gone. Care to guess who showed up with a court order and took it last year? The FBI?
You holding out on me?
Let's just say I haven't been idle. Did they say when the Bureau took it, or why? No reason given. An FBI agent walked in with the warrant and took it. Signed it out last September and never returned it. The FBI doesn't have to explain itself. Bosch fell silent, processing this. They had known all along. Wish had known about Meadows, the tunnels, everything he had just laid out for her. The entire conversation had been nothing but a performance for his benefit. Harry, you there? Yeah. Did they show you the paperwork, or give you the agent's name? No, they couldn't find the receipt for the subpoena, and nobody remembered the agent's name. Just that she was a woman. Okay, take this number, go back to records and ask for a different file. Just see if it's there. My file. He gave Edgar the payphone number, his date of birth, social security number, and his full name, carefully spelling out his real first name. Seriously? That's your first name? Edgar said. Harry for short. How did your mother come up with that? She had a thing for Renaissance painters. It goes with the last name. Go check the file, then call me back. I'll wait. I can't even say it, man. Rhymes with anonymous. All right, I'll try. Where are you, anyway? A payphone outside the FBI. Bosch hung up before his partner could ask more. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the booth, watching a small group circle the long green lawn in front of the building. They held homemade signs protesting a proposal for new oil leases in Santa Monica Bay. Just say no to oil, one read. Another said, Isn't the bay polluted enough? A third declared, United States of Exxon. A couple of TV news crews were filming the demonstration. That was the whole point, Bosch thought. Exposure. If the media showed up and it made the evening news, the protest was a success, a soundbite victory. The group's apparent spokesman was being interviewed on camera by a reporter he recognized from a local channel. Bosch also recognized the spokesman, though it took a moment. Watching the man's easy, practiced delivery in front of the camera, he placed him, a TV actor who used to play a lovable drunk on a popular sitcom Bosch had caught a few times. The guy still had that rumpled look, though the show had been off the air for years. Bosch was on his second cigarette, starting to feel the day's heat press down, when he glanced up at the building's glass doors and saw Agent Eleanor Wish walking out. She was looking down, digging through her purse, and hadn't noticed him. Without stopping to think why, he quickly ducked behind the phone bank, using it as a shield, and moved around it as she passed. It was sunglasses she'd been searching for. Now she had them on, walking past the protesters without a glance in their direction. She headed up Veteran Avenue toward Wilshire Boulevard. Bosch knew the federal garage was under the building. Wish was walking the opposite way. She was going somewhere nearby. The phone rang. "Harry, they have your file too. The FBI. What's happening?" Edgar's voice was urgent, confused. He didn't like waves. He didn't like mysteries. He was a straight 9-to-5er. "I don't know what's going on. They wouldn't tell me," Bosch replied. "Head into the office. We'll talk there. If you get there first, make a call over to the Subway Project personnel office. See if they had Meadows working there. Try under the name Fields, too. Then just handle the paperwork on the TV stabbing. Like we agreed. Keep your end of our deal. I'll meet you. Harry, you told me you knew this guy Meadows. Maybe we should tell the captain it's a conflict, that we ought to hand the case over to robbery-homicide or someone else on the rotation. We'll talk about it soon, Jed. Don't do anything or talk to anybody about it until I get there." Bosch hung up and walked toward Wilshire. He could see Wish had already turned east toward Westwood Village. He closed the distance between them, crossed to the other side of the street, and followed behind. He was careful not to get too close, ensuring his reflection wouldn't appear in the shop windows she glanced into as she walked. As she turned onto Westwood Boulevard and headed north, crossing Wilshire, Bosch realized she was moving to his side of the street. He slipped into the nearest bank entrance, lingering just inside the glass doors for a moment before stepping back out. The sidewalk was empty. He jogged to the corner and scanned the block, finally spotting her half a block up, disappearing into the shopping district. Eleanor Wish paused at a few storefronts before stopping at a sporting goods display. In the window, mannequins wore last season's bright lime-green running gear, marked down and forgotten. She studied them briefly, then continued walking without another glance. She didn't stop again until she reached the theatre district, turning into Stratton's Bar and Grill. Bosch stayed on the opposite side of the street, passing the restaurant without looking in, and took up a position near the old Bruin Theatre marquee. When she didn't reappear, he checked his watch. A little early for lunch, but maybe she preferred to eat before the crowd arrived, or maybe she just liked dining alone. He crossed the street and stood under the canopy of the Fox Theatre, peering through Stratton's front window without seeing her. A quick walk through the adjacent parking lot brought him to the rear alley, where he found a public access door. Had she spotted him and used the restaurant to slip away? It had been years since he'd handled a solo tale, but he didn't think she'd made him. He entered through the back door. Eleanor was seated alone in a wooden booth along the right wall, facing the entrance like any careful cop, so she didn't notice him until he slid into the bench across from her. He picked up the menu she'd already scanned and dropped on the table. "Never been here. Anything good? What is this?" Surprise flashed across her face. "Did you follow me? You followed me." "At least I'm being upfront about it. You made a mistake back at the office. You played it too cool. I walk in with the first real lead you've had in months, and you want to talk about liaisons and procedure. Something felt off, but I couldn't place it. Now I know. I don't even want to know what you're talking about." She started to slide out, but Bosch reached across and placed his hand firmly over her wrist. Her skin was warm, slightly damp from the walk. She stopped, turning toward him, her brown eyes sharp and heated, enough to etch his name on a headstone. "Let go," she said, her voice controlled but edged with warning. He released her. "Don't leave, please." She hesitated, and he pressed on. "It's all right. I get why you played it cold back there. Honestly, it was good work. I can't even hold it against you. Bosch, I have no idea what you're talking about. I know you already had the file on Meadows, the tunnels, all of it. You pulled his military records. You pulled mine. You probably pulled every file on anyone who made it out of that place alive. Something in the Westland job connected back to those tunnels you knew before I walked in." She held his gaze, about to reply, when a waitress approached with a notepad. Just a black coffee and an Evian for now. Thanks, Bosch said, cutting in before either woman could speak. The waitress nodded and walked away. I thought you were a cream and sugar cop, Wish remarked, her tone slightly less rigid. Only when people try to guess what I am. Her eyes softened, but only a fraction. Detective Bosch, however you came by what you think you know, I am not discussing the Westland case. It's exactly as I said at the Bureau. I can't. I'm sorry. I truly am, Bosch replied. I suppose I could be upset, but I'm not. It made sense for the investigation. I would have done the same thing. You look at anyone who matches the profile, a tunnel rat, and you run them through the evidence. You're not a suspect, Bosch, all right? So let it go. I know I'm not a suspect. He let out a brief, strained laugh. I was serving a suspension down in Mexico and can prove it. But you already know that. So for me, fine, I'll drop it. But I need what you have on Meadows. You pulled his files back in September. You must have put together a profile on him. Surveillance, known contacts, background. Maybe. I bet you even brought him in for questioning. I need everything now, today, not in 3 or 4 weeks when some paperwork gets stamped. The waitress returned with their coffee and water. Wish drew her glass closer, but didn't drink. Detective Bosch, you're off the case. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't be the one telling you, but you're off. Go back to your office and you'll find out. We made a call after you left. He was holding his coffee with both hands, elbows on the table. He carefully set the cup down on the saucer, in case his hands started to tremble. What did you do? Bosch asked. I'm sorry, Eleanor, Wish said after you left. Rourke, the guy you shoved the picture at? He called the number on your card and spoke to a Lieutenant Pounds. He told him about your visit today and suggested there was a conflict investigating a friend's death. He mentioned some other things, and what other things? Look, Bosch, I know about you. I'll admit we pulled your files, we checked you out. Honestly, to do that, all we had to do was read the newspapers from back then, you and that whole dollmaker case. So I know what you've been through with internal affairs, and this isn't going to help, but it was Rourke's decision. What else did he say? He told the truth. He said both your name and Meadows's had come up in our investigation. He said you two knew each other. He requested that you be taken off the case. So none of this matters anymore. Bosch looked away, out of the booth. I want to hear you answer, he said. Am I a suspect? No. At least you weren't until you walked in here this morning. Now I don't know. I'm trying to be honest. You have to see this from our perspective. One guy we looked at last year comes in and says he's investigating the murder of another guy we looked at very closely. This first guy says, let me see your files. She didn't have to tell him as much as she had. He knew this and understood she was likely stepping out on a limb by saying anything at all. For all the trouble he had just walked into or been pushed into, Harry Bosch was starting to appreciate the straightforward, unyielding Eleanor Wish. If you won't tell me about Meadows, tell me one thing about myself. You said I was looked at and then cleared. How did you clear me? Did you go to Mexico? That and other things. She studied him for a moment before continuing. You were cleared early on. At first, we got excited. We looked through the files of people with tunnel experience from Vietnam, and right there on top is the famous Harry Bosch, detective superstar. A couple of books written about his cases, TV movie, a spin-off series, and the guy the newspapers couldn't get enough of. The guy whose career took a nosedive with a 1-month suspension and transfer from the elite robbery homicide division to... She paused. The sewer. He finished for her. She looked down into her glass and went on. So right away, Rourke started thinking that maybe that's how you spent your time, digging that tunnel into the bank. From hero to outcast, this was your way of getting back at society, something crazy like that. But when we backgrounded you and asked around quietly, we heard you went to Mexico for the month. We sent someone down to Ensenada to check it out. You were in the clear. Around that time, we also received your medical records from the VA facility in Sepulveda. Oh, that's right. That's who you called this morning, isn't it? He gave a slow nod. She went on. In those records were the psychiatrist's notes. I'm sorry. This feels like such a violation. I need to hear it. The treatment was for PTS. You're fully capable, of course, but you do experience occasional episodes, insomnia, claustrophobia, things like that. One doctor even noted you'd never enter a tunnel again, under any circumstances. We ran your profile through our behavioral analysis unit in Quantico. They ruled you out as a suspect, concluding it was highly unlikely you'd cross that line for something like money. She let the words hang in the air for a moment. Those VA files are outdated, Bosch countered. That's ancient history. I'm not here to plead my case as a suspect, but that VA material is old. I haven't seen a therapist, VA or private, in 5 years. And as for that phobia nonsense, I went into a tunnel yesterday to examine Meadows' body. What would your Quantico psychologist say about that? He felt the heat of embarrassment flush his cheeks. He'd said too much, and the harder he tried to clamp down, the more the blood seemed to rise. Just then, the waitress with the broad hips returned to top off his coffee. "Ready to order yet?" she asked. "No, Wish," replied, her eyes locked on Bosch. "Not yet, sweetie. We get a big lunch rush in here, and we need the table for folks who actually want to eat. I make my living from the hungry, not from the too-angry-to-eat crowd." She walked off, leaving Bosch to think that sometimes waitresses read people better than cops ever could. Wish said softly, "I'm sorry about all this. I should have left when I first thought to." The embarrassment faded, but a simmering anger remained. He wasn't staring past the booth anymore. He was looking directly at her. "You think you know me from some papers in a folder? You don't know me. Tell me what you think you know." I don't know you. I know about you," she said, pausing to collect her thoughts. "You're an institutional man, Detective Bosch. Your whole life, youth shelters, foster homes, the army, then the police. You never leave the system, just one flawed institution after another." She took a sip of water, as if weighing whether to continue. She did. "Hieronymus Bosch, the only thing your mother gave you was the name of a painter dead 500 years. But I imagine the things you've seen would make his bizarre dreamscapes look like a theme park. Your mother was alone. She had to give you up. You grew up in foster care, in juvenile halls. You survived that. You survived Vietnam, and you've survived the police department, so far. But you're an outsider in an insider's job. You made it to robbery homicide, worked the high-profile cases, yet you were always on the fringe. You did things your way, and eventually they pushed you out for it." She drained her glass, almost offering him a chance to stop her. He didn't. "It only took one mistake," she said. "You killed a man last year. He was a killer himself, but that didn't matter. According to the reports, you believed he was reaching for a gun under a pillow. It turned out he was reaching for his hairpiece. Almost laughable, but Internal Affairs found a witness, a streetwalker who claimed she'd told you the suspect kept his toupee under that pillow. Her credibility was questioned, of course. It wasn't enough to remove you, but it cost you your place. Now you work Hollywood Division, the place most in the department call the sewer." Her voice faded. She was done. Bosch said nothing, and a heavy silence settled over the booth. The waitress passed by, but knew better than to interrupt. "When you get back to the office," he finally said, his tone low and steady, "you tell Rourke to make one more call. He got me pulled from the investigation, so he can put me back on it. I can't make that happen. He won't agree to it. He will agree. Tell him he has until tomorrow morning to make it right. Or what? What leverage do you actually have? Let's be realistic. Given your history, you'll likely be suspended by tomorrow." The moment Pounds finished his call with Rourke, he probably dialed Internal Affairs, if Rourke didn't beat him to it. That's irrelevant. I need an answer by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, Tell Rourke he'll be reading a front-page story in the Times about how a key suspect in a major bank robbery, a man under active FBI surveillance, was executed right under the Bureau's watch. He took the secrets of the entire Westland Tunnel operation to his grave. Maybe a few details will be out of order, but the core of it will be accurate. More importantly, it will be a compelling story. It will create waves that reach all the way to Washington. It will be deeply embarrassing, and it will serve as a warning to whoever killed Meadows. You'll never catch them after that. And Rourke will forever be remembered as the man who let them slip away. She stared at him, shaking her head with an air of detached superiority. This isn't my decision to make. I have to take it back to him and let him decide. But if it were up to me, I'd call your bluff. And I'll be honest, that's exactly what I'm going to advise him to do. It's not a bluff. You've seen my file. You know I'll go to the press, and they'll listen. They'll eat this story up. Be smart. Tell him it's not a bluff. I have absolutely nothing left to lose. He, on the other hand, has nothing to lose by bringing me back in. He started to slide out of the booth, then paused to toss a few dollars onto the table. You have my file. You know how to find me. Yes, we do, she said, and then added, Hey, Bosch. He stopped and looked back. That story from the streetwalker about the pillow, was she telling the truth? Don't they always? Bosch pulled into the lot behind the Wilcox station and smoked a cigarette right up to the rear door. He crushed the butt under his heel and went inside. The sour smell from the holding tank's vents clinging to the air. Jerry Edgar was pacing in the back hallway, waiting for him. Harry, we've got a Forthwith from 98. He's been looking for you. What's it about? No idea, but he's been stepping out of his office every 10 minutes trying to find you. Your beeper and radio are off, and I saw a couple of those IAD suits from downtown go in there with him earlier. Bosch just nodded, offering no reassurance to his partner.
What's happening?
Edgar pressed, his voice tense. If there's a problem, let's get our stories straight before we walk in there.
You've dealt with this before.
I haven't. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. I think they're removing us from the case.
Me? At least?
He said, his tone deliberately casual. Harry, they don't bring in internal affairs just to reassign a case. Something serious is going on. And man, I hope whatever you did doesn't drag me down with you. Edgar immediately looked regretful. Sorry, Harry. I didn't mean it like that. Don't worry about it. Let's go see what he wants. Bosch headed for the detective squad room. Edgar said he'd loop through the watch office and come in from the front to avoid looking like they'd coordinated. When Bosch reached his desk, the first thing he noticed was the blue murder book on the Meadows case was missing. But whoever took it had overlooked the cassette tape containing the 911 call. Bosch pocketed the tape just as Lieutenant Harvey 98 Pound's voice erupted from the glass-walled office at the front of the room. Bosch! The other detectives glanced up. Bosch rose and made his way toward the glass box. Through the windows, he could see the backs of two men in suits seated with Pounds. He recognized them immediately, the two IAD detectives from the Dollmaker investigation. Lewis and Clark Edgar entered the squad room from the main corridor just as Bosch was walking by, and they stepped into the lieutenant's glass-walled office together. Pounds sat behind his desk, his expression flat and weary. The two internal affairs investigators remained motionless. First off, no smoking in here, Bosch. Got it? Pounds said. Frankly, the whole place reeked of cigarettes this morning. I'm not even going to ask if it was you. City and department regulations banned smoking in all shared workspaces like squad rooms, though private offices were exempt if the occupant permitted it. Pounds, a former smoker turned zealot on the subject, commanded a squad where most of the 30 detectives puffed away like chimneys. In his absence, many would duck into his locked office for a quick smoke rather than trek out to the parking lot, where they'd miss calls and the air carried the sour scent from the drunk tank's rear windows. Though Pounds had taken to locking his door even for brief errands, any detective with a paperclip could jimmy it open in seconds. He'd return to find his 10-by-10 space hazy with smoke despite 2 whirring fans and a can of air freshener on his desk. Since Bosch's transfer from Parker Center to Hollywood detectives, these smoky invasions had grown more frequent, and Pounds was convinced Bosch was the ringleader. He was correct, of course, but he'd never caught him in the act.
"Is that what this meeting's about?" Bosch asked.
"Someone smoking in the office? Just sit down," Pounds snapped. Bosch raised his hands, showing empty fingers, then turned to the IAD men. "Well, Jed, looks like we're embarking on another Lewis and Clark expedition. Haven't seen you great explorers in action since you shipped me off on that all-expenses-deducted vacation south of the border. Real masterpiece that was front-page news, sound bites, the full-star treatment from Internal Affairs." The 2 detectives flushed with instant anger. "You might want to keep that mouth of yours shut this time," Clark shot back. "You're in deep trouble, Bosch, understand? Loud and clear. Thanks for the pointer. Here's one for you. Maybe dig out that leisure suit you wore before you became Irving's favorite yes-man. The yellow one that matched your teeth. Polyester suited you better than silk. Hell, one of the guys out there mentioned the seat of those trousers is getting shiny from all that desk riding. Enough." Pounds cut in. "Bosch. Edgar, sit down and be quiet for a minute. This—" "Lieutenant, I haven't said a word." Edgar started. "Quiet. Everyone, just shut up for a second." Pounds barked. "For God's sake, Edgar, for the record, these are detectives, Lewis and Clark from Internal Affairs. We're here to—" "I want a lawyer," Bosch stated. "Me too, I suppose," Edgar added. "Oh, come on," Pounds said. "We're going to talk this through and clear a few things up without dragging the Police Protective League into it. If you want lawyers, you can get them later. Right now, both of you are going to sit here and answer questions. Otherwise, Edgar, you can kiss that fancy suit goodbye and head back to a uniform. And Bosch, hell, Bosch, you'll probably be down for the count this time." A heavy silence fell over the small office, the tension between the 5 men feeling thick enough to crack the glass. Pounds glanced out at the squad room, where a dozen detectives pretended to work while straining to catch any fragment of the conversation. A few were even trying to read his lips. He stood up and lowered the Venetian blinds over the windows, a rare move that signaled to everyone outside that something major was going down. Even Edgar let out a tense breath, a low whistle of worry. Pounds settled back into his chair, his long fingernail tapping a steady, impatient rhythm on the blue plastic binder closed on his desk. "All right, let's cut to the chase." He started, his voice flat. "First thing, you're both off the Meadows investigation. That's final, no debate. Now, from the beginning, you will tell us every single detail." On cue, Lewis popped open his briefcase and produced a cassette recorder, clicking it on and placing it squarely on Pounds's immaculate desk. Bosch had only been partnered with Edgar for 8 months, not long enough to predict how he'd handle this kind of pressure or how much he could take from these clowns. But he knew him well enough to like the guy and to not want him dragged into this mess. Edgar's only mistake was wanting a Sunday afternoon free to show some real estate.
"This is ridiculous,"
Bosch snapped, jabbing a finger toward the machine. "Turn it off." Pounds gestured at Lewis. "Turn it off." The Internal Affairs detective stood, snatched up the recorder, hit stop, then rewind and set it back down. Once Lewis was seated again, Pounds leaned forward. "For God's sake, Bosch, the FBI calls me today saying you're a possible suspect in a bank robbery. They say Meadows was tied to the same job, which now puts you in the frame for his death." "You really think we wouldn't have questions about that?" Edgar's breathing grew heavier. This was all news to him. "Keep the tape off and we'll talk," Bosch said. Pounds considered it, then nodded. "Fine, no tape for now. Start talking. First, Edgar knows nothing about this. We made a deal yesterday. I took the Meadows case so he could go home and wrap up the Spivey stabbing from the night before. This FBI bank job nonsense? He's completely in the dark. Let him go." Pounds deliberately avoided looking at Lewis, Clark, or Edgar, as if to show he'd make this call alone. It sparked a faint flicker of respect in Bosch, a small light in the midst of a storm of bureaucratic incompetence. Pounds opened his desk drawer, pulled out an old wooden ruler, and rolled it between his palms. Finally, he looked at Edgar.
"Is that true? What Bosch said?"
Edgar nodded. "You realize this makes him look suspicious, like he was hiding the connection from you? He told me he knew Meadows. He was straight with me the whole time. It was a Sunday. Who were we going to call to take over just because he knew the guy 20 years back? Hell, most of the bodies we find in Hollywood, we've crossed paths with before one way or another. This bank stuff must have come up after I left. I'm hearing it for the first time right here." "All right," Pounds said. "Do you have any paperwork on this one?" Edgar shook his head. "Okay."
Finish what you've got on the Spivey case. I'm assigning you a new partner. I'll let you know who. That's all. You can go." Edgar released one last audible sigh and stood leaving the room in a heavy silence. Harvey, 98 pounds, let the quiet stretch for a long moment. Bosch craved a cigarette, even just to hold one unlit between his lips, but he refused to show that kind of vulnerability. "Okay, Bosch," Pounds finally said. "Anything you want to tell us about all this?" "Yeah."
"It's complete bullshit," Clark smirked, but Bosch ignored him. Pounds, however, shot the IAD detective a glare so sharp it actually raised his esteem in Bosch's eyes a notch. "The FBI told me today I'm not a suspect," Bosch stated. "They checked me out 9 months ago because they were looking at anyone who'd worked the tunnels in Vietnam. They found some vague link to those tunnels over there. That's it. They did their job, cleared everyone they needed to, and moved on. Hell, I was in Mexico because of these two clowns when the bank job happened. The FBI just, allegedly," Clark cut in. "Shut it, Clark. You're just looking for an excuse to take a taxpayer-funded vacation down there yourself, pretending to check it out. Call the Bureau and save everyone the money." Bosch swiveled back toward Pounds, shifting his chair so his back faced the IAD detectives. He dropped his voice, making it clear this was for Pounds alone. "The Bureau wants me off this for 2 reasons. First, I threw them off when I showed up today, asking about the bank heist. I'm a ghost from the past. And they panicked and called you. Second, they probably screwed up last year when they let Meadows slip away. They blew their shot and don't want an outside department coming in to see their mess or solve what they couldn't in 9 months. That's not it, Bosch." Pounds shot back. "This morning I got a formal request from the assistant special agent in charge of their bank squad, a guy named Rourke. You know him? Well, he insisted that I be pulled from the Meadows case immediately. He says I knew Meadows, who just happened to be the prime suspect in the bank robbery. Now Meadows turns up dead, and I'm on the case. Coincidence? Rourke doesn't buy it. Honestly, I'm not so sure either. That's exactly what he said. So start from the beginning. Tell me everything about Meadows, how you knew him when, and don't leave a single detail out." For the next hour, Bosch laid it all out. Meadows, the tunnels, that unexpected call after nearly 20 years, how he got him into the VA outreach program in Sepulveda without ever meeting face to face. The whole time he never once glanced at the IAD men or acknowledged they were even in the room. "I didn't hide that I knew him," he said finally. "I told Edgar. I walked right into the FBI and told them, you think I'd do that if I was the one who took Meadows out? Not even Lewis and Clark are that clueless. Then, for God's sake, Bosch, why didn't you tell me?" Pounds's voice boomed. "Why isn't any of this in the reports? Why do I and Internal Affairs have to hear it from the FBI?" So Pounds hadn't been the one to call IRD, Rourke had. Bosch wondered if Eleanor Wish knew that and lied, or if Rourke had sent the goons on his own. He barely knew her. Hell, he didn't know her at all, but he caught himself hoping she hadn't deceived him. "I only started the reports this morning," Bosch said. "I was going to update everything after meeting with the FBI. Obviously, that didn't happen." "Well, save yourself the trouble," Pounds said. "It's been handed over to the FBI. What has? They've got no jurisdiction here. This is a murder case. Rourke claims the killing is directly tied to their ongoing bank investigation. They're folding it into their case. We'll assign a liaison officer through interdepartmental channels. If and when it's time to press murder charges, that officer will take it to the DA for state prosecution." "Jesus, Pounds, can't you see something's off here?" Pounds slid the ruler back into his desk drawer and shut it firmly. "Yes, something's off, but not the way you think," he said. "That's it, Bosch. Consider it an order. You're off the case. These two want to talk to you, and you're on desk duty until Internal Affairs finishes their review." He paused, his tone shifting to something heavier, resigned. "You know, when you were sent to me last year, I could have stuck you anywhere. I could have buried you on burglary detail, drowning in 50 reports a week. But I didn't. I saw what you could do and put you on homicide, what I thought you wanted. They warned me you were good, but didn't stay inside the lines. Now I see they were right. And I'll be the one paying for it. I'm done worrying about what's best for you at this point. You can choose to cooperate with these gentlemen or not. It makes no difference to me. This is the end of the line for us. If you manage to survive this situation, I suggest you look into a transfer because you will no longer be assigned to my homicide unit." Pounds lifted the blue binder from his desk and rose to his feet. On his way out, he announced, "I need to have someone deliver this to the Bureau. You gentlemen can use the office as long as necessary." He shut the door behind him. Bosch considered the lieutenant's words and actions and found he couldn't honestly blame him for any of it. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Hey, no smoking. You heard what he said?" Lewis snapped. "Go to hell," Bosch replied. "You're finished, Bosch." Clark chimed in. "We're going to nail you this time. You're not the untouchable hero anymore. There's no public relations nightmare to save you now. Nobody will care what happens to you." Clark stood and switched the tape recorder back on. He stated the date, the names of those present, and the Internal Affairs case number for the investigation. Bosch noted the number was roughly 700 digits higher than the one from the inquiry 9 months prior that had landed him in Hollywood. 9 months, and 700 other cops put through the ringer, he thought. One day there'll be nobody left to do what's written on the patrol cars, to serve and protect. "Detective Bosch," Lewis began, adopting a measured, calm tone. "We would like to ask you questions regarding your investigation into the death of William Meadows. Please describe any past association with or knowledge of the deceased." "I refuse to answer any questions without an attorney present," Bosch stated. "I invoke my right to representation under California's Policeman's Bill of Rights." Detective Bosch, "The Department administration does not recognize that provision. You are ordered to answer these questions. Failure to comply will result in suspension and possible termination. You." "Could you loosen these handcuffs, please?" Bosch interrupted. "What?" Lewis exclaimed, his composed facade crumbling. Clark stood up and moved to the tape recorder, leaning over it. "Detective Bosch is not handcuffed, and there are 2 witnesses here who can confirm that fact," he declared. "Just the 2 who put them on me," Bosch said flatly, "and who roughed me up. This is a direct violation of my civil rights. I demand a union representative and my attorney be present before this proceeds any further." Clark rewound the tape and shut off the recorder. His face flushed a deep crimson as he carried the device back to his partner's briefcase. For a moment, neither man could speak. Finally, Clark said, "It's going to be a genuine pleasure to take you down, Bosch. Suspension papers will be on the chief's desk by the end of the day. You'll be assigned to a desk at Internal Affairs where we can watch you. We'll start with conduct unbecoming an officer and work our way up, maybe even to murder. Either way, your career in this department is over. You're done." Bosch stood up, and the two IAD detectives did the same. He took a final drag from his cigarette, dropped it on the floor in front of Clark, and ground it into the polished linoleum with his heel. He knew they'd clean it up rather than let Pounds know they'd lost control of the interview. He stepped between them, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and walked out of the room without a word. Outside, he heard Clark's strained voice call after him, "Stay away from the case, Bosch." Keeping his eyes forward, Bosch walked through the squad room and sank into his chair at the homicide table. He looked across at Edgar, who was seated at his own desk. "You handled that well," Bosch said. "You should come out of this okay. What about you? I'm off the case, and those two jerks are going to file paperwork on me. I've got the rest of the day, and that's pretty much it before they hit me with the rod. Damn it." Every relieved of duty order and temporary suspension had to get the signature of the deputy chief running Internal Affairs. Anything more severe had to be pushed up to a subcommittee of the police commission for a final decision. Lewis and Clark would start with a temporary rod, citing conduct unbecoming an officer Cubo for short. After that, they'd build a stronger case to take upstairs. Once that deputy chief signed off, union rules said Bosch had to be notified directly, either face-to-face or on a recorded line. After notification, he could be stuck at a desk in the IAD offices at Parker Center or sent home until everything was wrapped up. But just like they'd said, Lewis and Clark would push for him to be assigned right to IAD. That way they could parade him around like some kind of prize. "Anything you need from me for the Spivey report?" he asked Edgar. "Nah, I'm good. I'm about to start typing it up if I can find a free machine. Did you get a chance to look into Meadows' supposed job on the subway project, like I asked?" Edgar seemed to catch himself. "Yeah, I checked. For what it's worth. They said nobody named Meadows has worked there. There's a guy named Fields, but he's African-American and he was on the clock today, and Meadows probably wasn't using an alias, because they're not even running a night shift. The project's actually ahead of schedule, believe it or not." Edgar then raised his voice. "I'm calling the Selectric." "No chance," yelled back an auto theft detective named Minkley. "I'm next in line for that one." Edgar scanned the room for another option. Late in the afternoon, a working typewriter in the squad room was as good as gold. There were a dozen machines for 32 detectives, and that was counting the manual clunkers and the electrics with their own personalities, like boarders that wandered or space bars that had a mind of their own. "Fine," Edgar called out. "I've got next dibs after you, Mink." He lowered his voice and turned back to Bosch. "Who do you think Pounds will stick me with?" "Pounds? No idea. It felt like guessing who your ex-wife would marry after you were gone."
Bosch wasn't really in the mood to speculate about Edgar's future partner. "Listen, I've got some things to take care of." "Sure, Harry. Need any help with anything?" Bosch shook his head and picked up the phone. He called his lawyer and left a message. It usually took 3 tries before the guy called back, so Bosch made a mental note to try again later. Then he spun his Rolodex, found a number, and called the U.S. Armed Services Records Archive in St. Louis.
He asked for a law enforcement clerk and got a woman named Jessie St. John. He put in a priority request for copies of all Billy Meadows' military files. 3 days, St. John told him. He hung up, thinking he'd probably never even see those records. They'd arrive, but he wouldn't be at this desk on this case. Next, he called Donovan at the Scientific Investigation Division and learned there were no usable fingerprints on the needle kit from Meadows' shirt pocket, and only smudges on the spray paint can. The light brown crystals found in the cotton filter tested at 55% pure heroin, an Asian blend. Bosch knew the stuff sold on the street and shot into veins was usually around 15% pure, mostly a tar heroin from Mexico. Somebody had given Meadows an extremely potent dose. In Harry's mind, that made the toxicology reports he was waiting for a mere formality. Meadows had been murdered. Nothing else from the scene was much help, though Donovan did mention the freshly burned match found in the pipe didn't come from the matchbook in Meadows's kit. Bosch gave Donovan the address of Meadows's apartment and asked him to send a team over to process it. He told him to check the matches in an ashtray on the coffee table against the book from the kit. After hanging up, Bosch wondered if Donovan would dispatch someone before news circulated that he was off the case or suspended. His final call was to the coroner's office. Sakai confirmed he had notified next of kin Meadows's mother, still living in New Iberia, Louisiana, had been reached. She had no funds to retrieve or bury him and hadn't seen her son in 18 years. Billy Meadows would not be returning home. Los Angeles County would handle his burial.
What about the VA?
Bosch asked. He served. Right. I'll look into it, Sakai replied, before ending the call. Bosch stood and retrieved a compact tape recorder from one of the file cabinet drawers lining the wall behind the homicide table. He slipped the device into his coat pocket alongside the 911 tape and left the squad room via the rear hallway. Passing the lock-up benches and the jail, he headed down to the crash office. The cramped space felt more crowded than the detective bureau. Desks and files for 5 men and 1 woman were squeezed into a room no larger than a second bedroom in a Venice apartment. Along one wall stood a row of 4-drawer file cabinets. Opposite was the computer and teletype. In between, 3 sets of desks were pushed together. The back wall displayed the usual city map, black lines marking the 18 police divisions. Above it hung the top 10 color 8x10 photos of Hollywood Division's current top troublemakers. Bosch noticed one was a morgue shot. The kid was dead, but still made the list. Now that's dedication, he thought dryly. Above the photos, black plastic letters spelled out community resources against street hoodlums. Only Thelia King was present, seated at the computer that suited Bosch, known as the King, which she disliked, and Elvis, which she tolerated. Thelia King was the crash computer specialist. If you needed to trace gang connections or locate a juvenile floating around Hollywood, Elvis was the person to ask. Bosch was surprised she was alone. He checked his watch. Just past 2, too early for the gang unit to be out on patrol. Where is everyone? Hey, Bosch, she said, glancing away from the screen. Funerals. 2 rival gangs are burying members today at the same cemetery up in the valley. They've got all available hands up there to keep things peaceful. And you're not with them? Just back from court. But before you tell me why you're here, Harry, why don't you fill me in on what went down in 98 Pounds' office today? Bosch smiled. News travelled faster inside a police station than on the streets. He gave her a condensed version of his time in the barrel and the impending clash with internal affairs. Bosch, you take things way too seriously, she remarked. Why not get yourself a side job? Something to keep you sane. Go with the flow like your partner. Too bad he's married. He's pulling in triple what we make, busting heads just selling houses on the side. I could use a gig like that. Bosch nodded but kept his thoughts to himself. Too much going with the flow just leads us all down the drain. Sometimes he believed he took things just seriously enough, while everyone else didn't take them seriously at all. That was the real issue. Everybody had an outside gig. What do you need? She said. Better do it now before they process your paperwork. After that you'll be a leper around here. Stay where you are, he replied, pulling a chair over. He outlined what he needed from the computer. The crash system ran a program called GRIT, Gang-Related Information Tracking, which held records on over 55,000 identified gang members and juvenile offenders in the city. The computer also linked to the Sheriff's Department gang database, which tracked another 30,000 or so. One component of the GRIT system was the moniker database. This digital file catalogued offenders by their street aliases, linking each one to legal names, dates of birth, addresses, and other identifiers. Every alias that surfaced during arrests or field interview reports was entered into the program. Rumour had it the GRIT database contained over 90,000 monikers. The trick was knowing the right commands, and Elvis certainly did. Bosch provided the 3 letters he had. Not sure if that's the complete tag or just a piece of it, he mentioned. My guess is it's a fragment. She entered the commands to access the GRIT files, typed in SHA, and pressed the prompt key. After about 13 seconds, a frown appeared on Thelia King's dark face. "We've got 343 matches," she reported. "Looks like you might be settling in for a long visit, Hon." He asked her to filter out the black and Latino entries. The voice on the 911 tape had sounded white to his ear. She tapped a few more keys, and the amber text on the screen rearranged into a new list. "That's more manageable. 19 hits now," King said. No moniker consisted solely of the 3 letters Shah. The list included 5 shadows, 4 Shahs, 2 Sharkies, 2 Sharkies, and 1 each for Shark, Shabby, Shallow, Shank, Shabot, and Shame. Bosch's mind flashed to the graffiti he'd seen on the pipe up at the dam, that jagged, almost predatory S, like an open mouth, the mouth of a shark, perhaps. "Let's see the variations on Shark," he directed. King pressed a couple of keys, and the top portion of the screen filled with fresh amber text. Shark was a kid from the valley. His police contact was minimal. He'd received probation and graffiti cleanup duty after being caught tagging bus benches along Ventura Boulevard in Tarzana. At 15, it seemed unlikely he'd be at the dam at 3 in the morning on a Sunday, Bosch reasoned. King called up the first Sharky. He was currently serving time at a juvenile fire camp in Malibu. The second Sharky was deceased, killed in a gang conflict between the KGB Kids Gone Bad and the Vinland Boys back in 1989. His name hadn't yet been purged from the records. When she accessed the first Sharky, the screen filled with information and a blinking more prompt appeared at the bottom. "Now here's a habitual offender," she remarked. The report detailed Edward Nies, a 17-year-old white male known to ride a yellow motorbike with license plate JVN 138. He had no known gang ties, but used Sharky as his graffiti tag, and was a frequent runaway from his mother's home in Chatsworth. 2 screens worth of police interactions followed, and Bosch noticed from the locations that this Sharky favoured Hollywood and West Hollywood whenever he ran. Scanning to the end of the second screen, he spotted a loitering arrest from 3 months prior at the Hollywood Reservoir. "This is our guy," Bosch stated. "Skip the last entry. Can I get a hard copy?" She initiated the print command for the file and then gestured toward the wall of cabinets. Bosch walked over, opened the drawer labelled N, and located the file for Edward Nies. Inside was a colour booking photo. Sharky was blonde and appeared slight in the picture, wearing that familiar blend of hurt and defiance so common on teenagers' faces these days, almost like a uniform. But something about the face struck a chord with Bosch. He couldn't quite place it. Flipping the photo over, he saw it was dated 2 years earlier. King handed him the computer printout, and he took a seat at an empty desk to review both the printout and the file contents. The most serious offences the boy known as Sharky had been caught for were shoplifting, vandalism, loitering, and possession of marijuana and speed. He'd been detained once, a 20-day stint at Silmar Juvenile Hall following a drug arrest, but was later released on home probation. Every other time, he was promptly released to his mother. He was a chronic runaway from home, and frankly, a kid the system had essentially given up on. The file offered little beyond what was on the computer, just some additional notes elaborating on the arrests. Bosch sifted through the documents until he located the loitering report. The case had been diverted to a pre-trial program and was ultimately dismissed after Sharky promised to return to his mother's home and remain there. That arrangement, unsurprisingly, fell apart quickly. Records showed his mother reported him missing to his probation officer just 2 weeks later, and he had not been located since. Bosch read the arresting officer's summary. It stated that a dam caretaker, Donald Smiley, had discovered the boy asleep on a pile of newspapers inside a drainage pipe early one morning. The boy was disoriented and filthy, appearing to be under the influence. When questioned, Sharkey claimed he slept there regularly because his mother didn't want him at home. The officer, confirming he was a listed runaway, took him into custody. Sharkey was clearly a creature of habit. Bosch mused arrested at the dam months prior. He had returned there to sleep that Sunday morning. Bosch continued searching the file for other patterns. A field interview card revealed that in January, Sharkey had been stopped near West Hollywood. An officer, suspicious of his new sneakers, had asked for a receipt. Sharkey produced it from a pouch on his motorbike, but the officer spotted a plastic bag inside. The bag contained 10 explicit photographs of Sharkey, naked and in various poses. The officer confiscated and destroyed the photos, noting on the card that he would alert the local sheriff's station about Sharkey likely soliciting men on the boulevard. Closing the file but keeping the photograph, Bosch thanked Thelia King and left. As he walked past the station's holding benches, the photo finally clicked into place. The hair was now in dreadlocks, and the face held more defiance than hurt. But this was undoubtedly the kid who had been handcuffed to the juvenile bench earlier that morning. Thelia's computer search had missed it because the arrest hadn't been logged yet. Bosch diverted into the watch commander's office, explained the situation, and was directed to a box of reports from the morning watch. He found the paperwork on Edward Niese, which detailed Sharkey's arrest for loitering near a Vine Street newsstand at 4 in the morning. A patrol officer, suspecting he was soliciting, had run his name and found the runaway status. Checking the day's arrest sheet, Bosch saw the kid had been held until 9 a.m., when his probation officer collected him. A call to the PO at Silmar Juvenile Hall revealed Sharkey had already been before a court referee and released back to his mother's custody. "And that's his core issue," the probation officer said with a sigh. "He'll vanish by tonight, back on the streets. I guarantee it," I told the referee, but he wasn't about to detain the kid just for loitering, especially since his mother's primary occupation is as a telephone sex operator. "A what?" Bosch asked. "It's in the file." While her son's out there, Mum's at home charging $40 for 15 minutes, telling strangers over the phone exactly what she'll do to them. She advertises in the back of those adult magazines. Real, wholesome family environment. The officer's tone shifted from bureaucratic to bitterly sarcastic. So, yeah, a real pillar of the community. No wonder the kid prefers sleeping in pipes. Home sweet home, right? She takes MasterCard and Visa, putting the callers on hold while she verifies the card number and available credit on another line. As far as I can tell, she's been doing this for about 5 years. Edward grew up listening to all that. Is it any surprise the kid turned into a con artist and a runner? What else would you expect? When did he leave with her? Around noon. If you're hoping to catch him there, you'd better move. You have the address?
Yeah.
And Bosch, one more thing. Don't go expecting some glamorous call girl. His mother doesn't look anything like the role she plays on the phone. Her voice gets the job done, but her appearance would frighten a blind man. Bosch thanked him for the heads up and hung up. He took the 101 into the valley, then the 405 north to the 118 heading west. Exiting in Chatsworth, he drove into the rocky hills at the valley's northern edge. A condo community now stood on what had once been a movie ranch, a place where Charles Manson and his followers were rumored to have hidden. Parts of one follower's body were said to still be buried somewhere in those hills. Dusk was settling as Bosch arrived. Residents were returning from work, traffic filling the development's narrow streets, doors closing, phones ringing, no doubt more calls to Sharkey's mother. Bosch was already too late.
"I don't have time for more police," Veronica Niese said as she opened the door and saw his badge.
The moment I get him home, he's out the door again. I don't know where he goes. You tell me. That's your job. I have 3 calls waiting, 1 long distance. I need to go. She was in her late 40s, heavy-set and deeply lined. A poorly fitted wig sat atop her head, and her pupils were unevenly dilated. The sour, stale scent of speed hung around her. Her callers were better off with their fantasies, constructing a face and body from nothing but a voice. Mrs. Neasy, I'm not here because your son did anything wrong. I need to speak with him about something he witnessed. He could be in danger. Oh, spare me. I've heard that one before. She shut the door. Bosch stood there a moment, then heard her voice again on the phone, maybe a French accent. He couldn't be sure. He caught only fragments of what she was saying, enough to make him flush. Thinking of Sharkey, he realized the kid wasn't really a runaway. There was nothing here to run from. He returned to his car. That was it for the day, and he was out of time. By now, Lewis and Clark had surely filed paperwork on him. He'd be reassigned to a desk in internal affairs by morning. Driving back to the station, he signed out. The place was empty, no messages on his desk, not even from his lawyer. On the way home, he stopped at the Lucky Market and picked up 4 beers, 2 from Mexico, an English lager called Old Nick, and a Henry's. He expected to find a message from Lewis and Clark on his answering machine. He wasn't wrong, but the message wasn't what he'd anticipated. I know you're there, so listen, came Clark's recognizable voice. They can change their minds, but they can't change ours. We'll see you around. There were no other messages. Bosch played it back 3 times. Something had gone wrong for them. They must have been called off. Could his weak threat about going to the media have actually worked with the FBI, even as he wondered? He doubted it. So what happened? He sat in his watch chair, started with the Mexican beers, and reopened the war scrapbook he'd forgotten to put away. Opening it Sunday night had unlocked a dark trove of memories. Now, with time having softened both the threat and the photographs, he found himself drawn back in. Some time after dark, the phone rang. Harry picked up before the machine could. "Well," said Lieutenant Harvey Pounds, "the FBI is now reconsidering whether they were too harsh. The decision has been reversed. You're being brought back in to assist their investigation in whatever capacity they require. That directive comes straight from administration at Parker Center." Pounds's tone couldn't hide his surprise at the sudden about-face. "What about internal affairs?" Bosch pressed. "No complaint filed. Like I told you, the FBI is stepping back and IAD is following suit. For the moment at least, so I'm officially reinstated. You're reinstated. Not that it was my call, just so we're clear. I told them exactly where they could stick this whole arrangement, because something here doesn't smell right. But I suppose that's a concern for another day. Right now you're on a detached assignment. You work with them until you hear otherwise." "What happens to Edgar?" "Edgar isn't your problem anymore. Focus on your new partners. Let's get something straight, Pounds. You acted like you were doing me some huge favor by sticking me on the homicide table after Parker Center pushed me out. The truth is, I did you the favor. So if you're waiting for an apology from me, you're going to be waiting a long time. Bosch, I don't want a thing from you. You dug your own hole. My only issue is that your mess might have buried me along the way." "If it were my decision, you wouldn't be within a mile of this case. You'd be sifting through pawnshop ledgers. But it's not your decision, is it?" He hung up before Pounds could muster a reply. He stood there, hand still on the receiver, his mind racing over the implications. The phone rang again, almost immediately. "Tough day, I imagine?" "It was Eleanor Wish. I was expecting someone else. I guess you've already heard the news." "I've heard. You'll be reporting to me." "Why did you call off the hounds? A sudden change of heart?" "It's straightforward. We want to keep this investigation out of the headlines. There's more to it than that." She didn't confirm or deny it, but she stayed on the line. After a long pause, he finally asked, "What's the plan for tomorrow? Come see me first thing in the morning. We'll take it from there." After hanging up, Bosch thought about her and about the unsettling feeling of being kept in the dark. He didn't like it one bit, but walking away wasn't an option now. He moved to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of Old Nick from the refrigerator, the cool glass a brief distraction from the whirlwind of the day. Meanwhile, Lewis stood with his back to the flowing traffic, using his broad frame to muffle the sound around the payphone. "He begins with the FBI agent tomorrow morning," Lewis reported. "What are your orders for us?" Irving didn't respond immediately. Lewis pictured him on the other end, his jaw tight with frustration. Clark wandered over from the car and whispered, "What's the joke?" "What did he say?" Lewis shooed him away with an irritated glance. "Who was that?" Irving's voice cut back in. "That was Clark, sir. He's just eager for our next assignment." Did Lieutenant Pounds make contact with the subject? "Yes, sir," Lewis said, suddenly wondering if the call was being recorded. The lieutenant informed him he is to work with the Bureau. They're merging the murder and bank investigations. He's paired with Special Agent Eleanor Wish. "What's his angle?" Irving muttered, more to himself than expecting an answer. Lewis knew better than to interrupt the deputy chief's thoughts. He saw Clark approaching again and waved him off sharply. The phone booth, missing its door, was situated at the base of Woodrow Wilson Drive near the overpass crossing the Hollywood freeway. The roar of a passing semi-truck washed over him, bringing a gust of warm, exhaust-tinged air. Lewis looked up at the hillside, a glittering spread of house lights, and tried to pick out which one belonged to Bosch's stilt house. It was impossible. The hill looked like an over-decorated Christmas tree. He must have some leverage over them, Irving concluded, his voice firm. He's forced his way into this. Here's your assignment. You two stay on him. Don't let him make you, but stick close. He's planning something. Find out what it is, and continue building your 181 case as you go. The FBI might have dropped their complaint, but we aren't backing down. What about Pounds? You still want his daily log copied. That is Lieutenant Pounds, Detective Lewis. And yes, copy him the surveillance log. That will be sufficient. Irving ended the call abruptly. "Understood, sir," Lewis said to the silent receiver, not wanting Clark to sense the slight. "We'll maintain the operation. Thank you, sir. Good night." He hung up, privately stung that his commander hadn't offered the same courtesy. Clark approached quickly. "Well, so we pick him up again at dawn. Bring your empty bottle." "That's all. Just watching, for the moment." "Damn. I want to toss that bastard's house. Break a few things. He's probably got the stolen goods sitting right there. If he was involved, I doubt he'd be that careless. We wait and watch. If he's dirty on this, it'll show. Oh, he's dirty. Count on it. We'll see." Sharkey, perched on a low concrete wall bordering a Santa Monica Boulevard parking lot, his gaze fixed on the bright 7-Eleven across the street. He tracked the comings and goings, mostly tourists and couples. No singles yet that matched the profile. The boy called Arson ambled over. "This is a bust man." Arson's red hair was gelled into sharp spikes. Dressed in black jeans and a grimy tee, he dragged on a Salem. He wasn't high, just hungry. Sharkey glanced at him, then past him to where the third boy, Mojo, sat slumped near their bikes. Mojo was stockier, his dark hair greased back into a small tail. Acne scars permanently etched a surly expression on his face. "Give it a little longer," Sharkey said. "I'm starving," Arson complained. "You think I'm not? We all want to eat." "Maybe we should check on Betty Jenny," Mojo suggested. "She might have cooked enough for us." Sharkey looked over. "You two, go ahead. I'm staying until I score. I'm getting a meal." As he spoke, a maroon Jaguar XJ6 pulled into the store's lot. "What about the guy in the drain pipe?" Arson asked. "You think they found him yet? We could go check, see if there's any cash. I still don't get why you chickened out last night, Shark. Hey, you feel like hiking up there alone. Be my guest, Sharky shot back. Then we'll see who's got nerve. He hadn't told them he'd called 9111 about the body. That would be harder to forgive than his fear of the pipe. A single man stepped out of the Jaguar. He looked to be in his late 30s, with a brush cut, wearing loose white pants and a shirt, a sweater casually knotted around his shoulders. Sharky saw no one else in the car. "Check out the Jag," he said. The other two looked toward the store. "This is it. I'm going. We'll be right here," Arson said. Sharky hopped off the wall and jogged across the boulevard. Through the store windows, he watched the Jaguar's owner, who held an ice cream and browsed the magazine rack, his eyes constantly scanning the other men inside. Sharky felt a spark of hope as the man moved to the counter to pay. He crouched by the storefront, the Jaguar's grill just a few feet away. When the man emerged, Sharky waited for their eyes to meet and for the man to offer a faint smile before he spoke up. "Hey, mister," he said, standing. "Could you maybe do me a favor?" The man scanned the parking lot before responding. "Sure. What do you need?" "Well, I was wondering if you might go back in and buy me a beer. I've got the money. I just really need one to unwind, you know?" The man hesitated. "I don't know. That's probably not legal, is it? You're not 21. I could get into trouble." Sharky offered a disarming smile. "Well, do you have any beer at your place? Then you wouldn't have to buy it. Handing someone a beer isn't a crime." "Well—"
"I won't overstay. We could both use a little relaxation, you know." The man scanned the parking lot once more. It was empty. Sharky felt the hook was set. "All right," he said. "I can bring you back here later if you need. Sounds good." They headed east on Santa Monica Boulevard, turning south on Flores for a couple of blocks, until they reached a gated townhouse complex. Sharky didn't bother checking the mirrors. He knew they were following.
The man, who introduced himself as Jack, used a key on the security gate, pulling it shut behind them. Inside the townhouse, the air was still. "Name's Jack," he said. "What can I get you, Phil? You got anything to eat? I'm pretty hungry." Sharky's eyes swept the room, landing on the security panel near the phone. The place was furnished in light tones, the plush carpet a pale cream. "Nice spot. Thanks. Let me see what's in the kitchen. We can even run your clothes through the wash while you're here. I don't make a habit of this, but I like to help when I can." Sharky trailed him into the kitchen. As Jack opened the refrigerator and bent to look inside, Sharky casually reached over and pressed the button on the console, releasing the exterior gate latch. Jack, clutching a plastic bowl, didn't notice. "I've got tuna. Could make a salad. How long have you been out there? And I'm not calling you Phil. Your real name's your business." "Tuna's fine. Haven't been out too long. You clean?" "Yeah, I'm good. We'll be safe anyway." It was time. Sharky stepped back into the hallway. Jack straightened up from the fridge, bowl in hand, his expression shifting to one of dawning comprehension. Sharky threw the deadbolt and yanked the door open. Arson and Mojo walked in. "What is this?" Jack demanded, his voice thin. He rushed into the hall, where Arson, the largest of them, drove a fist into the bridge of his nose. The sound was like a snapping twig. The bowl hit the carpet, and a dark stain of blood began to spread across the cream-coloured fibres. Tuesday, May 22, Elena Wish called again Tuesday morning as Harry Bosch was wrestling with his tie in the bathroom mirror. She suggested a coffee shop in Westwood before heading to the bureau. He'd already had 2 cups, but agreed. Hanging up, he fastened his top button and tightened the knot. He couldn't recall the last time he'd fussed so much over how he looked. When he arrived, she was in a booth by the window, hands wrapped around a water glass, looking placid. A muffin wrapper sat on a plate pushed aside. She offered a brief, polite smile as he slid in and signaled a waitress. "Just coffee," Bosch said. "You ate already?" Wish asked after the waitress left. "No, I'm fine. You don't eat much, I've noticed." It sounded more like a maternal observation than a detective's remark. "So, who's briefing me? You or Rourke?" "Me." The waitress set down his coffee. From the next booth, Bosch could hear a group of salesmen haggling over a breakfast check. He took a careful sip of the hot liquid. "I want the FBI's request for my assistance in writing, signed by the SAC of the LA office." She paused, set her glass down, and met his gaze directly. Her eyes were so dark they gave nothing away. At their corners, the beginnings of fine lines were visible in her tan skin. Along her jawline was a faint, old, crescent-shaped scar, white and nearly invisible. He studied her face, wondering if the scar and the faint lines troubled her as he suspected they might trouble others. There was a quiet melancholy in her expression, as if some inner mystery had slowly surfaced. Maybe it was just exhaustion, he considered. Still, she was striking, and he placed her in her early 30s. "I think we can manage that," she replied. "Any other requests before we begin?" He gave a slight smile and shook his head. "You know, Bosch, I reviewed your murder book last night. Given what you had to work with, and only a single day, it was impressive. Most detectives would still have that body backlogged at the morgue, tagged as a likely accidental overdose." He remained silent. "So where do we start today?" she asked. "I've been following a few leads that aren't in the file yet. Why don't you walk me through the bank burglary first? I need the full picture. All I have is what was released to the press and on the bulletins. You bring me up to speed, then I'll fill you in on Meadows." The waitress appeared, refilled his coffee, and checked her water glass. Then Eleanor Wish began recounting the heist. As she spoke, Bosch mentally catalogued his questions, saving them for later. He could sense her admiration for the operation's meticulous planning and execution. Whoever these tunnelers were, they had earned her professional respect, a fact that oddly sparked a flicker of jealousy in him. "Beneath Los Angeles," she explained, "there are over 400 miles of storm drains wide enough to drive a car through. Beyond that, there are another 1,100 miles of tributary lines you could at least crawl through. That means anyone with the right knowledge can travel underground and get close to virtually any building in the city. And getting that knowledge isn't hard. The entire network's blueprints are public record, filed with the county recorder. These men used that drainage system to reach Westland National." He had already deduced as much, but didn't interrupt. She said the FBI believed there were at least 3 men below ground and 1 above, acting as a lookout and handling logistics. The topside man likely communicated by radio, though that may have stopped near the end to avoid any risk of radio waves setting off explosive charges. The crew below navigated the tunnels on Honda all-terrain vehicles, entering the system through a wash in the Los Angeles River Basin, northeast of downtown, under cover of darkness. Using public maps, they traveled 2 miles through the tunnel network to a point about 30 feet below and 150 yards west of the bank on Wilshire. There they used an industrial drill fitted with a diamond-tipped 24-inch bit, powered by a generator on one of the ATVs to cut through 6 inches of concrete tunnel wall. From that opening, they began to dig. The actual vault breach happened over Labor Day weekend. Wish continued. "We estimate they started the tunnel 3 or 4 weeks earlier. They only worked at night, digging a little each time and clearing out by dawn. The Department of Water and Power has inspectors who routinely check the system for damage, but they work daytime hours, so the crew avoided them." "What about the hole in the tunnel wall? Wouldn't the inspectors have noticed that?" Bosch asked, then immediately regretted jumping in before she finished. "No," she answered. "These guys planned for everything. They had a circular piece of plywood, 24 inches across, coated in concrete. We found it afterward. Each morning when they left, They'd fit this plug into the hole and seal the edges with fresh cork. It would appear as a sealed-off storm drain pipe, a common sight down in those tunnels. I've been there myself. You see capped lines everywhere. The 24-inch diameter is standard, so this setup would have blended right in. It goes unnoticed, and the thieves simply return the following night to resume digging a bit closer to the bank. She explained that the tunnel was carved out mostly by hand, shovels, picks and drills, powered by the generator on their ATV. The diggers likely used flashlights, but candles were also found still burning in the tunnel after the heist was uncovered, each one wedged into small niches carved into the walls. "Sound familiar?" Wish asked. He gave a nod. "We estimate they advanced about 10 to 20 feet each night," she continued. Inside we discovered 2 wheelbarrows that had been sawed in half and taken apart to fit through the narrow opening, then reassembled with straps to haul out debris. 1 or 2 of the crew must have been tasked with making trips back out to dump dirt and rubble into the main drainage channel. A steady trickle of water flows along the tunnel floor, gradually washing the evidence downstream toward the river wash. We suspect that on certain nights their accomplice above ground opened fire hydrants up on Hill Street to increase the flow and help carry the traces away, so they had running water down there, even during a drought. Wish went on to describe how, once the thieves broke through beneath the bank, they tapped into the building's own underground electrical and telephone lines. With downtown largely deserted on weekends, the bank branch was closed Saturdays. So after closing time on Friday, they bypassed the security system. One of them must have known alarms, but not Meadows, who was likely their explosives expert. "Here's the ironic part," she said. "They didn't actually need an alarm specialist. The vault's motion sensor had been triggering falsely all week. All that digging and drilling underground probably set it off. For 4 nights straight, police were called out along with the manager, sometimes 3 times in one evening. They never found anything and started blaming a faulty alarm. The sensor was thought to be out of calibration. So the manager contacts the alarm company, but they can't send a technician until after the holiday weekend. Labor Day, you know. So this manager turns the alarm off. Bosch finished for her. Exactly, Wish said. He decides he's not going to keep getting called out all weekend. He's got plans to head down to Colorado Springs to his timeshare for some golf. He shuts the alarms down. Needless to say, he doesn't work for Westland National anymore. Beneath the vault, the crew used a water-cooled industrial drill bolted upside down to the concrete slab to bore a 2.5-inch hole through 5 feet of reinforced concrete and steel. FBI analysts estimated that process took at least 5 hours, assuming the drill didn't overheat. They even tapped into the bank's own water main to cool it. Once the hole was drilled, they packed it with C4, she explained. They ran the detonation wire back through their tunnel and out into the drainage line, setting off the charge from there. LAPD records showed that at 9:14 a.m. that Saturday, alarms were tripped at a bank across the street from Westland National and a jewelry store half a block away. "We believe that was the blast," Wish said. Patrol units responded, looked around, found nothing, and chalked it up to an earthquake tremor. No one thought to check Westland National. Its alarm stayed silent because it had been switched off. Once inside the vault, they didn't rush. They worked straight through the 3-day holiday weekend, drilling open the safe deposit box locks, pulling out the drawers, and clearing them one by one. Wish described the scene they had uncovered. "We came across empty food containers, snack bags, and packets of freeze-dried meals, the kind you get from outdoor supply stores," she explained. "It appeared they camped out there, probably taking turns sleeping. The tunnel widened into a sort of chamber, almost like a makeshift bunk room. We could see the imprint of a sleeping bag pressed into the dirt. There were also marks in the sand from rifle stocks. They had brought automatic weapons with them. They weren't planning to give up easily if something went south. She gave him a moment to let that sink in before continuing. Our estimate puts them inside the vault for roughly 60 hours, possibly a bit longer. They managed to drill into 464 safe deposit boxes out of 750, with 3 people. That averages about 155 boxes per person. If you subtract around 15 hours for rest and meals over those 3 days, each man was drilling into 3 or 4 boxes every hour. They must have been working against a deadline, she noted, likely aiming to finish by around 3 in the morning on Tuesday. Stopping by then would have given them enough time to pack their gear and the stolen items and clear out. The bank manager, his face still showing a fresh tan from a Palm Springs vacation, found the vault empty when he opened for business Tuesday morning. That's the gist of it, Wish said. It's the most impressive operation I've come across in my career. They made very few errors. We've pieced together a good deal about their methods, but almost nothing about their identities. Meadows was the closest lead we ever had. And now he's gone. That photo you showed me yesterday, the bracelet, you were correct. It's the first confirmed item from one of those boxes that has ever surfaced. But now it's missing, Bosch said. He waited, but she had finished. How did they decide which boxes to drill, he asked. It seems haphazard, she replied. I have a video back at the office I can show you. It looks like they just divided the walls among themselves. Some boxes, right next to ones they drilled, were left completely alone. I can't explain why. There didn't appear to be any logical pattern. Still, about 90% of the boxes they hit contained losses, mostly items that were nearly impossible to trace. They chose wisely. How did you settle on 3 people? We reasoned it would take at least that many to drill that many boxes. Plus, there were 3 all-terrain vehicles. Bosch took the bait. All right, how did you know about the ATVs? We found tire tracks in the mud within the drainage line and identified the tread pattern. We also discovered blue paint smeared on the wall at one of the curves. One of the riders must have slid in the mud and scraped it. The paint analysis lab in Quantico pinpointed the make and model year. We checked every Honda dealer in Southern California until we found a place in Tustin that had sold 3 blue ATVs for cash about a month before Labor Day. The buyer loaded them onto a trailer and gave a fake name and address. What was the name? Frederick B. Isley, as in FBI. That name would pop up again later. We once showed the salesman several photo lineups, including pictures of Meadows, you, and a few others, but he couldn't identify anyone as Isley. Wish wiped her mouth with a napkin and set it on the table. Bosch noticed no lipstick stain. Well, she said, I've drunk enough water to last a week. Meet me back at the bureau, and we'll compare notes on what we have from the bank job and what you've gathered on Meadows. Rourke and I agree that's our best path forward. We've hit a dead end with the vault investigation. We're just banging our heads against the wall. Maybe the Meadows case will give us the break we need? Wish paid the check, and Bosch left the tip. They drove separately to the federal building. As he drove, Bosch found himself thinking less about the case and more about her. He wanted to ask about the small scar on her chin, not how she linked the tunnel crew to Vietnam tunnel rats. He wondered what had given her face that gentle, melancholy look. Harry trailed her car through a neighborhood of student apartments near UCLA, then across Wilshire Boulevard. They met at the elevator inside the parking garage of the federal building. Riding up alone, she said, I think this will go smoothest if you mainly work through me. You and Rourke didn't exactly hit it off. We never got started, Bosch replied. If you gave him a real chance, you'd see he's a decent guy. He did what he believed was right for the investigation. The elevator doors opened on the 17th floor, and Rourke was waiting. There you two are, he said, extending a hand. Bosch shook it without enthusiasm. Rourke introduced himself. I was just heading down for coffee and a pastry. Care to join me? John, we actually just came from a coffee shop, Wish said. We'll meet you back here. Bosch and Wish stepped out. Rourke stayed in the elevator, gave a slight nod, and the doors closed. As they walked into the office, Wish said, "He's a lot like you in some ways, been through his own wars. Give him a shot. Things won't get any better if you stay frozen." Bosch let the comment pass. They moved down the hall to the Group 3 squad room, where Wish pointed to a desk behind hers, vacant since its former agent had transferred to Group 2, the pornography squad. Bosch set his briefcase down and took a seat, scanning the room. It was noticeably busier than the day before, with about half a dozen agents at their desks and 3 more clustered in the back around a file cabinet, helping themselves to a box of donuts. He spotted a television and VCR on a rack against the rear wall, equipment that hadn't been there yesterday. "You mentioned a video earlier," he said to Wish. "Right, I'll get that set up. You can watch while I catch up on some phone messages." She retrieved a videotape from her desk drawer, and they walked to the back of the room. The trio near the donuts quietly dispersed, uneasy with an outsider in their space. Wish loaded the tape and left him to view it alone. The footage, clearly shot with a handheld camera, was a shaky amateur walkthrough of the thieves' route. It began in what Bosch assumed was the storm sewer, a square concrete tunnel curving away into a darkness the camera's strobe couldn't penetrate. Wish had been right. It was huge, easily wide enough for a truck. A thin stream of water trickled down the center of the floor, with mold and algae coating the concrete. Bosch could almost smell the damp, stale air. The camera tilted down to the grey-green floor, where tire tracks were visible in the slime. The next scene showed the entrance to the thieves' tunnel, a cleanly cut hole in the sewer wall. A pair of hands moved into frame, holding the plywood disc Wish had said was used to conceal the opening during daylight. Then a head of dark hair appeared. It was Rourke, wearing a dark jumpsuit with FBI in white letters across the back. He held the plywood up to the hole. It was a perfect fit. The video jumped again, now showing the interior of the thieves' tunnel. Watching it gave Bosch an eerie feeling, stirring memories of the narrow, hand-dug passages he'd crawled through in Vietnam. This tunnel curved to the right, lit by the surreal, flickering glow of candles placed every 20 feet or so in niches carved into the walls. After a curve Bosch estimated at about 60 feet, the passage turned sharply left, then continued in a straight stretch for nearly 100 feet, the candles still casting dancing shadows. Finally, the camera reached a dead end, piled with broken concrete, twisted rebar, and metal plating. The lens panned upward to a gaping hole in the tunnel ceiling, where daylight poured down from the vault above. There stood Rourke in his jumpsuit, looking down at the camera from the world above. He drew a finger sharply across his own throat, and the video abruptly cut. Now the view was from inside the vault itself, a wide, encompassing shot of the entire chamber. Just like in the newspaper photo Bosch remembered, row upon row of safe deposit box doors hung open, their emptied contents scattered in heaps across the floor. 2 forensic technicians were carefully dusting the metal surfaces for prints, while Eleanor Wish and another agent stood studying the steel wall of boxes, jotting notes. The camera slowly tilted downward, focusing on the ragged opening in the floor that led into the darkness of the tunnel below. Then the screen went black. He rewound the tape, ejected it, and placed it on her desk. "Interesting," he remarked. "I recognized a few details from my time in those tunnels, but nothing that would have pointed me specifically toward tunnel rats. What was the connection to Meadows or to someone like me? The first clue was the C4," she began. "After the blast, ATF sent a team to sift through the debris from the concrete and steel. They found trace residues of the explosive, ran their tests, and identified it as military-grade C4. You're familiar with it. It was heavily used in Vietnam, especially by tunnel rats, to collapse enemy passages. The thing is, nowadays you can get much more advanced compounds, higher impact in a tighter radius, easier to handle and detonate, often cheaper and safer to obtain. So the ATF lab technician theorized that whoever used C4 did so because they were comfortable with it, they'd handled it before. That immediately suggested a Vietnam-era veteran. She paused, her tone shifting from methodical to almost sarcastic. And then there were the booby traps. Because why just rob a bank when you can also turn the escape route into a death trap? We believe before they even started drilling up into the vault, they wired the tunnel behind them as a safeguard. As a precaution, we sent an ATF explosive-sniffing dog through. The dog alerted at 2 points, one near the midpoint of the tunnel, another at the entrance cut into the storm drain wall. The explosives themselves were gone, removed after the job. But we found small peg holes drilled into the tunnel floor and tiny fragments of steel wire at both locations, like leftovers from cutting lengths with wire cutters. "Tripwires," Bosch said. "Exactly. Our theory is they had the passage rigged. If anyone had come up behind them, the whole tunnel could have blown, burying everyone under Hill Street. At least they took the charges with them when they left. Saved us the trouble of stumbling onto a live wire."
But an explosion that size would have killed the tunnelers too, Bosch pointed out. We know these guys weren't taking half measures. They were armed, fortified, and prepared to go down with the ship. Succeed or die trying. She let that hang for a moment before continuing. We didn't narrow it down to tunnel rats specifically until we were analyzing the ATV tracks in the main sewer line. The tracks were sporadic, no continuous path.
It took days to piece together the route from the tunnel back to their entry point at the river wash. It's a maze down there. You'd need to know your way. We figured they weren't consulting a map by flashlight every time they rode through. Hansel and Gretel style, they left markers. In a manner of speaking, the tunnel walls are covered in painted markings, Department of Water and Power symbols, inspection dates, directional notes. Some sections look like the side of a tagged-up convenience store in an East LA neighborhood, so we walked the suspected path looking for any repeating mark. There was only one, a kind of peace symbol without the circle, just 3 quick slash marks carved into the wall. Bosch knew that mark. He had used it himself 20 years earlier, deep in the tunnels of Vietnam. 3 swift cuts with a knife, a silent guide to find the way back out.
Wish explained. One of the LAPD officers at the scene, this was before they handed the entire investigation over to us, mentioned he recognized the setup from his time in Vietnam. He wasn't a tunnel rat himself, but he'd heard the stories. That's what gave us the lead. We followed it to the Department of Defense and the Veterans Administration, pulling names. We found Meadows. We found you. There were more. How many more? She slid a thick pile of manila folders across her desk.
"All right here. Feel free to take a look." Rourke approached then. "Agent Wish filled me in on the letter you asked for," he said. "I have no objections. I drafted something, and we'll aim to get Senior Special Agent Whitcomb's signature later today." When Bosch remained silent, Rourke continued. "We might have come on a bit strong yesterday, but I believe I've smoothed things over with your lieutenant and your Internal Affairs Division." He offered a smile, worthy of a seasoned politician.
Also, I wanted to say I respect your service record, your military service. I did 3 tours myself. Never ventured into those awful tunnels, though. I was there until the very end. What a tragedy. You think the tragedy was that it ended? Rourke studied him for a long moment, a flush of red creeping up from his furrowed brow. He was a pale man with a sallow complexion that made it seem he was constantly tasting something bitter. A few years older than Bosch, they stood at the same height, but Rourke carried more weight. He wore the Bureau's standard blue blazer and light blue button-down, accented with a red power tie. "Look, detective, you don't have to like me, that's fine," Rourke said. "But please work with me on this. We're after the same thing." Bosch decided to relent for now. "What exactly do you want from me? Spell it out. Am I just window dressing, or do you actually want my input?" "Bosch, You're reputed to be an excellent detective. Prove it. Just follow your case. Like you said yesterday, you find who killed Meadows, and we find who hit Westland. So yes, we want your best work. Proceed as you normally would, but with Special Agent Wish as your partner. Rourke turned and left the squad room, presumably heading to his own office down the quiet hallway. Bosch turned back to Wish's desk and picked up the stack of files. "All right then," he said. "Let's get moving." Wish checked out a bureau car and took the wheel while Bosch sorted through the military files on his lap. He noticed his own was on top, skimming a few others. He only recognized Meadows's name.
"Where to?"
Wish asked, as she pulled out of the garage and took Veteran Avenue up to Wilshire. "Hollywood," he said. "Is Rourke always that rigid?" She turned east and offered a smile that made Bosch briefly wonder if there was something between her and Rourke. "When it suits him," she said. "He's a competent administrator, though, runs the squad efficiently." "Always been the leadership type, I suppose. He mentioned he was in charge of a whole unit or something when he was with the army." Back in Saigon, Bosch immediately dismissed the thought. "You don't describe a lover as a competent administrator. There was nothing there." "He's in the wrong line of work for administration," Bosch remarked. "Head up to Hollywood Boulevard, the area south of the Chinese theatre." The drive would take about 15 minutes. He opened the top file, his own, and began sifting through the pages. Sandwiched between a set of psychiatric evaluation reports, he found a black-and-white photo, almost like a mugshot, of a young man in uniform, his face untouched by time or hardship. "You looked sharp with a crew cut," Wish said, breaking his concentration. "Reminded me of my brother when I saw that." Bosch glanced at her, but didn't respond. He set the photo aside and continued scanning the documents in the file, reading fragments about a stranger who was inexplicably himself. Wish explained, "We located 9 men in Southern California with Vietnam tunnel experience. After vetting them all, Meadows was elevated to suspect status. He was a user with a record, and he'd continued working in tunnels even after returning from the war." She drove quietly for a moment as Bosch reviewed the file. "We surveilled him for a full month following the burglary," she continued. "What did you observe?" Bosch asked. "Nothing conclusive. He might have been dealing, but we couldn't confirm it. He'd traveled to Venice every few days to buy tar heroin balloons, but it appeared to be for personal use. If he was selling, no customers ever showed. He had no other visitors the entire month. Honestly, if we could have proven he was dealing, we would have arrested him and used that as leverage to discuss the bank job." She fell silent briefly, then added in a tone that seemed more for her own reassurance, "He wasn't selling." "I believe you," Bosch said. "Now, are you going to tell me what we're searching for in Hollywood? A potential witness. How was Meadows supporting himself during that month? Financially, I mean. Where did he get the money for Venice?" "As far as we could determine, he was living on welfare and a VA disability check. That was it. Why terminate the surveillance after a month? We had nothing, and we weren't even certain he was involved. Who made the call?" "Rourke did. He couldn't, the administrator. Let me finish. He couldn't justify the ongoing surveillance costs without any results. We were operating on a hunch, nothing more. You're viewing this with the benefit of hindsight. But at the time, it had been nearly 2 months since the robbery. Nothing pointed to him. In fact, we were just going through the motions. We assumed the real perpetrators were in Monaco or Argentina, not scoring heroin on Venice Beach and living in a rundown valley apartment. Back then, Meadows didn't fit. Rourke ended the watch, and I agreed. I suppose now we know we made a mistake. Are you satisfied?" Bosch didn't respond. He knew Rourke's decision had been sound. Hindsight is always perfect in police work. He shifted topics. "Why that specific bank? Why Westland National? Why not a Wells Fargo or a vault in Beverly Hills? There's probably more money in the hills anyway. You mentioned those tunnels run all over the place."
"They do," Wish replied. "I don't have an answer."
Perhaps they chose a downtown bank because they wanted a full 3 days to open the safe deposit boxes, knowing downtown banks aren't open on Saturdays. Maybe only Meadows and his crew know the real reason. What exactly are we looking for in this area? Your reports didn't mention a possible witness. A witness to what? They had arrived. The street was lined with dilapidated motels that had looked bleak the day they were built. Bosch pointed to one, the Blue Chateau, and instructed her to park. It was as grim as the others, a concrete early 50s structure painted a fading light blue with peeling darker blue trim. The 2-story courtyard building had towels and clothes hanging from nearly every open window. Bosch knew the interior would be just as dismal as the exterior, a place where runaways crammed 8 or 10 to a room, the toughest claiming the bed, while others slept on the floor or in the bathtub. Such places existed on many blocks near the boulevard, always had and always would. As they sat in the federal car observing the motel, Bosch described the half-finished painted scrawl he'd found on the reservoir pipe and the anonymous 911 call. He told her he believed the voice matched the paint. Edward Nears, also known as Sharky Bosch, stepped out of the car, explaining the situation to his partner. These runaways, they band together in street crews, he said. It's not about territory like a gang. It's more about survival and making deals. The crash unit's intel says Sharky's group has been using this motel as their base for the last 2 months. As he shut the car door, his eyes caught a vehicle pulling over about half a block up. He gave it a quick look, but didn't recognize the make or model. He thought he could make out 2 people inside, but the distance was too great to be sure if it was Lewis and Clark. Turning away, he walked up a cracked flagstone path toward a dim entrance hall beneath a flickering neon sign for the motel office. Inside the office, an elderly man sat behind a thick glass partition with a slide tray at the bottom. He was absorbed in the day's racing form from Santa Anita, not looking up until Bosch and Wish were right at the window. "Help you, officers?" he asked, his voice flat. The man had the weary eyes of someone who'd long since stopped caring about anything but horseflesh and odds. He recognized cops without needing to see a badge, and knew better than to give them trouble. "We're looking for a kid named Sharky," Bosch said. "Which room?" "Room 7, but he's not there." "Least, I don't think so. His motorcycle's usually parked in the hall when he's in. No bike today, so he's probably gone." "Most likely," the old man shrugged. "Most likely," Bosch echoed. "Anyone else in 7? "Sure. There's always somebody around." "First floor?" "Yep." "Back door or window?" "Both. Got a sliding glass door out back. Cost a fortune to replace last time." The old man reached over to a key rack, plucked the key from hook number 7, and slid it through the tray. Meanwhile, up the street, Detective Pierce Lewis fished a crumpled ATM receipt from his wallet and began working it between his teeth. His mouth had the lingering, greasy taste of breakfast sausage, and he wasn't satisfied until he'd scraped every molar. He made a soft, dissatisfied clicking sound with his tongue. "What is it?" Detective Don Clark asked, familiar with his partner's habits. The teeth-picking and lip-smacking always meant something was nagging at him. "I think he spotted us," Lewis said finally, flicking the paper scrap out the car window. That glance he threw our way when they got out. It was quick, but I think he made us. "He didn't make us," Clark countered, his tone dismissive. "If he had, he'd have come storming down here to kick up a fuss. That's their playbook. Cause a scene, then file a lawsuit. We'd have the Police Protective League breathing down our necks already. Trust me, cops are usually the last to notice a tail." Lewis wasn't convinced, but let it drop for the moment. Still, a knot of worry tightened in his gut. He couldn't afford to mess this up. He'd had Bosch in his sights once before, only to have Assistant Chief Irving reel them in. Not this time, Lewis vowed silently. This time, Bosch goes down for good. "You taking notes?" Lewis asked, his eyes fixed on the motel. "What do you think they're doing in that dump?" "Looking for something," Clark replied without enthusiasm. "You're kidding. You actually think that? Geez, who shoved the ruler up your backside today?" Lewis shot a look at his partner. Clark had his seat reclined, hands folded in his lap, mirrored sunglasses hiding his eyes. It was impossible to tell if he was awake or asleep. "Are you taking notes or not?" Lewis said, louder this time. "If you want a record, why aren't you writing it down?" "Because I'm driving. That's the deal. You don't drive, you write and take the photos. So write something down so we have something to show Irving. Otherwise, he'll file a complaint and we'll be the ones in trouble, not Bosch." "That's a complaint form 181, Lewis corrected tersely. "Let's not get sloppy, even with our words." "Yeah, whatever," Clark muttered, but he reached into his jacket, pulled out a small notebook and a gold cross pen from his shirt pocket and began to write. Lewis made sure his partner was taking notes before turning his attention back to the motel. A teenager with blonde dreadlocks was circling the street on a yellow motorcycle. The kid pulled up beside the car where Bosch and the FBI agent had just parked. He cupped his hands against the window, peering inside. "What's this guy up to?" Lewis muttered. Clark glanced up from his notepad. "Just some punk looking to steal a stereo. You want us to blow our cover over a car radio? We're not doing a thing. He won't try it. He spotted the Motorola radio. He knows it's a cop car. See, he's backing off now." The boy revved the engine and made 2 more lazy circles in the street, his eyes fixed on the motel entrance. He then coasted through the side parking lot and back onto the road, stopping behind a battered Volkswagen bus parked at the curb. From there, he had a clear view of the chateau's entrance through the bus windows, completely unaware of the 2 internal affairs detectives parked half a block behind him. "Get lost, kid," Clark grumbled.
"I don't want to have to call this in. Little troublemaker. Grab the Nikon and snap his picture," Lewis instructed. "You never know when it might come in handy, and while you're at it, get the number off the motel sign. We'll need to call later and find out what Bosch and the federal agent were doing. Lewis could have easily picked up the camera himself, but that would upset the unspoken rules of surveillance. The driver drives, the passenger handles the notes and photos."
Clark obediently lifted the camera with its telephoto lens and took several shots of the boy on the bike. "Make sure you get the license plate," Lewis added. "I know what I'm doing," Clark replied, setting the camera down. "Did you get the motel number?" "We'll need to call." "Got it. Writing it down right now. See? What's the rush? Bosch is probably in there having a little fun with his new federal friend. Maybe when we call, we'll find out they rented a room." Lewis watched to confirm Clark logged the number. Or maybe not, he countered. They just met. Besides, he's not that careless. They're probably in there looking for someone. A witness, maybe. But there wasn't anything about a witness in the murder file. He held it back. That's Bosch's style. He plays things close to the vest. Clark fell silent. Lewis looked back toward the chateau and noticed the kid had vanished. The motorcycle was gone. Meanwhile, Bosch waited a minute to let Eleanor Wish get into position behind the motel to watch the sliding door of room 7. He pressed his ear to the front door and heard faint rustling and muffled words. Someone was definitely inside. When the moment felt right, he knocked firmly. He heard quick footsteps on carpet, but no one answered. He knocked again. A young woman's voice finally responded. "Who is it, police?" Bosch said. "We're looking for Sharkey. He's not here." "Then we'll need to speak with you. I don't know where he went. Open the door, please." More noise followed, the sound of furniture being bumped. Still, the door remained closed. Then he heard a rolling sound, a sliding glass door being shoved open. Bosch turned the key in the knob and pushed the door open just in time to see a man dart through the back doorway and leap off the porch. It wasn't Sharkey outside. Wish's voice rang out, ordering the man to stop. Bosch quickly scanned the room, an entry hall with a closet on the left, a bathroom on the right, both empty except for a pile of clothes on the closet floor. The motel room was a study in faded neglect. 2 double beds were shoved against opposite walls, a dresser with a mirror above it, and a yellow-brown carpet worn thin along the paths to the bathroom and around the furniture. A small, blonde girl, who looked about 17, sat on the edge of one bed wrapped in a sheet. Through the dingy fabric, Bosch could make out the outline of a nipple. The air was thick with the scent of cheap perfume and stale sweat. "Bosch, you okay in there?" Wish's voice came from outside, blocked by a sheet hung over the sliding glass door. "I'm fine, you?" "All good." "What's the situation?" Bosch moved to the door and looked out. Wish stood behind a man, pressed against the motel's back wall, his arms outstretched. He was around 30, with the pale, washed-out complexion of someone fresh out of county jail. His pants were unbuttoned, his plaid shirt mismatched by a button, and he stared at the ground with a desperate, bewildered expression. Bosch was briefly caught by the odd priority of buttoning a shirt before securing one's pants. "He's clean," Wish reported, "though he seems a little out of breath. Looks like soliciting a minor if you want to waste the afternoon on it, otherwise cut him loose." Turning back to the girl on the bed, Bosch kept his gaze steady. "No games? How old are you, and what did he pay?" "I'm not here for you." She considered this with a bored air. "Almost 17, she droned. "He didn't pay anything, said he would, but you showed up before he got around to it. Who runs your crew, Sharky? Didn't he teach you to get the money up front?" A flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Sharky's not always here. How do you know that name? Heard it around." "Where is he today? I told you, I don't know." The man in the plaid shirt was ushered back into the room by Wish, his hands cuffed behind him. "I'm booking him," Wish stated, her voice tight. "I want to. This is disgusting. She told me she was 18, the man protested. Bosch stepped forward and hooked a finger in his shirt, pulling it open. A blue eagle with spread wings was tattooed across his chest, clutching a dagger and a swastika in its talons. The words "One Nation" were inscribed below. Bosch recognized it as the mark of the Aryan Nation prison gang. He let the fabric fall back. "How long have you been out?" he asked. "Come on, man, this is crap," the man whined. "She called me over from the street. At least let me button my damn pants. This is total crap. Give me my money, you jerk," the girl screamed. She sprang from the bed, the sheet dropping away, and launched herself naked at the man's pockets. "Get her off me! Get her off!" he yelled, twisting to evade her hands. "See, you see, she's the one who should be going in, not me!" Bosch stepped between them, pushing the girl back toward the bed. He moved behind the man and said to Wish, "Give me your key." When she didn't respond, he fished his own universal cuff key from his pocket. He unlocked the cuffs, guided the man to the front door, and shoved him into the hallway. As the man stopped to fumble with his pants, Bosch placed a foot on his backside and gave a firm push. "Get lost, short eyes," he said as the man stumbled away. "Consider this your lucky day." Back in the room, the girl had rewrapped herself in the soiled sheet. Bosch met Wish's gaze and saw anger burning there. Anger he knew wasn't solely for the plaid-shirted John. He looked at the girl. "Grab your clothes. Go into the bathroom and get dressed." When she hesitated, his voice sharpened. "Now?" "Move," after she snatched clothes from the floor and walked to the bathroom, letting the sheet fall once more. Bosch turned to Wish. "We have bigger things to handle," he started, his tone shifting to one of weary practicality. "You would have blown the rest of the day just taking her statement and processing that guy. Sometimes the system's grind isn't worth the minor catch. It's a state beef, so I'd have had to book him. It's a flopper. Could go either way, felony or misdemeanor. One look at that girl, and the DA would have pushed for a misdemeanor if he even filed it. It just wasn't worth it." That's the life down here, Agent Wish. She fixed him with a smouldering glare, the same look she'd given when he'd grabbed her wrist to stop her from storming out of the restaurant. Bosch, I had decided it was worth it. Don't ever do that to me again. They stood locked in a silent standoff until the girl emerged from the bathroom. She wore faded jeans, torn at the knees, and a black tank top, barefoot, her toenails painted a bright red. She settled onto the bed without a word. "We need to find Sharky," Bosch stated. "About what? You got a smoke?" He pulled out a pack, shook a cigarette loose, and handed it to her with a match. She lit it herself. "About what?" she repeated. "About Saturday night," Wish said, her tone clipped. "We are not here to arrest him. We are not here to hassle him. We only want to ask a few questions." "What about me?" the girl asked. "What about you?" Wish shot back. "Are you worried we'll hassle you? You mean, are we going to call the Division of Youth Services? Isn't that the real question?" Bosch glanced at Wish, searching for a reaction, but finding none. "No," he said, turning back to the girl. "We won't call DYS if you help us. What's your name? Your real one. Betty Jane Felker." "All right, Betty Jane. You don't know where Sharky is?" "We just want to talk. All I know is he's working." "What does that mean? Where?" "Boytown. Probably handling business with Arson and Mojo."
Those are the other guys in his crew.
"Right. Did they say where in Boytown they'd be?" "No. They just go where the queers are, I guess. You know how it is." The girl either couldn't or wouldn't be more specific. Bosch knew it didn't matter. He had the addresses from the shake cards and was confident he'd find Sharky somewhere along Santa Monica Boulevard. "Thank you," he said, and moved toward the door. He was halfway down the hall before Wish exited the room, catching up to him with quick, angry strides. Before she could speak, he stopped at a hallway payphone near the office. Pulling out his small, worn phone book, he found the number for DYS and dialed. After 2 minutes on hold, an operator transferred him to an automated tape line. He reported the date, time, and location of Betty Jane Felker, suspected runaway. Hanging up, he wondered how many days would pass before the message was retrieved, and how many more before anyone actually reached Betty Jane. They were already into West Hollywood on Santa Monica Boulevard, and Wish was still simmering. Bosch had attempted a defense, but saw it was futile, so he sat quietly and let her talk. "It's about trust, plain and simple," Wish said, her voice tight. "I don't care how long we work together. If you keep playing the lone wolf, we'll never have the trust we need to get anything done." He stared into the passenger side mirror, which he'd adjusted to watch the car that had pulled away from the curb and followed them from the blue chateau. He was certain now it was Lewis and Clark. He'd spotted Lewis's thick neck and crew cut behind the wheel when their car had closed to within 3 car lengths at a traffic light. He didn't mention the tail to Wish. If she had noticed, she hadn't said anything. She was too wrapped up in her own frustrations. He sat there, watching the trailing car and listening to her catalogue his mistakes. Finally, he broke his silence. Meadows was found on Sunday. Today is Tuesday. It's a cold, hard fact in homicide that your odds of solving a case get worse with every day that passes. So, I'm sorry, I didn't think it would help us to waste a whole day booking some lowlife who was probably lured into a motel room by a 16-year-old hooker who acts like she's 30. I didn't see the point in waiting for DYS to show up for the girl. If they wanted her, they already knew her and where to find her. My focus was on doing my own job, not waiting around for someone else to do theirs. That's why we're here, slowing down near ragtime. It's one of the places I pulled from the shake cards. Let's get one thing straight, Bosch. We both want to solve this. Don't act like you're on some noble crusade while I'm just tagging along. We're in this together. Remember that? She eased the car to a stop in front of the open-air cafe. Men sat in white wrought iron chairs at glass tables, sipping iced tea with orange slices perched on their glasses. A few glanced our way, their interest fleeting. I scanned the dining area for Sharky, but came up empty. As we rolled past, I checked the side alley, a couple of guys loitering, but too old to be our guy. For the next 20 minutes, we cruised past gay bars and restaurants along Santa Monica with no sign of the kid. The whole time, the internal affairs car stayed on our tail, never more than a block behind. Wish didn't mention them, but cops are usually the last to notice they're being followed. We're trained to be the hunters, not the hunted. I wondered what Lewis and Clark were playing at. Did they really think I'd break rules with an FBI agent right beside me? Maybe they were just hot-dogging on their own time, trying to get under my skin. Some kind of psychological game. I had Wish pull over near Barney's Beanery, and I hopped out to use the payphone by the old screen door. I dialed the non-public IAD number from memory, a number I'd gotten too familiar with during my home duty stint the year before. The desk officer answered, "Are Lewis or Clark in?" "No, sir." "Can I take a message?" "No, thanks. This is Lieutenant Pounds from Hollywood Detectives. Are they just stepped out? I need to check something with them." "I believe they're code 7 until the evening watch." I hung up. They were off duty until 4. Either they were running a scam, or I'd pushed them too far, and now they were coming after me on their own time. Back in the car, I told Wish I was checking for messages as she pulled back into traffic. I spotted the yellow motorbike propped against a parking meter half a block from Barney's, right in front of a pancake house. "Over there," I said, pointing. "Drive past, and I'll get the plate. If it's his, we'll set up and wait." It was Sharky's bike. The plate matched the notes from his crash file. No sign of the kid. Though Wish circled the block and parked us back in front of Barney's. "So, we wait," she said. "For a kid you think might be a witness." "Right. That's the idea. But no need for both of us to sit here. You can drop me off if you want. I'll grab a booth inside, order a pitcher of Henry's and some chili, and keep an eye on things from the window. I'm staying." I settled in for the wait. Pulling out my cigarettes, I didn't even get one free before she cut in. "Ever hear of the draft risk assessment?" "The what?" "Second-hand smoke. It's deadly, Bosch. The EPA made it official last month, calls it a carcinogen. They say 3,000 people a year get lung cancer from passive smoking. You're killing us both. Please don't." I slipped the cigarettes back into my coat pocket. We sat in silence, watching the bike chained to the meter. Bosch checked the side mirror again. Still no sign of the IAD tail. He stole another look at Wish, timing it for when her attention seemed elsewhere. Traffic on Santa Monica Boulevard was thickening, the evening commute beginning to clog the lanes. She had her window up, a defense against the exhaust fumes, which turned the car into a stuffy box. "You keep looking at me," she said, not turning from the windshield. "We've been sitting here an hour. What is it?" Was I? Didn't realize. You never worked with a woman before." "Can't say I have. But that's not it. If I was looking, I'd be trying to get a read on you, wondering why you're here on this kind of case." Always heard the FBI's bank squad was where they parked the dinosaurs and the washouts, agents who couldn't navigate a spreadsheet or follow a money trail. Then you show up on a violent crimes task force. You're not old, and my gut says you're sharp. Makes me think you're something special, Eleanor. She was silent for a beat, and Bosch thought he caught the faintest hint of a smile before it vanished. "I suppose that's a compliment. In a roundabout way," she finally said. "If so, thanks. I have my reasons for my assignments, and I assure you they're my choices. As for my colleagues, I wouldn't describe them the way you just did." That attitude, incidentally, seems pretty common among targets moving. Bosch cut in. A young man with bleached dreadlocks emerged from an alley beside the pancake house, joined by an older man in a vintage T-shirt. They stayed in the car, watching. After a brief exchange, Sharky pulled something from his pocket. The man sorted through what appeared to be a deck of cards, selected a couple, and handed back the rest, then passed Sharkey a bill. "What's the transaction?" Wish asked. "Collecting childhood photos," Bosch said flatly. "Explain. A pedophile buying snapshots." The older man walked away, and Sharkey moved to his motorbike, hunching over the lock. "All right," Bosch said. They stepped out of the car. Sharkey figured he was done for the day. Time to roll. He lit a cigarette and bent over his bike seat, fiddling with the combination lock. His dreads fell into his face, carrying the lingering scent of coconut oil from the night before. A messy night at the Jaguar owner's place after arson had rearranged the guy's nose. He straightened up, chain in hand, and then he saw them. Cops. Already too close to run, playing it casual, he mentally inventoried his pockets. The credit cards were long gone, sold off, the cash was untraceable. He was clean. The only possible hitch was if the Jaguar guy had actually filed a report, which was a surprise. Nobody ever did. Sharkey offered a thin smile as the pair approached, but his confidence faltered when the man held up a small tape recorder. A recorder? What was this about? The man pressed play, and after a few seconds, Sharkey heard his own voice. He knew instantly where the recording was from. This wasn't about the car guy. This was about the pipe. "So," Sharkey said, trying to sound bored. "So," the man replied, "we'd like you to tell us the story." "Man, I had nothing to do with that." "You're not pinning that on. Wait, hey, I know you. You were at the station that next night." "Yeah, I saw you." "Well, you're not getting me to say I did any of that." "Easy, Sharkey," the man said. "We know you didn't do it. We just want to know what you saw. That's all. Relock your bike. We'll give you a ride." The man introduced himself as Bosch and the woman as Wish FBI. The federal agent part really threw Sharkey for a loop. The boy paused, then bent down to secure the bicycle once more. Bosch spoke up. "We just need to head over to Wilcox to ask you a few things. Maybe help with a sketch." "Of what?" Sharkey asked. Bosch didn't reply. He simply motioned for him to follow and nodded toward a grey Caprice parked up the street. It was the same car Sharkey had noticed earlier near the chateau. As they walked, Bosch kept a firm hand on Sharkey's shoulder. Though not as tall as Bosch yet, the boy had a similar lean frame. He wore a tie-dyed shirt in swirls of violet and gold, with black sunglasses dangling from a bright orange cord around his neck. Sharkey slipped them on as they neared the vehicle. "All right, Sharkey," Bosch said once they reached the car. "You know how this works. We need to pat you down before you get in. That way we can skip the handcuffs for the ride. Empty your pockets onto the hood." "Come on, you said I wasn't a suspect," Sharkey argued. "I shouldn't have to do this. Like I said, it's procedure. You'll get everything back, except the photos. Those stay with us." Sharkey glanced from Bosch to Wish, then slowly began pulling items from the pockets of his worn jeans. "Yeah, we're aware of the pictures," Bosch remarked. The boy placed 46.55 secs on the hood, along with a pack of cigarettes and a matchbook, a small penknife on a key ring, and a stack of Polaroid images. The photos showed Sharkey and others from his group, each subject unclothed and in various states of sexual display. As Bosch sifted through them, Wish peered over his shoulder before turning away abruptly. She picked up the cigarette pack and inspected it, discovering a single marijuana joint tucked among the cools. "Looks like we'll be holding on to that as well," Bosch said. They drove to the police station on Wilcox because rush-hour traffic would have made the trip to the Federal Building in Westwood take nearly an hour. It was past 6 when they entered the detective bureau, and the place was empty, everyone having left for the day. Bosch led Sharkey into one of the small 8x8 interview rooms. Inside was a battered table marked with cigarette burns and 3 chairs. A hand-lettered sign on the wall read "No snivelling." He seated Sharkey in the slider, a wooden chair with a heavily waxed seat and the front legs shortened by a 1/4 inch. The slant was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but enough to keep anyone sitting in it from getting comfortable. If they leaned back, as defiant types often did, they'd gradually slip forward. The only stable position was leaning in, directly toward the interrogator. Bosch instructed the boy to stay put, then stepped out to confer with Wish, closing the door behind him. She immediately reopened it. "It's against policy to leave a minor alone in a locked room," she said. Bosch shut the door again. "He's not objecting," he replied. "We need to talk. What's your read on him? Do you want to handle it, or should I?" "I'm not sure," she said. That decided it. Her uncertainty meant no. An initial interview with a hesitant witness required a careful mix of persuasion, pressure, and finesse. If she wasn't confident, she shouldn't lead. "You're supposed to be the interrogation expert?" she said, her tone edged with what felt like mockery to Bosch. "According to your record, I'm not sure if that means using smarts or muscle, but I'd like to see your method in action." He nodded, brushing off the dig. He pulled the boy's cigarettes and matches from his pocket. "Go in and give these to him. I want to check my desk for messages and set up a recorder." Noticing her expression as she eyed the cigarettes, he added, "First rule of interrogation, make the subject feel at ease. Give him the cigarettes. Hold your breath if the smoke bothers you." He started to walk away, but she stopped him. "Bosch, what was he doing with those photos?" So that was what was troubling her, he thought. "Look!" 5 years ago, a kid like him might have gone off with that man and ended up in who knows what situation. These days, he just sells him a picture instead. The world's a dangerous place these days, with all kinds of nasty stuff going around, and these kids are sharp. It's a whole lot safer to sell a few pictures than to sell yourself. She stepped into the interview room and closed the door. Bosch walked back to his desk in the squad room, checking the message spike. His attorney had returned his call. So had Bremer from the Times, using the code name they'd arranged earlier. Bosch didn't want any busybodies at his desk, knowing the press was checking in. Leaving the slips where they were, he grabbed his ID, headed to the supply closet, and jimmied the lock. Inside, he loaded a fresh 90-minute tape into the recorder on the bottom shelf, firing it up to confirm the backup cassette was also spinning. Satisfied both were rolling, he set it to record and made his way down to the front desk. A heavy-set Explorer scout was manning the post. Bosch handed him a $10 bill. "Order a pizza for delivery to the station. When it gets here, bring it to the interview room with 3 Cokes." "What kind do you want?" the kid asked. "Sausage and pepperoni. I can't stand anchovies." "Make it anchovies," the kid said with a grin. Back in the detective bureau, the small interview room was quiet when Bosch re-entered. Wish and Sharkey hadn't been talking much. She just didn't have a feel for the kid. Wish sat to Sharkey's right. Bosch took the chair on his left. The only window was a small square of mirrored glass set in the door. People could look in, but you couldn't see out. Bosch decided honesty was the best policy from the jump. This was a kid, but he'd probably seen more than most of the grown men who'd sat in that chair. If he smelled a rat, he'd clam up and answer in grunts. "Sharkey, we're taping this because it might help us review things later," Bosch began. "Like I told you, you're not a suspect, so don't sweat what you say. Unless, of course, you're planning to confess." "See? I knew it," the boy shot back. "I knew you'd get to that and break out the tape. Man, I've been in one of these rooms before, you know. That's exactly why we're not feeding you a line. So let's get it on the record. I'm Harry Bosch, LAPD. This is Eleanor Wish, FBI. And you are Edward Neas, also known as Sharkey. I want to start by... Hold up. What's this? Was the president the one who got stuffed in that pipe? What's the FBI doing here?" "Sharkey," Bosch said, his voice rising. "Chill. It's just an exchange program, like in school when kids would visit from France or somewhere. Think of her as being from France. She's mostly observing, learning from the pros." He offered a smile and a wink in Wish's direction. Sharky glanced at her and allowed a small smirk. First question, Sharky. Let's clear the air so we can get to the important stuff.
Did you kill the guy up at the dam? Hell no. I saw. Wait a minute, Wish interrupted. She looked at Bosch. Can we step outside for a second? Bosch got up and walked out with her following. This time she closed the door behind them. What are you doing? She said, her voice low. What is this? Are you going to read that kid his rights? Or do you want to poison this whole interview from the beginning? What are you talking about? He didn't do it. He's not a suspect.
I'm just establishing a rhythm for the questions. We don't know. He isn't the killer. I think we should Mirandize him. You read him his rights, and he'll think we've pegged him as a suspect, not a witness. Do that, and we might as well go in there and talk to the wall. He won't remember a thing. She turned and walked back into the interview room without another word. Bosch followed and picked up right where he'd left off, making no mention of anyone's rights.
Did you kill the guy in the pipe, Sharky?
No way, man. I saw him. That's it. He was already dead. The boy looked to his right at Wish as he said it. Harry Bosch straightened up in his chair. All right, Sharky, he began. Let's start with the basics. How old are you, and where are you from? Almost 18, the boy replied, meeting Bosch's gaze. Then I'm out of here. My mum's up in Chatsworth. But I don't stay there much. You've probably got all that in one of your files already.
Are you gay, Sharky?
No way. Sharky shot back, his eyes locked on Bosch. I sell those pictures. So what? Doesn't mean I'm one of them. You ever do more than just sell pictures? Maybe roll a few when the chance comes up? Beat them up? Take their cash? Who's going to report it?
Right?
Sharky glanced over at Agent Wish and held up a hand. I don't do that. I thought we were talking about the dead guy.
We are,
Bosch said calmly. I'm just trying to understand who I'm talking to. Start from the beginning. Tell us the story. We've got pizza coming, more cigarettes. We've got all night. It won't take that long. I didn't see anything except the body. I hope there's no anchovies on that pizza. He said this while looking at Wish, adjusting himself in the seat. Bosch noticed a pattern. Sharky looked at him when telling the truth, and at Wish when he was bending it or lying outright. Con artists always try to charm the woman in the room, Bosch thought.
Sharky, Bosch said, if you'd prefer, we can take you up to Silmar and have them hold you until morning. Maybe your memory will improve after a night in a cell. I'm worried about my bike back there. It might get stolen. Forget the bike, Bosch said, leaning into the boy's personal space. We're not doing you any favors yet, Sharky. You haven't told us anything. Start the story, then we'll worry about the bike. Fine, fine. I'll tell you everything.
The boy reached for his cigarettes on the table. Bosch leaned back and took out one of his own. The push and pull of personal space was a technique Bosch had mastered over what felt like 10,000 hours in these interrogation rooms. Move in, invade that precious 18 inches of their own territory, pull back when you get what you need. It works on a subconscious level. Most of what happens in an interrogation isn't about the words spoken. It's about reading between the lines, catching the subtle hints. And sometimes it's about what isn't said. He lit Sharky's cigarette first. Wish leaned back in her chair as they exhaled plumes of smoke. You want one, Agent Wish? Bosch asked. She shook her head. Bosch looked at Sharky, and a silent understanding passed between them. It said, You and me, kid. The boy gave a slight smile. Bosch nodded for him to begin, and so he did, spinning a tale. I go up there to crash sometimes, Sharky said. You know, when I can't find anybody to help me with motel money or whatever. Sometimes the room with my crew is too packed. I need to get out. So I go up there, sleep in that drainage pipe. It stays pretty warm most of the night. Not bad. So anyway, it was one of those nights. I went up there. What time was this? Wish interrupted. Bosch shot her a look that said, Let him talk. We'll get to the questions later. The kid had been on a roll.
Had to be late, Sharky answered. 3, maybe 4 in the morning. I don't wear a watch, so I went up there, I went into the pipe, and I saw the dead guy, just lying there. I climbed out and took off. I wasn't going to stay in there with a corpse. When I got down the hill, I called you guys 911. He looked from Wish back to Bosch. That's it, he said. Can I get a ride back to my bike now? No one answered. Sharky lit another cigarette and shifted in his chair.
That's a neat story, Edward. But we need the whole thing, Bosch said. And we need it to be accurate. What do you mean? I mean, it sounds like something a fool would make up. How did you see the body in there? I had a flashlight, he explained, directing his answer to Wish. No, you didn't, Bosch said, leaning forward until his face was just a foot from the boys. You had matches. We found one. Sharky, you really think we figured out it was you just from your voice? Like the operator heard you and said, "Hey, that sounds like Sharky. Good kid calling about a body." Come on, think. You left half your name on that pipe. We pulled your prints off a paint can. We know you only went partway in before you got spooked and backed out. You left marks. Sharky's gaze drifted up toward the mirrored window on the door. You knew that body was in there before you even went inside. You saw someone drag it in. Look at me and tell me what really happened. Man, I didn't see any faces. It was too dark, the boy said, directing his words at Bosch. Eleanor let out a slow breath. Bosch fought the urge to tell her if she thought this was pointless, she could walk out. I was hiding, Sharky insisted. At first I thought they were coming for me. I had nothing to do with this. Why are you coming down on me? We have a dead man, Edward. We need to know why. We don't need faces. That's fine. Just tell us what you did see, and then you're clear.
That's it. I'm done. That's it.
Bosch leaned back and lit another cigarette. All right, yeah. I was up there, not tired yet, so I was doing my painting. I heard a car coming. It was weird, man. I heard it before I saw it because the guy had his lights off. So I hauled ass and hid in the bushes on the hill right by the pipe, near where I stash my bike when I'm sleeping up there. The boy grew more animated, using his hands and nodding, his focus mostly on Bosch now. I thought they were coming for me, like someone called the cops, because I was spraying. So I hid. When they stopped, one guy got out and said to the other he smelled paint, but they never saw me. They stopped because of the body, and it wasn't a car, it was a jeep. You get a plate number, Wish asked. Let him tell it, Bosch said, not looking at her. No, I didn't get a damn plate. Their lights were off, it was too dark. Anyway, there were 3 of them, counting the dead guy. The driver got out and pulled the body from the back. It was under a blanket or something. He opened that little back door jeeps have and dragged the guy onto the ground. It was horror movie stuff, man. I could tell it was real, a real dead body, just from the way it hit the dirt. It made a sound not like on TV. It was a heavy final thud. Then he dragged it into the pipe. The other guy wouldn't help. He stayed in the jeep, so the first dude did it alone. Sharky took a long drag and crushed his cigarette in the tin ashtray, already overflowing with ash and old butts. He exhaled through his nose, looking at Bosch, who just nodded for him to go on. The boy straightened in his seat. I stayed put. The guy came out of the pipe after a minute, no longer. He looked around but didn't spot me. He went over to a bush near where I was hiding and broke off a branch. Then he went back inside for a bit. I could hear him in there sweeping around with it. After that, he came out and they left. Oh, and when he started to back up, the reverse light came on. He jerked it out of gear real quick. I heard him say they couldn't go backward because of the light someone might see, so they went forward, still no lights. They drove down the road across the dam and around the other side of the lake. When they passed that little maintenance shack on the dam, they smashed the light bulb. I saw it go dark. I remained hidden until the sound of the engine faded completely. Only then did I emerge. Sharky paused his story for a moment. Wish interjected. I'm sorry, but can we open the door? We need to clear some of this smoke. Bosch leaned over and pulled the door open, not bothering to hide his irritation. Go on, Sharky, was all he said. After they left, I went to the pipe and called inside. I yelled things like, "Hey, in there! And are you okay?" But there was no answer. I laid my bike down so the headlight pointed into the pipe, and I crawled in a little way. I lit a match, too, just like you mentioned. I could see him in there, and he looked gone. I thought about checking, but it was just too much. I backed out, rode down the hill, and called the police. That's everything I did. That's the whole story. Bosch suspected the boy had intended to rob the body, but lost his nerve. He could keep that secret. His mind then turned to the broken branch, the one used to erase the drag marks. He wondered why the initial officers hadn't found it or the damaged bush during their sweep. He didn't dwell on it. The answer was obvious. Carelessness. It happened all the time. We're going to check on that pizza, Bosch said, standing up. Will only be a couple of minutes. Outside the room, Bosch reined in his frustration. My mistake. We should have coordinated our approach before hearing his account. I prefer to listen first, then question. That's on me. No problem, Wish replied tersely. He doesn't seem particularly useful anyway. Perhaps, Bosch considered for a moment. I was thinking of going back in for more discussion. Maybe bringing in a sketch artist, and if his memory doesn't improve, we could consider hypnosis. He offered the last suggestion casually, unsure of her reaction. California courts had ruled that hypnotizing a witness contaminates any future testimony. Using hypnosis on Sharky would mean he could never take the stand in a potential case. Wish frowned. I know, Bosch said. We'd lose him in court. But with what he's given us, we might never get to a courtroom. You just said he's not that valuable? I just don't know if we should eliminate his usefulness this early in the investigation. Bosch walked to the door and looked through the one-way glass. The boy was lighting another cigarette. He set it down, stood up, and quickly swapped his chair with the one Wish had used. Bosch smiled. He's clever. There might be more in there we can only access if we put him under. I think it's a risk worth taking. I didn't realize you were one of the department's hypnotists. I must have missed that in your file. I'm sure there's a lot you missed, Bosch replied. After a pause, he added, I guess I'm one of the last. After the Supreme Court ruling, the department stopped the training. There was only one class. I was one of the youngest. Most of the others have retired. Regardless, she said, I don't think we should do it yet. Let's talk to him more. Maybe wait a few days before we burn him as a witness. Fine, but in a few days, who knows where a kid like Sharky will be? Oh, you're resourceful. You found him this time. You can do it again. A flicker of a shared, unspoken memory passed between them. A previous case where a witness had vanished into the city's sprawl. A lesson in urgency. Do you want to take another run at him in there? No, you're doing fine. As long as I can jump in when I think of something. She smiled and he returned it, and they stepped back into the interview room, which now carried the heavy scent of smoke and anxious sweat. Bosch left the door open to let the stale air clear out. Wish didn't need to ask why. No food yet, Sharky asked. Still coming, Bosch replied. Together, Bosch and Wish walked Sharky through his story twice more, collecting small new details as they went. They worked like a team, partners exchanging subtle glances, quiet nods, even the occasional smile. A few times, Bosch noticed Wish shifting in her chair, and he thought he caught a faint, boyish grin on Sharky's face. When the pizza finally arrived, Sharky complained about the anchovies, but still managed to eat most of the pie and finish 2 Cokes. Bosch and Wish passed on eating. Sharky described the jeep that had delivered Meadows' body as a dirty white or beige color. He mentioned a seal on the side door, but couldn't describe it. Maybe it was meant to look like a Department of Water and Power vehicle, Bosch thought. Or maybe it actually was one. He was more convinced than ever that hypnotizing the boy could help, but he held back, waiting for Wish to come around on her own. Sharkey said the person who stayed in the jeep while the body was dragged toward the pipe never spoke a word. That person was smaller than the driver, just a slight silhouette, a faint outline against the dim moonlight filtering through the thick pines around the reservoir. What was the other guy doing, Wish asked. Just watching, I guess, like a lookout. He didn't even drive. Maybe he was the one in charge. Sharkey had a slightly better look at the driver, but not enough to describe a face or work with the identikit templates Bosch had brought. The driver had dark hair and was white. Sharkey couldn't or wouldn't be more specific. He wore matching dark shirt and pants, possibly overalls, along with what looked like an equipment belt or a carpenter's apron. The empty tool pockets hung loose at his hips, flapping slightly as he moved. That detail stuck with Bosch, and he pressed Sharkey from different angles, but the boy couldn't elaborate. After an hour, they wrapped up. They left Sharkey in the smoky room and stepped outside to talk. Wish said, "So now we just need to find a jeep with a blanket in the back. Run a micro-analysis, match hairs, only a couple million white or beige jeeps in the state. You want to put out a bolo, or should I? Look, 2 hours ago we had nothing. Now we've got something. If you're willing, let me hypnotize the kid. We might get a plate number, a better description of the driver, maybe even a name or a clearer picture of that seal." Bosch held his hands out, palms up. The offer was there, but she'd already turned it down once. She did again. "Not yet, Bosch. Let me talk to Rourke first, maybe tomorrow. I don't want to rush into it and have it backfire." "Okay." He nodded and let his hands drop. "So what now?" she asked. "Well, the kid's fed. Why don't we get him settled, then you and I grab something to eat? There's a place on Overland, I know." "I can't," she said. "I've got plans tonight, sorry. Maybe another time." "Sure." He walked over to the interview room door and looked through the glass, avoiding her gaze. He felt foolish for pushing too fast. "If you need to go, go ahead. I'll find him a shelter or something for the night. No sense both of us wasting time on it. You sure?" "Yeah, I'll take care of him."
"I'll get a patrol car to give us a ride. We'll pick up his bike on the way, and they can drop me by my car. That's decent of you, getting his bike, looking out for him. We made a deal with him, remember? I remember. But you care about him. I watched how you handled him. Do you see some of yourself in him?" He turned from the glass to look at her. "No, not especially," he said. "He's just another street-smart kid who needs questioning. You think he's trouble now?"
"Give it a year, maybe 2, if he makes it that far. He'll turn into a real predator. This won't be his last time in an interrogation room. He'll be in and out of that place his entire life, until he ends up dead or kills someone. It's the law of the jungle. Only the toughest survive, and he's built to last. So no, I don't lose sleep over him. I'm placing him in a shelter so I can keep tabs on his location, in case we need him for something later. That's the only reason."
That's quite a monologue, but I'm not buying it. I've done my homework on you, Bosch. You do care. I saw how you got him a meal and asked about his story. Listen, reading a file 100 times doesn't mean you know me. I told you, that's nonsense. He stepped closer until they were almost face to face. But she glanced away, down at her notebook, as if the notes there held some clue to his words.
"Look," he said, "we can work this case together. Maybe even figure out who killed Meadows if we catch a few more lucky breaks, like we did with that kid today. But that doesn't make us partners, and it doesn't mean we understand each other. So maybe we should stop pretending we do. Don't tell me about your brother with a buzz cut and how he reminds you of me, because you have no idea who I was. A stack of papers and some old photos in a file don't tell you anything real about me." She shut the notebook and slipped it into her bag. Finally, she met his gaze. From inside the interview room, there was a persistent knocking. Sharkey was staring at his own reflection in the one-way glass. They both ignored it, and Wish kept her eyes locked on Bosch. "Do you always get this defensive when a woman turns down a dinner invitation?" she asked, her voice steady. "That has nothing to do with this, and you know it." "Sure, I know it." She began to walk away, then paused.
"Let's say 9 tomorrow morning. Back at the bureau?" He didn't reply, and she continued toward the squad-room door. Sharkey banged on the door again, and Bosch glanced over to see the boy picking at his acne in the mirror's reflection. Wish turned back just before she left the room. "I wasn't talking about a little brother," she said. "He was my older brother, actually, and I was remembering a long time ago. How he looked when I was just a girl and he was leaving for a while, headed to Vietnam. Bosch couldn't bring himself to look at her. He sensed what was coming. I remember how he looked then," she said. "Because it was the last time I ever saw him. That kind of memory stays with you. He was one of the ones who didn't make it back." She walked out. Harry finished the last cold slice of pizza. He hated anchovies, and the Coke was warm and flat. It felt like a fitting punishment. Afterward, he sat at the homicide desk, making calls until he secured an open spot at a no-questions-asked shelter near the boulevard. At Home Street Home, they didn't force runaways back to where they came from. They understood that home could be a darker place than the streets. They just offered a safe bed and tried to steer kids anywhere but Hollywood. He signed out an unmarked car and drove Sharkey to where his motorbike was parked. It wouldn't fit in the trunk, so Bosch struck a deal. Sharkey would ride the bike to the shelter, and Bosch would follow. Once the boy was checked in, Bosch would return his money, wallet, and cigarettes, but not the Polaroids or the joint, which went straight into a trash can. Sharkey wasn't happy, but he agreed. Bosch told him to stay at the shelter for a couple of days, though he suspected the kid would be gone by morning. "I found you once. If I have to, I can do it again," he said, as Sharkey chained up his bike outside the shelter. Yeah, I know," Sharkey muttered. It was an empty threat. Bosch knew he'd only found Sharkey this time because the boy hadn't been hiding. If he'd wanted to hide, that would have been a different matter. Bosch handed the kid one of his discount business cards and said to call if anything useful came to mind. "Useful for you or for me?" Sharkey asked. Bosch didn't reply. He slid back into the car and headed toward the station on Wilcox, keeping an eye on the rear view for anyone following. Nothing stood out. After parking the car, he grabbed the FBI files from his desk and stopped by the watch office. The night lieutenant radioed a patrol unit to give Bosch a ride to the Federal Building. The officer who showed up was young, with a buzz cut so short it was almost invisible Asian. Around the station, they called him gung-ho. The 20-minute drive passed in total silence. Harry made it home by 9. The message light on his answering machine was blinking, but when he played it back, there was only empty air. Someone had hung up. He clicked on the radio for the Dodgers game, then turned it off almost immediately, tired of all the chatter. Instead, he loaded CDs by Sonny Rollins, Frank Morlan and Branford Marsalis into the stereo and let the saxophones fill the room. He laid the files across the dining table, twisted the cap off a beer and took a long swallow. Alcohol and jazz, he thought. Sleeping in your clothes. You're a walking cliché, Bosch. An open book. And no different from the dozen other guys who probably hit on her every single day. Just focus on the job. Don't hope for anything more. He opened the Meadows file and started reading every page carefully, unlike the quick skim he'd done earlier in the car with Wish. Meadows was a puzzle. A pill popper, a heroin user, yet a soldier who had voluntarily re-upped to stay in Vietnam. Even after they pulled him out of the tunnels, he didn't leave. In 1970, after 2 years underground, he was assigned to a military police unit attached to the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. He never saw combat again, but he stayed right up until the end. After the 1973 treaty and withdrawal,
he took a discharge and stayed on again, this time as a civilian advisor attached to the embassy. Everyone else was going home, but not Meadows. He didn't leave until April 30th, 1975, the day Saigon fell. He was on one of the helicopters, then a plane ferrying refugees out of the country, bound for the United States. His last official duty was providing security on the massive refugee airlift to the Philippines and then on to the States. According to the records, Meadows settled in Southern California after returning, but his skills were limited: military police, tunnel rat, and drug dealer. An LAPD application in the file was stamped rejected. He'd failed the drug test. Next came an NCIC sheet detailing his criminal record. His first arrest for heroin possession was in 1978. He got probation. The next year, he was popped again, this time for possession with intent to sell. He pleaded it down to simple possession and drew 18 months at Wayside Honor Rancho. He served 10. The following 2 years were a cycle of frequent arrests on minor charges. Fresh needle tracks were a misdemeanor, good for 60 days in county lockup. It looked like Meadows was riding the revolving door until 1981, when he went away for real time. It was for attempted robbery, a federal charge. The NCIC printout didn't specify if it was a bank, but Bosch figured it had to be to bring in the feds. Meadows was sentenced to 4 years at Lompoc and served 2. He wasn't out more than a few months before he was picked up for an actual bank robbery. They must have had him dead to rights. He pleaded guilty and took 5 years back at Lompoc. He would have been out in 3, but 2 years into the sentence, he was busted in an escape attempt. That added 5 more years and a transfer to Terminal Island. Meadows was paroled from TI in 1988. All those years inside, Bosch thought. He never knew, never heard a word. What would he have done if he had? He considered that for a moment. The experience likely altered Meadows more profoundly than his time in the war. Following his release, he was placed in a transitional home for Vietnam veterans, a facility named Charlie Company located on a farm north of Ventura, roughly 40 miles from Los Angeles. He remained there for almost a full year. According to the official record, there were no further police interactions after that period. The minor infraction that had prompted Meadows to contact Bosch a year prior was never formally logged. It was absent from the file. Upon his release from prison, there was no other documented contact with law enforcement. Another document in the file was handwritten in what Bosch recognized as Eleanor Wish's neat and clear script. It was a timeline of employment and residences compiled from searches of Social Security and Department of Motor Vehicles records. The entries ran down the left margin, but they were punctuated by significant gaps, periods of time left unaccounted for. After returning from Vietnam, Meadows had initially found work with the Southern California Water District as a pipeline inspector. He lost that position after only 4 months due to chronic lateness and unexplained absences. The subsequent gap suggested a turn toward illicit activity, likely dealing heroin, as his next legitimate job didn't appear until after his release from Wayside Jail in 1979. He was then hired by the Department of Water and Power in their Storm Drainage Division as an underground inspector. History repeated itself. He was let go 6 months later for the same pattern of unreliability. His employment history was sporadic after that. Following his stay at Charlie Company, he managed to get hired for a few months by a gold mining operation in the Santa Clarita Valley. That was essentially it. Nearly a dozen addresses were listed. Most were apartments scattered across Hollywood. There was a house in San Pedro listed prior to his 1979 arrest, a convenient location if he was involved in drug trafficking. Bosch mused, given its proximity to the port of Long Beach. The file also showed he had lived in the Sepulveda apartment since leaving the halfway house. There were no additional details about Charlie Company or what Meadows did during his time there. Bosch located the name of Meadows's parole officer Darrell Slater from the copies of his 6-month evaluation reports, which originated from the Van Nuys office. He jotted the name and the address for Charlie Company into his notebook. Spreading the arrest sheet, the work history, and the parole reports out on the table, he began compiling a new chronology on a fresh page, starting with Meadows's sentencing to federal prison in 1981. When he finished, many of the puzzling gaps were filled. Meadows had served 6.5 years in the federal penitentiary. He was paroled in early 1988 into the Charlie Company program, where he spent 10 months before relocating to the Sepulveda apartment. Parole reports indicated he secured a job as a drill operator at the Santa Clarita gold mine. He successfully completed parole in February 1989, and, in a move that now seemed calculated, quit his job the very next day. According to Social Security and IRS records, he had no known employment and had filed no tax returns since 1988. Bosch went to the kitchen, pulled a beer from the refrigerator, and made a simple ham and cheese sandwich. He ate, standing by the sink, washing down bites with the cold beer, while trying to order the facts of the case in his mind. A conviction was forming. Meadows had been scheming from the moment he walked out of Terminal Island, or at the very least from Charlie Company. He'd had a plan all along. He worked those legitimate jobs just long enough to satisfy his parole conditions, and then he walked away, setting his real plan into motion. Bosch felt certain of it. This logic suggested that Meadows had likely connected with the men who would later help him burglarize the bank and then kill him during his time either in prison or at the halfway house. The doorbell chimed, pulling him from his thoughts. He checked his watch. It was 11 o'clock. He walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and saw Eleanor Wish standing there. He took a step back, catching a glimpse of himself in the hallway mirror. A man with shadowed, weary eyes looked back. He quickly smoothed his hair and opened the door. "Hello," she said. "Truce? Truce, how did you know where I—" "Never mind. Come on in." She was still in the same suit from earlier, clearly not having gone home yet. He watched her eyes drift toward the files and paperwork spread across the card table. "Working late," he offered. "Just going over a few things in the Meadows file." "Good. Actually, I was in the neighborhood and I wanted to stop by. This week has been rough. For both of us. Maybe tomorrow we can hit reset on this partnership." "Agreed," he said. "And listen, I'm sorry for what I said earlier about your brother too. You were trying to be decent and Can you stay for a minute? Have a beer?" He fetched 2 cold bottles from the kitchen, handed her one, and slid open the door to the porch. The night air was cool, but a warm breeze occasionally drifted up from the dark canyon below. Eleanor Wish gazed out at the valley's glittering grid. The sweeping searchlights from Universal City carved their familiar arcs across the sky. "This is nice," she said. "I've never been in one of these. They're called cantilevers, right?" "That's right. Must be terrifying in an earthquake. It's terrifying when the garbage truck rumbles past. So how does someone end up in a place like this? Some folks down there with the spotlights once paid me a ridiculous sum to use my name and my so-called technical advice for a television show. I didn't know what else to do with the money growing up in the valley. I always wondered what it would be like to live in one of these places hanging off the hill. So I bought it. Belonged to a screenwriter once. This was where he worked. It's small, just 1 bedroom, but I suppose that's all I'll ever need. She leaned against the railing, peering down the slope into the arroyo. In the darkness, only the faint silhouette of the live oak grove was visible below. He leaned beside her, idly picking at the gold foil label on his beer bottle and letting the pieces fall. They caught the faint light as they fluttered down into the void. "I have questions," he said. "I want to go up to Ventura. Can we talk about that tomorrow?" I didn't come here to go over the files. I've been buried in those pages for almost a year. He nodded and stayed quiet, giving her space to arrive at whatever had really brought her. After a long moment, she spoke again. You must be furious about what we did, the investigation, digging into your life. Then what happened yesterday? I'm sorry. She took a small sip from her bottle, and Bosch realized he'd never asked if she wanted a glass. He let her words linger in the night air. No, he finally said. I'm not angry. Truth is, I don't really know what I am. She turned to look at him. We thought you'd back off after Rourke made trouble for you with your lieutenant.
Sure, you knew Meadows. But that was years ago. That's what I don't understand. This isn't just another case for you. Why? There has to be more to it. Something from Vietnam. Why does it matter this much? I have my reasons that don't have much to do with the case itself. I believe you, but whether I believe you isn't the point. I'm trying to understand what's happening. I need to know. How's the beer? It's fine. Tell me something, Detective Bosch.
He looked down, watching another shred of foil vanish into the black. I don't know, he said. Actually, I do know, and I don't. I guess it goes back to the tunnel's shared experience. It wasn't that he saved my life, or I saved his. Nothing that simple, but I feel like something is owed, no matter what he did or what kind of mess he became afterward. Maybe if I'd done more than make a few phone calls for him last year, I don't know. Don't do that to yourself, she said. When he called you last year, he was already deep into this scheme. He was using you then. It's like he's using you now, even though he's dead. He'd run out of label to peel. Turning, he leaned his back against the railing and fumbled a cigarette from his pocket with one hand. He placed it between his lips, but didn't light it. Meadows, he said, shaking his head as the memory surfaced. Meadows was a different breed. Back then the rest of us were just kids, really, scared of the dark. And those tunnels were pure darkness. But not Meadows. He'd raise his hand every single time, volunteering again and again. Out of the blue and into the black. That's how he described heading into a tunnel. We called it the Black Echo. It felt like descending into hell down there. You could smell your own fear. It was like being buried alive. They had slowly turned to face one another. He studied her expression, seeing what he interpreted as sympathy. He wasn't sure he wanted that. He felt he was long past needing sympathy. Truthfully, he didn't know what he wanted anymore. So all us scared kids, we made a pact. Every time someone went down into a tunnel, we promised. No matter what happened, nobody got left behind. It didn't matter if you died down there. You wouldn't be abandoned, because they did things to you, you understand? It was psychological warfare on ourselves, and it worked. Nobody wanted to be left dead or alive. I once read in some book that it doesn't matter if you're under a fancy tombstone on a hill or at the bottom of a grease pit. When you're dead, you're dead. He let out a short, humorless laugh. But whoever wrote that clearly never served over there. When you're alive and that close to dying, you think about those things. Suddenly, it matters a great deal. So we made the promise. Bosch knew his explanation had fallen short. He told her he was getting another beer. She said she was fine. When he returned, she offered a quiet smile but said nothing. Let me tell you a story about Meadows, he began. The way they had it set up, they'd assign a couple of us tunnel rats, sometimes 3, to go out with an infantry company. Whenever they stumbled on a tunnel entrance, we'd zip down, check it out, mine it, whatever needed doing. He took a long drink from the fresh bottle. So, one time, this was 1970, Meadows and I were trailing at the back of a patrol. We were in a VC stronghold area, and the place was absolutely honeycombed with tunnels. We were about 3 miles from a village called an H1 Luke when we lost a point man to a sniper in a spider hole. That's what they called the little tunnel entrances. After someone took out the sniper, me and Meadows had to go down that hole to investigate. We went down and immediately had to split up. This was a major network. I took one branch, he took the other. We agreed to go for 15 minutes, set charges with a 20-minute delay, then head back, placing more charges along the way. He paused, his gaze drifting. I remember finding what looked like a field hospital down there, 4 empty grass mats, a cabinet of medical supplies just sitting there in the middle of a tunnel. I thought, my God, what's next around the corner? A soda fountain. These people had dug in and built a whole world. There was even a little altar with incense still burning. That's when I knew the VC was still somewhere in there, close. It scared me. I hid a charge behind the altar and started back as fast as I could, setting 2 more along the way, timing it all to blow at once. I got back to the drop-in point, the original spider hole, and no Meadows. I waited a few minutes. Time was running out. You don't want to be underground when the C4 detonates. Some of those tunnels were a century old. There was nothing I could do, so I climbed out. He wasn't up top either. He stopped to drink more beer, collecting his thoughts. She watched him intently, not pushing. A few minutes later, my charges went off. The section of tunnel I'd been in collapsed. Whoever was inside was buried. We waited a couple of hours for the dust and smoke to clear. We connected a portable fan and directed air down the main tunnel shaft. Soon, smoke began billowing from the vents and various spider holes scattered throughout the jungle. Once it cleared, another soldier and I went in to search for Meadows. We were prepared for the worst, but we had made a vow to bring him home, no matter what. He wasn't there. We spent hours searching those dark passages, finding only fallen enemy soldiers. Most had been shot. Others had their throats cut. Every single one was missing their ears. When we surfaced, our commanding officer informed us we couldn't stay. We had new orders, we pulled out, and I felt like I had broken my word. Bosch's gaze was fixed on the darkness, lost in the memory. 2 days later, a different unit was in the village of Huanluc. Someone discovered a tunnel entrance inside a hut. Their tunnel rats went down, and within minutes they found Meadows. He was just sitting there, cross-legged like a statue, in one of the passageways. He was out of ammunition, muttering nonsense, but physically unharmed. When they tried to get him to leave, he refused. They ended up having to restrain him, tie a rope around him, and have the patrol above haul him out. In the daylight, they saw he was wearing a necklace made of human ears, strung together with his dog tags. He finished his beer and moved from the balcony into the kitchen for another. She placed her half-empty bottle on the counter. So that was Meadows. He took some R&R in Saigon, but he came back. He couldn't stay away from the tunnels. After that incident, though, he was never the same. He told me he just got completely turned around down there, lost in the darkness. He kept moving in the wrong direction, eliminating anything in his path. The rumor was there were 33 ears on that necklace. Someone once asked me why Meadows let one of the enemy keep an ear, to explain the odd number. I told them Meadows let them all keep an ear. She shook her head slowly. He gave a solemn nod. Bosch said, I wish I had been the one to find him when I went back down. I failed him. For a moment, they both just stared at the kitchen floor. Bosch poured the remainder of his beer down the drain. Just one more thing about Meadows's record, and then we're done with business for tonight, he said. He got into trouble at Lompoc for an escape attempt. Then he was transferred to Terminal Island. Do you know anything about that? Yes, it was another tunnel. He was a trustee, working in the laundry. The industrial dryers had underground ventilation shafts leading outside. He dug beneath one of them. Maybe an hour a day. The investigation suggested he'd been at it for at least 6 months before it was discovered. The ground gave way during the summer, when the recreation field sprinklers softened the earth, causing a collapse. He nodded. He had suspected it was a tunnel. The 2 other inmates involved, she added, were a drug dealer and a bank robber. They're still incarcerated. There's no apparent connection to this case. He nodded again. "I think I should head out now," she said. "We have a full day tomorrow."
"Right. I still have plenty of questions. I'll answer what I can." She brushed past him in the narrow gap between the refrigerator and the counter, moving into the hallway. The scent of her hair, something like apples, he thought, lingered in the air. He noticed her studying the 3-panel print on the wall opposite the mirror.
It was a reproduction of a 15th-century work titled The Garden of Earthly Delights. The painter was Dutch. Hieronymus Bosch, she said, examining the painting's surreal and chaotic scenes. "When I saw that was your full name, I wondered if— no relation?" he cut in. "My mother just liked his work, probably because of the shared last name. She sent me that print once. In her note, she said it reminded her of Los Angeles, all the crazy people, my foster parents. They hated it, but I've held onto it for years. The sign had been hanging there for as long as he'd owned the place." "But you prefer Harry, right?" "Yeah, Harry works for me. Good night, Harry. Appreciate the beer." "Good night, Eleanor. Thanks for the company." Part 4, Wednesday, May 23. By 10 in the morning, they were on the Ventura Freeway, slicing across the San Fernando Valley and away from the city. Bosch was behind the wheel, driving against the flow of traffic as they headed northwest into Ventura County. The thick blanket of valley smog, like curdled milk in a bowl, faded in the rearview mirror. Their destination was a place called Charlie Company. The FBI's previous check into Meadows and the prison outreach program had been, in Wish's estimation, superficial. She'd considered it a minor lead since Meadows had left the program almost a full year before the tunnel job. The Bureau had gotten Meadows' file but hadn't cross-referenced the other men who were in the program alongside him. Bosch saw that as a critical oversight. To him, Meadows' work history suggested the bank robbery was the product of a long-term scheme, possibly nurtured right at Charlie Company before they left. Bosch had reached out to Meadows' parole officer, Darrell Slater, for a briefing. Slater described Charlie Company as a vegetable farm run by a retired, born-again Army colonel named Gordon Scales. The operation had contracts with state and federal prisons to take early release cases with one specific requirement. Every man had to be a Vietnam combat veteran. That, Slater noted dryly, wasn't a hard quota to meet. California's prisons, like those across the country, held plenty of Vietnam vets. Scales didn't care about their crimes. He was focused on rehabilitation. With a staff of 3, including himself, the farm housed up to 24 men at a time for an average stay of 9 months. Their days were rigidly structured: field work from 6 until 3, a lunch break at noon, followed by an hour of soul talk, then dinner and television. Another hour of religious discussion came before lights out. Scales used his local connections to find the men jobs when they were ready to re-enter society. In 6 years, Charlie Company boasted a recidivism rate of just 11%, a statistic so impressive it had earned Scales a shout-out from the president during a campaign stop in California. "The man's a genuine hero," Slater had said, "and not for his war service, for what he's built since. You move 30, 40 cons through a place like that every year, and only 1 in 10 stumbles again. That's a monumental success." Scales has the ear of every parole board and warden in the state. "So does he get to choose who goes to Charlie Company?" Bosch had asked. "Maybe not hand-pick them, but he gives final approval." "Absolutely," Slater replied. "The guy's reputation is legendary. His name is known in every cell block where a vet is doing time. They seek him out: letters, Bibles sent in the mail, phone calls, lawyers making contact, all to get Scales to sponsor them." Was that how Meadows got in? As far as I know, he was already slated for transfer when he landed on my caseload. You'd need to check with Terminal Island's files or talk to Scales directly. Bosch relayed all of this to Wish during the long drive, which was otherwise marked by stretches of heavy silence. For much of the ride, Bosch found himself distracted, turning over the details of her unexpected visit the night before. What had really brought her to his door? It was only after they crossed the county line into Ventura that he shook off those thoughts and refocused on the case, voicing one of the questions that had nagged at him during his late-night file review. Why didn't they go for the main vault, he asked. At Westland National, there were two vaults, the safe deposit vault they hit, and the bank's primary vault for cash and teller trays. They bypassed the bigger score. The reports indicated both vaults shared an identical structural design. While the safe deposit area was larger, the reinforced flooring was exactly the same. This meant Meadows and his crew could have just as easily tunneled directly into the main vault, taken whatever was inside, and left. That would have eliminated the need to spend an entire weekend trapped inside, and they wouldn't have had to bother prying open individual safe deposit boxes either. Perhaps they weren't aware the designs matched, she suggested. They might have assumed the main vault would be far more secure. But we're working on the assumption they had detailed knowledge of the safe deposit vault's layout before they began, Bosch countered. Why wouldn't they have the same intel on the other one? The main vault isn't accessible to the public for a casual look, she explained. Our theory is one of them rented a box under a fake name to case the safe deposit area. They could scout one vault but not the other. That might explain the choice. Bosch nodded slowly. How much cash was actually in the main vault? I don't have the exact figure memorized. It should be in the reports I gave you. If it's not there, it'll be in the full case files back at the office. But it was more, right? There had to be more straight cash in that main vault than the 2 or 3 million in valuables they grabbed from the boxes. That's likely correct. Exactly my point, Bosch said, his tone shifting from analytical to almost sarcastic. If they'd gone for the main vault, the money would have been sitting there in neat stacks and bags, just waiting to be scooped up. It would have been simpler, probably more lucrative, and a whole lot less trouble. They picked the hard way for a smaller score. Genius planning, really. But Harry, we know that now, looking back. Who knows what they thought going in? Maybe they believed the boxes held more value. They took a gamble and it didn't pay off. Or maybe it did, he said quietly. She glanced at him. Maybe there was something in those boxes we still don't know about. Something no one reported missing. Something that made the safe deposit vault, the more attractive target, worth more than the main vault could ever be. If you're leaning toward drugs, we already checked that, she replied. The DEA brought in a dog. It went through all the broken boxes, nothing, no drug traces at all. Then it sniffed the untouched boxes and got a single hit on one of the smaller ones. She let out a short, humorless laugh. So we drilled that specific box and found a bag with about 5 grams of cocaine. Some poor guy keeping his personal stash at the bank got busted simply because thieves happened to tunnel into the same vault. Wish laughed again, but it sounded strained to Bosch. The story wasn't that amusing. Anyway, she continued, an assistant U.S. attorney tossed the case, called it a bad search. We violated the guy's rights by drilling his box without a warrant. Bosch exited the freeway into Ventura and drove north after 15 minutes of quiet. He finally spoke. I still like the drug angle, dog or no dog. Those animals aren't perfect. If the product was packaged properly and the thieves took it all, there might not have been any residue left.
Just a couple of those boxes holding cocaine could have made the whole risky venture worthwhile.
Your next question is going to be about the customer lists, right? She said.
Right. We did extensive work on that, she defended. We checked every single name, even verified purchases of items people claimed were in their boxes. We didn't find our thieves, but we probably saved the bank's insurers a couple million by uncovering fraudulent claims for items that never existed.
He pulled into a gas station to consult a map book from under the seat and find the route to Charlie Company. She kept talking, justifying the FBI's work. The DEA vetted every name on the box holder list, and came up empty. We ran them all through NCIC, got a few minor hits. Nothing relevant, mostly old history. She offered another one of those brief, unconvincing laughs. One holder of a larger box had a conviction for child pornography from the 70s, served 2 years at Soledad. After the bank heist, he was questioned and claimed nothing had been stolen from his safe deposit box, insisting he had cleared it out recently. But we know these types can never truly let go of their collections. The photos, the films, the letters. The bank's records showed he hadn't accessed that box in the 2 months leading up to the burglary, so we were convinced it held his disturbing archive. Still, that whole angle had no real connection to our case. Nothing we uncovered did. Bosch located the route on the map and pulled away from the gas station. Charlie Company was situated in the heart of orchard country. As he drove, the story about the pedophile nagged at him. Something felt off. He turned it over in his mind, but couldn't pinpoint the issue, so he let it go and shifted focus. Why has nothing else surfaced? All that jewelry, the bonds, the stock certificates, only one bracelet ever turned up, not even the trivial items taken in the robbery. They're sitting on it, waiting until they feel safe, Wish replied. That's why Meadows was eliminated. He stepped out of line and pawned the bracelet too soon. Maybe before the group agreed the coast was clear, they found out he'd sold it. He refused to say where, so they pressured him until he talked. Then they killed him. And by pure chance, I catch the call. It happens. There's a flaw in that story, Bosch said, his tone shifting from thoughtful to openly skeptical. We start with Meadows being worked over, tortured, right? He supposedly tells them what they want. They inject him with the overdose, and then they go retrieve the bracelet from the pawn shop. Sound right? Right. Except it doesn't add up. I have the pawn ticket. It was hidden, so he didn't hand it over, meaning they had to break into the shop and take the bracelet, disguising the theft by grabbing a bunch of other worthless items. If he didn't give them the ticket, how did they know where the bracelet was? He must have told them, Wish offered. I don't buy it. I don't see him giving up the location but holding back the slip. He had nothing to gain by keeping it secret. If they got the shop's name out of him, they would have gotten the ticket too. So, you're saying he died before telling them anything, and they already knew where the bracelet was pawned. Exactly. They tortured him for the ticket, but he wouldn't break. They killed him. Then they dumped the body and tossed his place. Still no pawn stub. So they hit the pawn shop like amateurs. The real question is, if Meadows didn't tell them and they didn't find the stub, how did they know, Harry? This is just speculation, piled on speculation. That's the job. Well, I don't know. Could be a lot of things. Maybe they had Meadows tailed because they didn't trust him and saw him enter the pawn shop. Could have been anything. Or maybe they had someone, say a cop, who spotted the bracelet on the monthly pawn sheets sent to every department in the county. I think that kind of guesswork is reckless. They arrived. Bosch braked at a gravel entrance beneath a wooden sign featuring a painted green eagle and the words Charlie Company. The gate stood open, and they drove down a gravel road flanked by muddy irrigation ditches, splitting fields of tomatoes on one side and the sharp scent of peppers on the other. Ahead stood a large aluminum-sided barn and a sprawling ranch-style house, with an avocado grove visible behind them. They pulled into a circular parking area in front of the house, and Bosch cut the engine. A man with a shaved head, wearing a spotless white apron, appeared at the screen door. "Is Mr. Scales here?"
Bosch asked. "You mean Colonel Scales?"
"No, he's not. It's nearly chow time, though. He'll be coming in from the fields then." The man did not invite them inside to escape the sun. So Bosch and Wish returned to wait in the car. A dusty white pickup truck pulled up a few minutes later. The driver's door was marked with a large letter C enclosing an eagle. 3 men stepped from the cab, and 6 more climbed out of the bed. They moved briskly toward the ranch house, their ages spanning the late 30s to late 40s. dressed in military green pants and sweat-soaked white T-shirts. None wore bandanas or sunglasses, nor were sleeves rolled up. Every head of hair was trimmed to a quarter-inch or less. Their skin was deeply tanned, the color of weathered wood. The driver, wearing the same uniform, but easily a decade older than the others, hung back, letting the group enter first. As he approached, Bosch placed him on the early side of 60, yet he carried the solid build of a much younger man. What little hair showed against his sun-browned scalp was white, his skin like polished walnut. He wore work gloves. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Colonel Scales?" Bosch replied. "That's me, you with the police." Bosch nodded and made the introductions. Scales didn't appear particularly impressed, even at the mention of the FBI. "Do you recall the FBI contacting you about 7 or 8 months ago for information on a William Meadows who spent time here?" Wish inquired. "Sure, I remember. I recall every time your people come around asking about one of my boys. It bothers me, so it sticks. You need more on Billy? Is he in trouble?" "Not any more," Bosch said. "What's that supposed to mean?" Scales shot back. "Sounds like you're telling me he's dead." "You hadn't heard?" Bosch asked. "Of course I hadn't." "Tell me what happened." Bosch thought he detected genuine surprise in Scales's expression, followed by a flicker of sadness. The news had struck a chord. "He was found dead in Los Angeles 3 days ago. It's a homicide. We believe it's connected to a crime he was involved in last year, which the FBI may have mentioned when they contacted you before." "The tunnel job at that bank in L.A.?" Scales said. "I only know what the FBI told me. That's all." "That's fine," Wish said. "What we need now is more complete information about who was here during Meadows' time. We've been over this, but we're re-examining everything, hoping to find something that might help. Will you work with us? I always cooperate with you people. I don't like it, because half the time I think you've got your wires crossed. Most of my boys, when they leave here, they stay straight. We have a good record here. If Meadows did what you're saying, he's the exception."
"We understand that," she said, "and this will remain strictly confidential. All right then, come into my office and ask your questions." Passing through the front door, Bosch saw 2 long tables set in what was likely once the living room. About 20 men sat before plates of chicken-fried steak and heaps of vegetables. Not one looked up at Eleanor Wish. They were silently saying grace, heads bowed, eyes closed, hands folded. Bosch noticed tattoos on nearly every arm. As the prayer ended, a chorus of forks clinked against plates. A few of the men took a moment to glance appreciatively at Eleanor. The man in the apron who had earlier come to the screen door now stood in the kitchen doorway. "Colonel, will you be eating with the men today, sir?" he called. Scales nodded. "I'll be through in a few minutes." They moved down a hallway and through the first door into an office that had probably been a bedroom. It was dominated by a desk with a top as large as a door. Scales gestured to 2 chairs in front of it. Bosch and Wish sat, while he took the upholstered seat behind the desk. "Now, I know exactly what the law requires me to give you and what I don't have to discuss. But I'm inclined to do more, if it will help and we have an understanding. Meadows, I sort of knew he'd end up the way you say he did. I prayed the good Lord would guide him, but I knew I will help you." Colonel Scales leaned back in his leather chair, the scent of pipe tobacco filling the room. "In a civilized society," he said quietly, "no one has the right to take a life. No one." Colonel Bosch started. "We respect the work you're doing here. We know you have support from state and federal agencies. But our investigation into Meadows' death points to a conspiracy involving men with similar skills." "You're talking about veterans," Scales interrupted, packing his pipe from a wooden canister. "It's a possibility we're exploring," Bosch replied. "If that's true, they might have connected here. We need 2 things. Any records you have on Meadows and a list of every man who was here during his 10-month stay." Scales struck a match.
the flame dancing before he touched it to the bowl. A plume of blue smoke drifted upward. His file is no issue. He's gone. But the list... I should probably call my attorney. We run a good program, but government funding doesn't cover everything. I rely on community donations, civic groups. Bad press would dry that up faster than a desert wind. And what about the men who've moved on, started fresh? If I hand their names to every officer who walks in, what does that say about the trust we build here? Colonel, we're investigating a murder, Bosch said, his tone firm. We don't have time for legal reviews. We could get this through correctional departments or a subpoena, but that takes time. Cooperation would be smoother for everyone. Scales sat motionless for a moment, then stood with a sigh. He moved to a line of beige filing cabinets, pulled a thin folder from a drawer, and dropped it on the desk. Meadows's file. Now, let's see about that list. He opened another drawer, flipping through folders before selecting one. You can review his file. I'll copy anything you need. This is my master roster. I assume you'll want dates of birth and social security numbers. That would be very helpful. Thank you, Wish said. They spent 15 minutes with Meadows's file. His correspondence with Scales began a year before his release, supported by a prison chaplain and a counselor who knew him from maintenance work. In one letter, Meadows wrote about the tunnels in Vietnam, drawn to their darkness when others feared them. I was testing my limits, he confessed, but what I found was hollow, like the ground we fought on now with faith. I believe I can make the right choices and leave these bars behind for good. I want to move from empty ground to sacred ground. Corny, but it sounds heartfelt, Wish remarked. Scales glanced up from the yellow paper on his desk, where he was carefully recording names, dates of birth, and inmate numbers. He was genuine, Scales stated, his tone leaving no room for doubt. When Billy Meadows walked out of these gates, I was convinced he was prepared for the outside world, that he'd left his old ties to drugs and crime behind. Clearly he stumbled back into that darkness. But I don't think you'll discover what you're searching for here. I'm providing these names, but they won't lead you anywhere. We'll determine that, Bosch replied. He observed Scales return to his writing, a man so wrapped in his faith and dedication that he couldn't recognize he might have been manipulated. Bosch considered him a decent man, yet one perhaps too eager to see his own convictions reflected in others. Someone like Meadows. Colonel, what do you personally gain from all this work? Bosch inquired. Scales set his pen down, shifted the unlit pipe clenched in his teeth, and rested his folded hands on the desk. It isn't about what I gain. It's about what the Lord receives. He picked up the pen again, then paused, a new reflection crossing his mind. You know, these men were shattered when they returned. It's a familiar tale, everyone's heard it, seen the films, but these men had to live it. Thousands came back only to march straight into prison cells. I once read about that and wondered, what if there had been no war? What if these boys had never left Omaha, or Los Angeles, or Jacksonville, or New Iberia? Would they still have wound up behind bars? Would they be homeless, lost souls, addicts? For most, I doubt it. The war twisted their paths, sent them spiraling the wrong way. He drew a long breath from the cold pipe. So all I do, with some soil and a few prayer books, is try to restore what Vietnam stripped away from them, and I'm fairly good at it. I'm giving you this list, letting you see that file, but don't damage what we've built here. You both have a natural distrust of this place. That's fine. It comes with your jobs. Just be careful with what is good here, Detective Bosch. You look about the right age. Were you over there? Bosch gave a single nod. Then you understand, Scales said, returning to complete the list. Without looking up, he added, will you two stay for lunch? We serve the freshest vegetables in the county. They declined and rose to leave after Scales handed Bosch the list of 24 names. As Bosch turned toward the office door, he hesitated. Colonel, do you mind if I ask what other vehicles you have on the farm? I noticed the pickup. We don't mind the question. We have nothing to conceal. We have 2 more pickups like that one, 2 John Deere tractors and a 4-wheel drive. What kind of 4-wheel drive? It's a Jeep. What color? It's white. Why do you ask? Just tying up a loose end. I assume the Jeep has the Charlie Company emblem on the side. Like the pickup?
That's correct.
All our vehicles are marked. When we go into Ventura, we're proud of our work. We want folks to know where their produce comes from. Bosch waited until he was in the car to study the list. None of the names were familiar, but he noted that Scales had written the letters PH beside 8 of them. What does that stand for? Wish asked, leaning over to look.
Purple Heart,
Bosch said. Another way of telling us to tread lightly, I suppose. What about the Jeep? She said. He said it was white. It has an emblem on the side. You saw how muddy the pickup was. A dirty white Jeep could easily look beige. If it's the right Jeep, he just doesn't fit as a suspect. Scales, he seems legitimate. Maybe he is. Maybe it's the people he loans his Jeep to. I didn't want to push him on it until we had more to go on. He turned the key, and the car rumbled to life, tires crunching over the gravel as they moved toward the exit. Bosch lowered his window. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, like faded denim, and the air was so clear it felt weightless, carrying a crisp vegetal scent that reminded him of a farmer's market. It wouldn't last, he knew. They were heading back into the grime. Instead of taking the direct route, Bosch veered off the Ventura Freeway, steering them south through the winding curves of Malibu Canyon toward the ocean. It was a longer drive, but the clean air was a drug, and he craved another hit. I need to see that victim list, he said, as the canyon walls finally gave way, and the vast, hazy expanse of the Pacific stretched out before them. That pedophile you mentioned, that detail's been itching at me. Why would they bother taking a collection of child pornography? Harry, seriously, she replied, a note of exasperation in her voice. You can't possibly think that was the motive. These guys spent weeks tunneling just to blast into a bank vault for a stack of sick photos. Obviously not. But that's exactly why it's a question. Why take it at all? Maybe one of them wanted it. Maybe he was into that garbage. Who knows? Or maybe it was part of the camouflage, Bosch countered, his eyes fixed on the road. They cleaned out every box they drilled into to obscure the fact that their real target was just one. You blur the whole picture by hitting dozens. The principle's the same as the pawnshop job. Grab a pile of jewelry to cover that you only wanted one specific bracelet. He paused, letting the idea settle. But with the vault, they were after something the owner couldn't report missing. Something that would land the owner in deep trouble if it came out, like with the pedophile. What's he going to tell the cops? That's the kind of score they were looking for, but something far more valuable. Something that made hitting the safe deposit boxes a smarter play than the main vault. He glanced at her. Something that made killing Meadows an absolute necessity once he jeopardized the whole operation by pawning that bracelet. She was silent for a long moment. Bosch looked over, but her sunglasses were a perfect shield, hiding any reaction. Sounds like you're circling back to drugs, she finally said. And the dog found nothing. The DEA cleared our customer list. Could be drugs. Could be something else. That's why we need another look at the box holders. I want to see the list myself. See if anything clicks. The people who reported no losses, they're where we start. I'll get the list. It's not like we're swimming in other leads.
Well, we've got these names from Scales to check out, Bosch said. I was thinking we pull their photos and show them to Sharkey. Worth a shot, I suppose. Feels a bit like we're just going through the motions, though. I don't know. I think the kid's sitting on something. I think he might have seen a face that night. I left a memo for Rourke about the hypnosis. We should hear back soon.
They followed the Pacific Coast Highway. The smog pushed inland for once, leaving the view clear enough to see the faint shape of Catalina Island on the horizon. On a whim, Bosch pulled into Alice's restaurant for a late lunch, and they lucked into a window table. Wish ordered an iced tea. Bosch got a beer. I used to come out to this pier when I was a kid, he told her, gazing out. They'd bus a whole group of us out here. Back then, there was a bait shop right on the end.
I'd fish for yellowtail? Kids from Dice?
Yeah. Well, no. Back then, it was called DPS, Department of Public Services. Took them a few years to figure out they needed a whole separate department for kids, so they came up with DYS. She looked out the window, down the length of the weathered pier, and offered a small, thoughtful smile at his recollection. When he asked about her own childhood memories, she shrugged. All over the map, she said. My father was military. The longest I ever stayed in one place was maybe 2 years. So my memories aren't really tied to locations. They're just people, she said softly. Bosch leaned in slightly. You and your brother were close? Yes, she replied, her gaze drifting. With our father gone so much, Michael was always there until he enlisted and left for good. Their salads arrived and they ate in a comfortable, quiet rhythm. The small talk ebbed and flowed with the clink of silverware. Somewhere between the waitress clearing the salad plates and setting down their lunches, she began to tell the story. Every single week he'd write me from over there, she said, her voice dropping. And every week he said he was terrified and just wanted to come home. He couldn't say that to our father or mother. But Michael, he wasn't built for that. He never should have gone. He went because of our dad. He couldn't bear to disappoint him. He wasn't brave enough to say no at the kitchen table, but he was brave enough to get on that plane. Does that even make any sense? Have you ever heard anything so completely backwards? Bosch stayed silent. He had heard that story before, in 100 different shades, his own life included. She seemed to pause there, as if the next part was either unknown or too heavy to lift into the light of the restaurant. After a moment she turned the question on him. Why did you go? He'd felt it coming, but the answer was a ghost he'd never been able to catch. Not even in private. I don't know. No real choice, I suppose. The institutional path, like you mentioned earlier, college wasn't in the cards. Canada never crossed my mind. Honestly, that seemed like a harder road than just accepting the draft. Then, in '68, my number came up so low in the lottery, it was a guarantee. I thought I'd be clever and enlist first, try to control my own destiny.
And how did that work out for you? She asked, a knowing look in her eyes. Bosch let out a short, hollow laugh, mirroring her own from earlier. I got in, slogged through basic and all the nonsense, and when it was time to pick a path, I chose the infantry. To this day, I can't tell you why. They get you at that age, you feel bulletproof. Once I was over there, I actually volunteered for a tunnel squad. It was like that letter Meadows wrote to Scales. You get this urge to test your own limits, to see what you're made of. You do things that later in the quiet you'll never fully understand. You know what I mean? I think I do, she said quietly. But Meadows, he had chances to leave, and he never took them, not until the very end. Why would anyone choose to stay if they didn't have to? There were more like him than you'd think, Bosch said. It wasn't common, but it wasn't unheard of either. Some men just didn't want to leave that world. For Meadows, it might have been a business calculation too. You're talking about the drugs. Right. We know he was using heroin over there. We know he was using and dealing after he got back. So maybe while he was there he got tangled up in moving product and didn't want to walk away from a lucrative setup. A lot of the evidence points that way. He was transferred to Saigon after they pulled him from the tunnels. Saigon was the place to be, especially with embassy clearance like he had as an MP. It was a wide-open market, anything you wanted. A lot of guys dove right in. Heroin could have set him up with real money, particularly if he had a scheme to move some of it back here. She pushed the remnants of red snapper around her plate with her fork. Her appetite gone. It's so unfair, she murmured. He didn't even want to come back.
Meanwhile, some boys desperately wanted to come home and never got the chance.
No.
Bosch agreed, his voice flat. There was nothing fair about that place, not a single thing. He turned to look out the window at the ocean, where 4 surfers in neon wetsuits carved lines on the rolling swells. And after the war, you became a cop, she said, steering them back. I drifted for a bit, then joined the department. Seemed like most of the vets I knew, just like Scales said today, were heading into police work or corrections. I don't know, Harry, she said, studying him. You strike me as more of a loner, a private investigator type, not someone who takes orders from men he doesn't respect. There aren't many true independents left. Everyone answers to someone, he said, a trace of weary defiance in his tone. But you've read my file. You already know all this. Not everything about a person can be captured on paper, she said, her words hanging in the air between them, a quiet challenge to the official record. Isn't that what you told me? He asked. He offered a slight smile as a server cleared their plates away. So, what's your tale? He continued. How did you end up with the Bureau? Straightforward enough, she replied. Criminal justice degree, accounting on the side, recruited straight from Penn State. The pay and benefits were solid, and they were actively looking for women. Nothing out of the ordinary. Why the bank robbery squad? I'd think the career path led to counter-terrorism, financial crimes, maybe narcotics, not the heavy lifting. I spent 5 years in white collar, she said. I was in D.C., the perfect spot for it. But the whole scene felt hollow, utterly tedious. She gave a small laugh and shook her head. I figured out I just wanted to be a cop, so I became one. I transferred to the first solid street unit with an opening. Since L.A. is the bank robbery capital, I called in every favor I had to get here when a spot opened. You can call me a relic if you'd like. You're far too striking to be a dinosaur. Even with her deep tan, he could see the comment flustered her. It surprised him too, the words just tumbling out. I shouldn't have said that, he mumbled. No, it's all right, thank you, she said, her tone softening. So, Eleanor, he began, then felt his face grow warm, instantly regretting his clumsy transition. Are you married? She smiled at his obvious discomfort. I was a lifetime ago. Bosch gave a slow nod. You're not involved with anyone now. What about Rourke? You two seemed. Are you serious? She cut in, her eyebrows raised. My mistake. They shared a laugh, then a comfortable, quiet moment filled with easy smiles. After lunch, they strolled out onto the pier to where Bosch had once fished years before. No one was casting a line now. Several structures at the pier's end stood empty and weathered. A sickly rainbow slick floated on the water near one of the support pillars. Bosch also noted the surfers had vanished. Maybe all the kids are in class, he mused, or perhaps they don't bother fishing here anymore. Maybe nothing living swims this close to the contaminated bay. It's been years since I've stood here, he said to Eleanor. He leaned against the railing, his elbows resting on wood notched by countless bait knives. Nothing stays the same. It was well past 2 by the time they returned to the federal building. Wish entered the names and inmate numbers from Scales into the NCIC and state justice databases, requesting photo-faxed mugshots from prisons across the state. Bosch took the list and called the U.S. military archives in St. Louis, asking for Jessie St. John, the clerk he'd spoken to earlier in the week. She informed him the file on William Meadows was already en route. Bosch didn't mention he'd already seen the FBI's copy. Instead, he persuaded her to pull up the new names on her terminal and relay each man's basic service history. He kept her past her 5 o'clock quitting time in St. Louis, but she insisted she didn't mind helping. By 5 o'clock Los Angeles time, they had assembled 24 mugshots paired with brief criminal and military summaries. No obvious answer leaped from the pile on Wish's desk. 15 of the men had served in Vietnam during Meadows' time there. 11 of those were Army. None were listed as tunnel rats, though 4 had been in the 1st Infantry alongside Meadows during his initial tour. 2 others had been military police in Saigon. They concentrated on the NCIC records of these 6 soldiers from the 1st Infantry or MP units. Only the 2 MPs had bank robbery convictions. Bosch sifted through the photos and pulled those 2 out. He studied the faces, the hardened, indifferent stares they gave the camera, half expecting some spark of recognition. "These 2 interest me," he said. Their names were Art Franklin and Jean Delgado. Both listed Los Angeles addresses. In Vietnam, they had served their tours in Saigon, assigned to different MP units. Not the embassy detail Meadows was on, but they were in the city. Both had been discharged in 1973. However, like Meadows, they remained in Vietnam as civilian military advisors, staying until the very end in April 1975. Bosch was certain of one thing: Meadows, Franklin, and Delgado had known each other long before they were all assigned to Charlie Company in Ventura County. After returning stateside, Franklin's life took a turn. He was arrested for a string of robberies in San Francisco and served 5 years later. He was convicted on federal charges for a bank robbery in Oakland in 1984, landing him at Terminal Island at the same time as Meadows. Franklin was paroled to Charlie Company just 2 months before Meadows left the program. Delgado, on the other hand, had a record strictly with the state. 3 burglary convictions in Los Angeles, which he served in county lockup, followed by an attempted bank robbery in Santa Ana in 1985. He managed to plead in state court under a deal with federal prosecutors, was sent to Soledad, and was released in 1988, arriving at Charlie Company 3 months ahead of Meadows. He left the program only a day after Franklin showed up. 1 single day, Wish pointed out.
That means all 3 of them were together at Charlie Company for just 24 hours. Bosch studied their photographs and the details beside them. Franklin was the larger man, 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, with dark hair. Delgado was lean, 5'6" and 140 pounds, also with dark hair. Staring at the images of the big man and the small one, Bosch's thoughts drifted to the descriptions of the men in the jeep that had dumped Meadows's body. "Let's go find Sharkey," he said after a moment. He called Home Street home and predictably was told Sharkey wasn't there. Next, he tried the Blue Chateau, where a weary voice informed him that Sharkey and his crew had cleared out at noon. Once she realized Bosch wasn't a customer, Sharkey's mother hung up on him. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Bosch told Wish they'd have to hit the streets to track him down. She offered to drive. For the next 2 hours they combed West Hollywood, focusing on the Santa Monica Boulevard corridor. But there was no sign of Sharkey or his motorcycle chained to a parking meter. They flagged down a few sheriff's cruisers, described who they were looking for, but even the extra eyes didn't help. Parked by the Okie Dog, Bosch wondered if the kid had gone back to his mother's place and she'd hung up to shield him. "Feel like driving up to Chatsworth?" he asked. "As thrilling as it sounds to meet the witch Sharkey calls a mother," Wish replied, her tone shifting to something lighter, almost playful. "I was thinking more along the lines of calling it a night. We can find Sharkey tomorrow. How about that dinner we missed last night?" Bosch wanted to locate Sharkey, but he also wanted to spend time with her. She was right. There was always tomorrow. "Sounds good to me," he said. "Where do you want to go?" "My place." Eleanor Wish lived in a rent-controlled townhouse she subleased just 2 blocks from the beach in Santa Monica. They parked out front, and as they walked in, she explained that while she lived close to the ocean, to actually see it, you had to step onto her bedroom balcony, lean over, and peer sharply to the right down Ocean Park Boulevard. Between 2 towering condominiums guarding the shoreline, a narrow slice of the Pacific became visible. From that angle, she added with a wry smile, you could also see straight into her next-door neighbor's bedroom. The neighbor was a faded TV actor who'd turned to small-time drug dealing
and hosted a non-stop parade of women through his room, a detail that she noted somewhat spoiled the view. She told Bosch to make himself comfortable in the living room while she started dinner. "If you like jazz, there's a CD over there I just bought, but haven't had time to listen to yet," she said. He walked over to the stereo, which was stacked on shelves beside a set of bookcases, and picked up the new disc. It was Sonny Rollins's Falling in Love with Jazz. Inside, Harry smiled. He had the same album at home. It felt like a warm, unexpected connection. He opened the case, put the music on, and began to look around the living room, taking in the space that felt suddenly more familiar. The living room was a study in soft colours, with pale rugs scattered across the floor and light-toned slipcovers on the furniture. A glass coffee table held a spread of architecture journals and home design magazines, positioned before a sofa in a shade of sky blue. Everything was meticulously tidy. Next to the front door, a framed cross-stitch declared "Welcome to this home." In its corner, small stitches spelled out EDS 1970, and Bosch found himself puzzling over that final letter. He felt another one of those unspoken threads to Eleanor Wish when he turned and saw the wall above the couch. There, framed in simple black wood, was a print of Edward Hopper's Nighthawks. Bosch didn't own a copy, but he knew the painting well. Sometimes it even drifted into his thoughts during a long surveillance or a deep dive into a case. He'd once stood before the original in Chicago for almost an hour, completely absorbed. The scene showed a quiet, shadowed man sitting alone at a diner counter, looking across at another customer who was much like him, except that man had a woman with him. Bosch always felt a pull toward that first figure, the solitary one. "That's me," he thought. "I'm the Nighthawk." It struck him how the print's stark, dark tones and heavy shadows seemed out of place in this pastel apartment. Why did Eleanor keep it here? What did she see in it? He scanned the rest of the room. No television in sight, just the stereo playing softly, the magazines on the table, and a lawyer's bookcase against the opposite wall. He walked over and peered through the glass doors. The top shelves held a selection of literary Book of the Month picks, which gradually gave way to crime novels by authors like Crumley and Williford. He'd read a few of them. Opening the case, he pulled out a title called The Locked Door. He'd heard of it but never come across a copy. Flipping open the cover to check the publication date, he solved the needlework mystery. On the first page, inked neatly, was the name Eleanor D. Scarletti, 1979. She must have kept her ex-husband's surname after the divorce, he figured. He slid the book back and closed the glass. The lower shelves were a different world, true crime accounts, historical studies of the Vietnam War, FBI manuals, and even an LAPD homicide investigation textbook. Many were familiar to him. One volume he actually appeared in, a book by the Times reporter Bremer about the so-called beauty shop slasher. A man named Harvard Kendall had killed 7 women in 1 year across the San Fernando Valley, all of them connected to beauty salons. He would stalk the shops, follow the victims home, and use a sharpened nail file to cut their throats. Bosch and his partner at the time linked Kendall through a license plate number. The 7th victim had scribbled on a notepad in her salon the night she died. They never understood why she wrote it down, but they guessed she'd spotted Kendall watching from his van and took the number as a precaution, then tragically didn't take the precaution of avoiding going home alone. The tag led them to Kendall, whose record showed 5 years in Folsom for a string of beauty shop arsons near Oakland in the 60s. Later, they learned his mother had worked as a manicurist when he was a boy. She used to practice on his nails, and the psychologists theorized he never recovered from it. Bremer turned the story into a bestseller. When Universal adapted it into a television movie, the studio paid Bosch and his partner for using their names and for technical advice. The payouts doubled when a short-lived cop series spun off from the film. His partner left the department and moved to Ensenada. Bosch stayed on, investing his share in the stilt house up on the hill that overlooked the very studio that had paid him. He always found a strange, circular irony in that. Eleanor emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 glasses of red wine. Harry offered a smile. "I wasn't making an accusation," he clarified. "That book isn't about me, it's about Kendall." The whole episode was mostly chance, but they still turned it into a book and a television show. Something in there smells incredible, by the way. You enjoy pasta? I'm a fan of spaghetti. That's the plan. I spent all Sunday simmering a big batch of sauce. There's something therapeutic about a full day in the kitchen, just focusing on the food. It chases the stress away. The best part is it keeps for days. All I need to do is heat the sauce and cook some noodles. Bosch took a sip of his wine, his gaze drifting around the room. He remained standing, but felt completely at ease with her. A faint smile touched his lips as he nodded toward the Hopper print. "I like it, though. It's a pretty somber scene. What draws you to it?" She studied the print, her brow furrowing slightly, as if considering it for the first time. "I'm not entirely sure," she admitted. "I've always been drawn to that painting. Something in it connects with me. The woman is with a man, so that's not my story, I suppose. If anyone, I relate more to the man sitting alone with his coffee, just watching separate from the pair." "I saw the original in Chicago once," Bosch said. "I was there for an extradition and had an hour to spare before I could collect the body. I wandered into the Art Institute, and there it was. I spent the whole hour just looking at it. There's a pull to it, exactly like you said. I can't recall the case or who I was bringing back anymore, but I remember that painting perfectly." They lingered at the table long after the meal was finished, talking for nearly an hour. She shared more about her brother and the enduring struggle with her anger and grief, explaining that even after 18 years, she was still processing it. Bosch confessed he was working through his own things, too. The tunnels still visited his dreams occasionally, though more often he fought a losing battle with insomnia. He spoke of how disoriented he felt upon returning, how razor-thin the line was between the path he took afterward and the one Meadows chose. It could have easily gone the other way, he said, and she nodded, understanding the truth in that. Later, her questions turned to the dollmaker case and his subsequent transfer out of robbery-homicide. He sensed this was more than casual curiosity. Something significant hinged on his answers. She was weighing him, making a judgment. "You probably know the outline," he started. Someone was strangling women, mostly sex workers, then applying makeup over their faces. Heavy foundation, bright red lipstick, exaggerated rouge, thick black eyeliner. The same ritual every time. The bodies were also washed clean, but we never said he was turning them into dolls. Some jerk, I think he was a guy named Sakai at the coroner's office, leaked that the makeup was the common thread. Then this dollmaker label started popping up in the press. I believe Channel 4 coined it first, and it just stuck. To me it looked more like a mortician's work. Honestly, we weren't making much progress. We didn't have a real lead until the victim count was already in double digits. There wasn't much physical evidence. The victims were dumped in random spots all over the West Side. Fiber evidence from a couple bodies suggested the killer probably wore a wig or some kind of hairpiece, maybe a fake beard. For the women taken from the streets, we pinpointed the times and locations of their last appointments. We checked the hourly motels and came up empty, so we figured he was picking them up in a vehicle and taking them elsewhere, likely his home or a dedicated space he used as a killing room. We started surveillance on the boulevard and other areas where sex workers operated, and we must have interrupted hundreds of transactions before we caught a break. One morning, early, a sex worker named Dixie McQueen called the task force. She claimed she had just escaped from the dollmaker and wanted to know if there was a reward for turning him in. We were getting those kinds of calls constantly back then. 11 women murdered, and suddenly everyone's a detective, phoning in tips that led nowhere. It was pure chaos. I remember Wish said, but Dixie stood out. I was pulling the late shift at the task force office when her call came in. I went to meet her. She told me she'd picked up a client near Hollywood, close to the Scientology complex, and he took her to a garage apartment in Silver Lake. While he was undressing, she went to use the bathroom. Running the water, she peeked into the cabinet under the sink, probably looking for something to steal, and found it stuffed with women's cosmetics. Little bottles, compacts, all sorts of things. It clicked for her instantly. She just knew. A wave of dread hit her, and she bolted. The guy was already in bed. She just flew out the front door. The key detail was the makeup. The media leak hadn't revealed everything. We knew the killer kept the victims' personal items. Their purses were found, but all cosmetics were missing. Lipsticks, compacts, all of it. So when Dixie described that bathroom cabinet, I knew she was the real deal. And that's where I made my mistake. It was 3 in the morning by the time I finished with her. The task force had cleared out, and I was alone, worried this guy might realize Dixie had identified him and flee, taking all that evidence with him. I drove over there with Dixie to locate the place, but she stayed in the car. Behind a dilapidated house off Hyperion, I saw a light on in the garage apartment. I called for patrol backup, but while waiting I watched a shadow moving back and forth across the window. My gut told me he was packing up, ready to run. We had no physical evidence from the 11 crime scenes. We desperately needed what was in that cabinet. Another terrifying thought struck me. What if he already had another woman up there, a replacement for Dixie? So I went up alone. You know how it ended? Wish said, "You entered without a warrant and shot him when he reached under the pillow. You told the shooting team it was an emergency. Enough time had passed for him to find another victim, granting you the authority to breach the door. You fired because you believed he was going for a weapon. One shot sent a mass from about 20 feet, if I recall the report. But the dollmaker was alone. Under the pillow was just his hairpiece." "Just his rug," Bosch said, shaking his head with the frustration of hindsight. The shooting team cleared me. We connected him to 2 victims through hair fibers from the toupee, and the makeup in the bathroom was traced to 8 others. It was definitively him. I was cleared, but then Internal Affairs started their crusade. They tracked down Dixie and pressured her into signing a statement claiming she'd told me beforehand that he kept his hair under the pillow. I don't know what leverage they used on her, but I can guess. IAD has always had it out for me. They don't like anyone who isn't a blind team player. Next thing I knew, they were pushing departmental charges to get me fired and aiming to take Dixie before a grand jury for criminal charges. It was like blood in the water, and they were a pair of hungry sharks. He paused, and Eleanor continued. The IAD detectives miscalculated, Harry. They didn't anticipate that public sentiment would swing firmly to your side. You were the detective the papers called the man who cracked the beauty shop slasher and the dollmaker, a television character. They couldn't make you disappear without the whole city watching and the department taking a major hit. Somebody higher up stepped in and shut down the grand jury push. Bosch explained. The compromise was a suspension and a transfer to Hollywood homicide. He spun his empty wine glass slowly on the tablecloth. Some compromise, he said after a moment. And those 2 Internal Affairs sharks are still circling out there, just waiting for their next chance to feed. A quiet settled between them. He expected her to ask the question again, the one about whether the woman had lied. She never did. Instead, she just looked at him and offered a soft smile, and he felt an unspoken approval pass between them. She began clearing the plates, and he helped her in the kitchen. When everything was put away, they stood close, drying their hands on the same towel, and shared a tentative kiss. Then, as if a silent signal had been given, they pulled each other close and kissed with the deep, aching need of 2 people who had been alone too long. "I want to stay," Bosch whispered, when they briefly parted. "I want you to stay," she whispered back. Arson's glassy eyes shone under the neon glow of the city night. He took a hard pull on the cool, holding the chemically laced smoke in his lungs. The cigarette had been dipped in angel dust. A wide, slow grin spread across his face as twin plumes streamed from his nostrils.
"You're the only shark I ever heard of who gets used as bait,"
he chuckled.
"Get it?"
He laughed, a dry hacking sound, and took another deep drag before offering the cigarette to Sharky, who waved it off. Mojo took it instead.
"I'm getting real tired of this routine," Sharky said.
"Why don't you take a turn for once?" "Relax, man, you're the only one who can sell it," Arson insisted. "Mojo and me, we don't look the part like you do. We've got our own jobs. Besides, you're not big enough to handle the muscle work if things get physical. So why don't we just hit the 7-Eleven again?" Sharky countered. "I don't like not knowing who's in the car. I liked the 7-Eleven. We chose them. They didn't choose me. No chance," Mojo cut in. "We go back there. We have no idea if that last guy called the cops. They're probably watching that lot from the same spot we used. We got to lay low from that place." Sharky knew they were right. He just hated that working the Santa Monica stroll, felt too much like the real thing. His real fear was that soon these two would lose their nerve to rush in. They'd expect him to go all the way to get the money the hard way. "That's when I ditch these clowns," he thought to himself. "Fine," he said, stepping off the curb. "Just don't screw this up." He started across the street. Arson's voice carried after him. "BMW or better, man, as if I need the reminder," Sharky thought. He walked half a block toward La Brea and leaned against the shuttered door of a print shop. He was still a good distance from Hot Rod's, the adult bookstore with the quarter peep shows, but close enough to be seen by anyone leaving if they were looking. He glanced back and saw the faint orange glow of the joint in the dark driveway where Arson and Mojo waited on their motorcycles. Sharky hadn't been standing there 10 minutes when a new Grand Am pulled to the curb, its passenger window sliding down silently. He was about to ignore it, remembering the BMW rule until a flash of gold caught his eye. He stepped closer, his pulse quickened. Draped over the steering wheel was a wrist wearing a Rolex Presidential. If it was genuine, Arson knew a fence who'd give them $3,000 for it, 1,000 each, before even checking the wallet or the guy's home. Sharky sized up the driver. The man looked straight-laced, like a businessman, dark hair, a dark suit. Mid-40s, not too imposing. Sharky figured he might even be able to handle this one alone if he had to. The man offered Sharky a friendly smile. "How's it going? Can't complain. What about you? Just driving around? Feel like coming along."
"Where to?"
"Nowhere in particular. I know a quiet spot. You carrying $100. Only 50 for a late game. Pitching or catching, I pitch. Brought my own glove, too." Sharky paused, his eyes flicking toward the alley where the cigarette glow had been. It was dark now. They were probably moving. He checked the man's watch again. "All right," he said, sliding into the passenger seat. As the car rolled west past the alley, Sharky fought the urge to look back. But he was almost certain he heard the sputtering growl of motorcycles tailing them. "So where is this place?" he asked. "Just so you know, I can't go to your place, but I know a spot where we won't be disturbed." "Sounds good." They idled at the Flores Street light, which reminded Sharky of the guy from a few nights back. They were in his neighborhood now. Arson's crew was getting more aggressive lately. This had to end soon before someone got killed. He hoped the man with the fancy watch would cooperate without a fight, who knew what those two, hopped up on angel dust, were capable of. They were probably itching for violence. Abruptly, the car surged through the intersection. Sharky noticed the light was still red. "Hey, what's the deal?" he snapped. "Just tired of waiting, that's all." Figuring it was safe to look now, Sharkey turned and saw only ordinary cars lined up at the crossroad. No bikes. Those jerks bailed, he thought. A cold sweat prickled his scalp, and the first real threads of fear began to weave through him. The car hooked a right past Barney's beanery, climbing the hill to Sunset, then east to Highland, before the man with the Rolex swung north again. "Have we met?" the man asked, his tone casual. "You look familiar? Maybe we've crossed paths somewhere."
"No, I don't think so. Look at me." "What?" Sharkey said, caught off guard by the sudden sharpness. "Why? Just look. Do you recognize me? Have you seen me before? What is this? Some kind of ad? I told you no." The man wheeled the car off the street into the vast, empty east parking lot of the Hollywood Bowl. He drove swiftly and in silence to the darkened northern end. If this is your idea of a discreet meetup, Sharkey thought, then that watch on your wrist is definitely a fake.
"Seriously, man? What are we doing?" Sharkey said, his mind racing for an exit strategy. He was pretty sure Arson and Mojo, lost in their high, had lost the trail. He was on his own with this guy, and the urge to bolt was getting strong. "The bowl's closed," Rolex said, "but I have a key to the dressing rooms. We take the tunnel under Cahuenga, and near where it comes up, there's a side path that loops back around. It'll be completely private. I work here. I know the layout." For a split second, Sharkey weighed jumping the guy right there, but dismissed it, unless he could catch him completely off guard. He'd wait and see. The man killed the engine and got out. Sharkey opened his door and stepped into the night, scanning the dark emptiness of the lot for twin motorcycle headlights. Nothing. "I'll handle this on the other side," he decided. He'd make his move then, either strike fast and run, or just run. They walked toward a sign marked Pedestrian Expressway, reaching a concrete utility building with an open doorway leading to stairs. As they descended the white-painted steps, the man placed a hand on Sharkey's shoulder, then tightened his grip on the back of Sharkey's neck in a gesture that was almost paternal. Sharkey could feel the chill of the metal watchband against his skin. "You positive we don't know each other, Sharkey?" the man asked, his voice dropping.
"Maybe we've seen each other around. No, man. I'm telling you I've never been with you." They were midway through the tunnel when it hit Sharkey. He had never told the man his name. Thursday, May 24th, felt like a return from a long exile. In Eleanor's bedroom, Harry Bosch moved with the awkwardness of a man too aware of his own rustiness. That first time was fumbling, far from perfect, guided by her soft whispers and gentle hands.
Afterward, the urge to apologize hung in the air, but he let it pass unspoken. They held each other close, drifting into a light sleep, the scent of her apple shampoo filling his senses, the same fragrance that had lingered in his kitchen just the night before. He was captivated, wanting to breathe her in with every passing moment. Later, he woke her with a kiss, and they came together again. This time, no instructions were needed. Their movements found a natural, unspoken rhythm. When they were still, Eleanor's voice was a whisper in the dark. "Do you think it's possible to be alone in this world without feeling lonely?" He stayed quiet, thinking as her fingers lightly traced the old tattoo on his shoulder. "Are you alone, Harry?" she pressed. "Or are you lonely?" "I'm not sure what I am," he finally whispered back. "You get so accustomed to the way things are. I've always been on my own. I suppose that means I've been lonely, until tonight." They shared a smile in the darkness, kissed, and soon he listened to the steady rhythm of her sleep. Hours later, Bosch slipped from the bed, pulled on his pants, and stepped onto the balcony for a cigarette. Ocean Park Boulevard was deserted, the quiet broken only by the distant rumble of the surf. The neighboring apartment was dark, as were most windows along the street. Under the streetlights, he could see the jacaranda trees had shed their blossoms, covering the sidewalk and parked cars in a blanket of violet. Leaning on the railing, he exhaled smoke into the cool night breeze. As he lit a second cigarette, the balcony door slid open behind him. He felt her arms wrap around his waist from behind. "What's on your mind, Harry?" "Nothing serious. Just thinking." "You should be careful. Second-hand smoke isn't exactly a health tonic. Ever hear of a draft risk assessment?" "Assessment, Harry?" "Not easement," she corrected softly. "Is this what your nights are usually like?" He turned within her embrace and kissed her forehead. She wore a short pink silk robe. He ran his thumb gently along the back of her neck. "Hardly any night is like this. I just couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts, I guess, about us." She kissed his chin. "Maybe." And he brought his hand to her face, his fingers tracing the line of her jaw. "I was wondering how you got this little scar right here." "Oh, that," she said with a faint smile. "That's from when I was a kid. My brother and I were on a bike. I was on the handlebars going down this steep hill called Highland Avenue. We were living in Pennsylvania then. He lost control, the bike started wobbling, and I was terrified knowing we were about to crash. Right as we were going down, he shouted, 'Ellie, you'll be all right,' just like that. And because he said it, I cut my chin, but I didn't even cry. I always thought it meant something, that in a moment like that, he was trying to reassure me instead of worrying about himself. That was my brother." Bosch let his hands fall from her face. "I was also thinking," he said, "that what happened between us was really good. I think so too, Harry. Good for a pair of nighthawks like us. Come back to bed now." They went inside. Bosch stopped in the bathroom, scrubbing his teeth with a finger, then crawled back under the sheets beside her. The blue digital clock on the nightstand read 2:26. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was 3:46, and an irritating chirping sound was coming from somewhere in the room. Disoriented, he remembered he was in Eleanor Wish's apartment. In the dim light, he saw her shadowy figure bent beside the bed, her hands searching through the pile of his clothes. "Where is it?" she whispered urgently. "I can't find it." Bosch's hand moved to his pants, his fingers following the belt until they closed around the pager. He silenced it in a practiced dark room motion. "Jesus," she breathed out, "that was incredibly rude." He pushed the sheet around his waist and sat up on the edge of the bed, warning her before he flicked the lamp on. The light was a sudden, painful explosion behind his eyes. When the spots cleared, she was standing before him completely bare, her gaze fixed on the digital number glowing in his palm. Bosch stared at the digits, but they meant nothing to him. He dragged a hand down his face, roughing up his hair, then pulled the phone from the nightstand into his lap. As he dialed, his free hand dug through the pile of his clothes, emerging with an unlit cigarette clenched between his teeth. Eleanor, suddenly aware of her state, moved to a chair for her robe. Once it was tied, she disappeared into the bathroom, closing the door behind the sound of running water. The phone was answered halfway through the first ring. No greeting, just Jerry Edgar's voice. "Harry, where are you? Not home. What's going on? That kid from the 911 call, the one you were tracking down. You found him, right?" "Yeah, but he's in the wind again. We're looking. Who's we, you and the FBI lady?" Eleanor emerged and sat on the bed beside him. "Jerry, why are you calling me?" Bosch asked, a cold, heavy sensation beginning to settle in his chest. "What's the kid's name?" His mind was foggy, thick from a sleep deeper than any he'd known in months. He couldn't pull the name up. He glanced at Eleanor, and as she started to speak, he gently pressed a finger to her lips and shook his head. "Is it Edward Neeser?" Edgar's voice cut through the silence. "That the name?" The sinking feeling vanished, replaced by a tight, invisible pressure pushing up beneath his ribs, squeezing at his insides. "Right," he managed. "That's it. You gave him one of your cards?" "Right." "Harry, you can stop looking for him. Just tell me. Come see for yourself. I'm at the bowl. Sharky's in the pedestrian tunnel under Cawenga Park, east side. You'll see the party. The Hollywood Bowl's east lot should have been deserted at 4:30 in the morning. But as Bosch and Wish drove up Highland toward the mouth of the Cahuenga Pass, the north end was cluttered with the familiar grim gathering of official vehicles, the undeniable signature of a life ended violently, or at least unexpectedly. Yellow crime scene tape formed a stark square around a stairwell entrance leading down to the pedestrian underpass. Bosch flashed his badge to a uniformed officer with a clipboard and gave his name. He and Wish ducked under the tape, immediately met by the roaring echo of a generator pouring power into the crime scene lights below.